Welcome to the College Cricket Ground here on this fine-looking Tuesday morning for the second youth ODI between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. I'm Terry Laraji and will soon be joined by Vernon Springer. And the news from the ground here at Coolidge is that West Indies under-19s have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Openers Micah Greenidge and Zachary Carter. Be Micah Greenidge on strike. And Seni Viratne at the first ball. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Lets it go through to the keeper and there's no run. Teams for today, West Indies under-19s, Joshua Dawn, captain, Zachary Carter, Jakeem Pollard, Micah Greenidge, Jonathan Van Lang, Vital Laws, Vijay Nelson, Matthew Miller, Aidan Racha, Brendan Butu, and Ursino Fontaine. Seni Viratne is in again to Greenidge, who plays this quietly up to mid-off, and there's no run. And the Sri Lanka 11. Let's bring that up for you. Is Vimat Dinsara captain, Kavija Gamarge, who made that splendid century in the first match on Saturday. Seni Viratne is in again to Greenidge. Plays it into the point area for no run. Viren Chamadita, Chamika Hina Tigala, Adam Hilmai, Ramiro Pereira, Sanuja Wenkonagura, Vignesh Shwaran Akash, Pulisha Tilakaratne, Rasit Nimsara, and the bowler himself bowling the first over, Seth Micah, Seni Viratne. So it's still 0 for 0 in the first over here. We had some morning showers, but not too much here at Coolidge that we couldn't get the start of play underway on time. Of course, West Indies under-19s are 1 up in this 7-match series. Seni Viratne in again to Greenidge. Coming off the inside portion of the bat, bowler does his own fielding. So a tight over so far by the Sri Lankans. First one of the day. Yes, and Gamarge playing that wonderful century on Saturday. Almost got Sri Lanka under-19s over the line. But unfortunately for them, when he fell, there is still some 32 required off the last 6 overs. They ended up losing their last 5 wickets for 19 runs. One wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. So first runs of the day is a extra, a wide. Yes, they lost 5 for 19 after Gamarge went to give victory to West Indies under-19s by 12 runs. Seni Viratne in again to Greenidge. He plays at that one. No edge through to the keeper. So after the first over in this second youth one-day international between the West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. This is the 1 run on the board without loss. That 1 run was a wide. So a very important series this for both teams. Preparation for the upcoming under-19s ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. Should be played in Zimbabwe and Namibia in January 2026. 1 for none here as big hard-hitting Zachary Carter will take strike for the first time today. Made 39 in the first match. Rasith Nimsara is the bowler. Coming round the wicket also to the left-hander, down the leg side, well taken by the keeper, but wide called by the umpire. So another extra, 2 without loss. Umpires for today is Shannon Crawford and Nigel Dogood. Match referee is Stephen Proverbs. So Nimsara in again to Zachary Carter, and again wide down the leg side. 3 without loss. We're in over number 2. Nimsara is bowling to a slip. Third man inside the circle. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Fine leg inside the circle. And again down the leg side and again wide. That's 3 wides in a row for Nimsara, so he hasn't got his radar right. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Carter. And got a deep mid wicket on the boundary. And a deep backward square. So there the 2 men out. Very powerfully built Zachary Carter loves the pull shot, so hence out. That one beats him. Much better delivery by Nimsara. So 4 without loss so far. This second Youth One Day International here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Coverage being brought to you by Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. All 4 runs so far have been wides. Nimsara in again, medium pace around the wicket to Carter, and he's edging that one and he's gone. Lifting delivery just outside off stump. Big breakthrough that for Sri Lanka under-19s. Zachary Carter gone for naught. West Indies under-19s lose their first in the second over. They're 4 for 1. He's just working into his business there. Was Nimsara. Was 3 deliveries wide down the leg side, but he maintained coming around the wicket to the left-handed Carter. Got that one to just bounce a little. Carter looking to steer it into the offside. Caught the edge. Through to keeper Hillmeyer, who had no trouble. Just watching the replay, just got a little big on him there. Fending outside the off stump. Tickled it through to Hillmeyer, the keeper. And Sri Lanka under-19s draw first blood. Just in the second over here. West Indies under-19s after opting to bat first. Upon winning the toss. As they did in the first match here, sat there. Losing the early wicket of Zachary Carter. gone for naught. It brings Fontaine to the crease. Right-hander. Nimsara coming back over the wicket for the right-handed Fontaine. He has a slip which is more or less at a second slip. Rather short gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg on the fence, and third man on the fence is Nimsara into Fontaine. Fontaine searching for this outside the off stump through the Hilmai. A bit of a nervy start here for the West Indies under-19s. No run scored off the blade of any batsman yet. And the loss of Carter in the second over. Tall, lanky figure of Nimsara comes in from the northern end. And that's nicely played by Fontaine to get himself going. First runs off the bat, he moves on to one. The over completed after 2 overs. West Indies under-19s are 5 for 1. So Sri Lanka under-19s will be very happy to get that breakthrough. The dangerous Zachary Carter. Seni Viratne will continue. And in fact, we had the 3 wides in the over, so he's still got 2 deliveries left as Nimsara. He's coming back around the wicket to the left-handed Micah Greenwich. Greenwich in the first match made 11. Nimsara into him now. It's driven, no time in behind the shot as cover comes round, does the fielding. Score remains on 5 for 1. So we've lost the sun here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Overcast conditions. As I said, we did have rain overnight and then again this morning. Okay, the rain was more in town, in St. John's, than here at the airport side of Coolidge. Nimsara into Greenwich. He plays this through the cover region for a single. That gets him going, so both batsmen, Greenwich and Fontaine, on 1 apiece. And the completion of the second over. Successful over there for Nimsara with the wicket of Zachary Carter caught behind for naught. West Indies under-19s are 6 for 1. So the seam of Seni Viratne will continue from the commentary box end, coming around the wicket to Micah Greenwich, and that is a simple lob straight to short extra cover. Sri Lanka under-19s are on fire this morning. They pick up their second. Micah Greenwich caught an extra cover off the first ball of the third over for 1. West Indies under-19s lose their second. They're 6 for 2. As I say, a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Morning to you, Terry. Very casual shot selection there by Micah Greenwich. Goes back, change of pace, and he really didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. If you look at his movement there, just a check drive, wasn't to the pitch of the ball, and one of the simplest catches that you would ever see in a cricket game. Sri Lanka under-19, they have struck very early. West Indies under-19, 6 for 2.
It's been excellent start this by Sri Lanka under-19s. Just a very circumspect looking West Indies under-19s though this morning. Surprised they got a bit of movement, a bit of bounce out of this pitch early, but as I say, there would be a bit of moisture around with the overnight rain and passing showers this morning. But nevertheless, it brings the captain, Joshua Dawn, to the crease. He'll be facing Seni Viratne.
So, unlike the first game, we would have had Greenwich and Carter putting on 54. It's been a different ball game here today.
Dawn plays that quietly back to the bowler. So 6 for 1, we're in over number 3.
Just wanted to comment on Carter's dismissal, Terry. And sometimes as a young player, he'll get better to understand that as an opening batsman. You want to look to hit the ball as straight as possible. He's trying to get fancy. And one got bigger than him, trying to look to go square.
Yes, exactly. It was the bounce that did him in the end. But as you say, though, Bernie was trying to play square when he would have been better off playing straight. Nevertheless, it was about the first ball that Nimsara got on line, so surprised him a little.
Being a knot as well, too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just feel that you could just nudge one into the offside and get an easy single. A lot of bubble here from Sri Lanka under 19.
Yes, they're up and about this morning, no doubt. Defended to backward point there by Dawn, no run.
I think we see a
There's
slight
bit of
drizzle.
mist coming over, yes.
Yeah, the groundsmen
Getting ready.
moving quickly into position. I don't get too alarmed. I tend to sometimes look and see what Kadeem Phillip's movement is. This maybe just might be
He's
a passing crowd, more or less. Seems to be an all clear. As Kadeem has thrown his hands up. And
yes, not too much activity down there by the covers.
I think if you want to know anything about the weather, you just need to go to a cricket game and find the groundsmen. They tend to give you some real data as to what happens and what does not happen.
Definitely. Dawn trying to force this through extra cover, can't beat the field. And the over comes to an end. So after 3 overs, West Indies under-19s electing to bat first after winning the toss. And they are 6 for 2.
6 for 2. Good start for Sri Lanka under-19s after going down in the first game by some 12 runs. If you're wondering what's happening on the West Indies YouTube channel, it's a ODI series lash between the Cricket West Indies under-19 and the Sri Lanka under-19s. See massive increase, Terry, for the Women's World Cup.
I saw that, yeah.
Prize
money.
Over 14 million. Did I see right, Terry?
Yeah, 13.8 million or something.
14, wow, US dollars.
US dollar, broad US dollar notes.
So,
Nimsara starts a new over, wide down the leg side, well taken by Humai. A wide call by the umpire, rightly so. 7 for 2. I take this opportunity on behalf of Cricket 360 and myself and Vernon Springer to wish Marley Richards a very happy birthday today.
hey, happy birthday, champ. And We certainly will have a ginger vitamol some point in time. I do owe you that.
Better delivery by Nimsara, well watched by Fontaine. As the sun returns here to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A bit of drizzle seems to have passed for now. So Nimsara with a slip in place. Comes in from the northern end to Fontaine, and Fontaine is defending that back to the bowler. No run. So apart from the wides that they've let go, 5 extras, they've all been wides out of a total of 7. Sri Lanka under-19s buoyed by getting a couple of early breakthroughs to be well and truly up for this match today as Nimsara in again to Fontaine. Fontaine's looking to turn this into the onside, doesn't make contact. Up on the pad.
Little byplay going on there. It's a big tall guy in Nimsara, number 19, but every now and again he falls away simply because I don't think that his wrist is firm enough on the ball, and so he pushes the delivery. But there's a work in progress for him. When he gets it right, just falls away. Look at him again. Could maybe extend his run some more as well too, so he could be able to gather some momentum.
Fontaine has cracked that past mid-on into the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the day, short ball, he was onto it like a flash, was Fontaine. Score goes up to 11 for 2. That should give him the world of confidence. He moves on to 5. Fontaine in the first match, he made 19.
If you look at his run-up, Terry, and then the take-off, that's a much better delivery there, because at that point in time his hand, his right hand was close to his ear. The one before, just think if he can just maybe another 5 more meters, he could be able to gather momentum. That in itself would certainly help in a very big way. The stride pattern has to be consistently. Right now he's just like a couple of stutters before he can get up to the crease.
Comes in again to Fontaine. Fontaine looking for the big shot again. Short delivery, trying to pull that over. Square leg, doesn't make contact. Over comes to an end. 11 for 2.
The line of that delivery, when Fontaine is trying to pull a ball which is
wide outside
the line of the off stump, you would have been better off served. Maybe trying to just get back onto the ball and maybe just steering that down to third man rather than trying to be able to just pull. And that's something that the young batsman will have to be able to adjust to. Could have got a simplest of edges and be caught by the wicketkeeper. He'd be very disappointed in his approach. These two will now have to look and understand that it's a time, even though you want to go hard in the power play, we've lost 2 wickets, and so you really need to consolidate now and form a partnership very quickly.
Yes, looking to rebuild as Seneviratne into Dawn. He strokes that nicely, but straight to extra cover, no run. So 11 for 2.
Dawn very apprehensive there. It's like he doesn't want to come forward. Just casually. He's got to be able to get a big stride in and be able to punch that ball. The cover is very, very, very close. So he just needs to find the gap.
Seneviratne in again. Played quietly by Dawn, right under the eyes. He's still on 0. Fontaine is on 5. 11 for 2 in the 5th over.
Lovely day for cricket.
That's clipped nicely back with a square by Dawn. Chase for the fine leg fielder. Does well. Dawn picks up 2 to get himself going. Score moves on to 13 for 2. So Captain Dawn made 19 in the first game. He had that, you watch that, soft hands there, just bouncing in front of the slip fielder. He had that wonderful under-19s CWI Rising Stars under-19s 50 overs championship where he was MVP, leading run scorer with 328 runs at 54.67, highest score of 79. And against his record against Sri Lanka under-19s, 97 runs at 24.25 with a highest of 56. Again, plays it quietly right up under the eyes.
Still would like to see him get a bigger stride out, Terry. I mean, it's just there casually. You want to be able to make sure you can get your bat in front of your pad. It's just playing there, but I'd just like to see him get positive and get that stride out.
Sinaviratne into Dawn. And again, it's half a stride, plays it to backward point, no run.
Playing that ball very, very, very late and looking to go square, more or less. They'll be advised maybe to look to get that stride out and to there, so he can punch that ball even down the ground with more authority.
The over comes to an end. We've had 5 overs here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss and opting to bat, are 13 for 2. Captain Dawn is on 2 and Fontaine is on 5. In Nimsara to continue the attack from the northern end. He'd be bowling to Fontaine. Fontaine's turning this nicely, beats the short mid wicket, and they comfortably pick up 2. So Fontaine moves to 7, 15 for 2 in over number 6.
Ball pitch between middle and leg, and Fontaine was able to just work it into the onside. Very easy on his fast outfield here, and picking up 2 runs quite easily. Takes him up to 7, and the captain Joshua Dawn was on to 15 for 2. Sri Lanka looking for more success.
Again, just drifting into the pads of Orsino Fontaine. It's a single down to fine leg. 16 for 2.
If we could maybe just see that delivery again. Just wanted to show Terry something there from Fontaine.
Nimsara runs towards us from the northern end into Captain Dawn. Dawn places up to mid-on and there's no run.
Vicious throw there from the fielder.
Yeah.
Backing up. I guess maybe he was just in the first slip to see if he was paying attention.
They certainly look out for it, though. Sri Lanka under 19s, even before they got the 2 early breakthroughs. Nimsara in again to Dawn. Looks for the pull, beats the keeper, wide, called by the umpire, into the boundary for 4.
Thought he got something onto that, Terry.
Yes.
Just for a moment.
Well, did he? Because he called wide.
I thought he got something onto that.
Keeper got a glove to it, but couldn't stop it.
The reason why I said that, Terry, because it's almost like it didn't carry to the keeper. So that's why I thought he maybe might have just brushed his glove or his pad or something. But the umpire is in the best position. He signaled 4 wides.
Score goes up to 21 for 2. Nimsara in again to Dawn. Full pitch delivery. Stroke firmly and beats mid-on. Running out towards the boundary. Big dive, big effort.
Save.
Well done.
Big save. Big save. Big save. After a lapse in the field.
He saves 1. Dawn picks up 3. Moves to 5. 24 for 2. Brings Fontaine back onto strike. He's on 8. Defends this into extra cover region. No run. 25 for 2. Nimsara operating with a slip. Third man, backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg for Fontaine. 2 right-handers at the crease, replacing the 2 left-handed openers. Nimsara into Fontaine again. The inner portion of the bat out to mid-wicket, and there's no run to complete the over. So after 6 overs, West Indies under 19s at 24 for 2. And Fontaine is on 8. And Joshua Dawn is on 5.
So already this morning, Terry, you have some 29 dot balls within the process. So the Sri Lankans, even slightly ill-disciplined in their wides this morning, still continuing to put some pressure on the cricket West Indies under 19. The loss of Carter for North, Greenwich for 1, as compared to the first game where the West Indies got off to a fly, lost their first wicket on 54, their second on 57, 2 for 57. So it is now down to Dawn and Fontaine to rebuild.
Sene Varatne to continue from commentary box end and clipped nicely past mid-on, who chases well, flicks it back.
I think Fontaine needs to
take 3.
He's been ball watching. He has to respond to his partner, get to the other end. Once your partner calls you, you respond quickly.
So 3 more to Dawn. He moves on to 8, 27 for 2. We're in over number 7. Brings Fontaine back on to strike. He's also on 8. 10 extras so far, all being wides. Otherwise, as Vernon Springer was telling you, Sri Lanka under 19s been on the money. As the slip back into play, takes out the short mid-wicket, brings him into the slip. About a second slip there for Fontaine. Wrapped on the pad, just heading down leg maybe. Umpire not interested.
going to have to be very, 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 very careful. He's falling over there, Terry.
It's like almost like a lazy shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be very positive, and that's the reason why they took the shot mid-wicket out to invite him. They've now plugged it because they realize that he's very strong there, and he's strong because he has a bottom hand grip. He tends to go square, and he whips the ball beautifully, Fontaine, once he makes contact.
Down leg, takes the pad, they go through for a leg by. 28 for 2, over number 7. Overcast conditions return here to Coolidge.
I think we might have some activities taking place. Just might.
Just might, could be one of those days. Of course it is the rainy season here in the region.
I mean the hurricane season.
Hurricane season.
It's more than just the rainy season. We're praying that we have a very, very quiet hurricane season.
Absolutely.
The winds have picked up here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's
got a bit duller.
Yeah. Not English type weather.
Keeper standing up to the stumps now for Dawn, who flushes that down to third man for a single.
You can see the Sri Lankans under 19 working on a ploy to each batsman.
Absolutely.
And it's not just a set pattern where everybody is, they've got a plan to Dawn, to Fontaine. They know Fontaine likes to go square, so they've plugged that gap.
Yeah, that's what I meant by they look very buoyed in the field from ball 1 this morning, like they do have plans. But if you remember back to Saturday in the first match, though, Vaughn, that they looked like they were working their way into the match. They ended up putting themselves in a very strong position that maybe they should have won it, but they looked like they were working out the opposition and the conditions. All learning curve, good shot there by Fontaine, races out to the point boundary, crosses the rope now, 4 more to Fontaine. That was a very good shot though.
Lovely square drive, and that's where he's strong, and gets a boundary.
Brings the over to an end. At the end of the over, West Indies under 19s, a 33 for 2 after 7. Fontaine moves on to 12. Captain Joshua Dawn is on 9.
It's interesting, Terry, because I asked you if this was in the final squad for the Cricket West Indies under 19.
Yes.
And the reason why I did ask you that, Terry, is that we've just had a completion of a Cricket West Indies under 17 tournament, even though it was affected by rain in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, hard luck, especially for Lee with the last 2 matches.
You could look at some of the other outstanding performances coming out of that tournament who could have maybe formed part of this under 19 squad.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking you, if this is the final squad, or there's no additions. But I also feel that if you're going to have an under 17 tournament, then you need to also broaden that so that at least if there's some 1 or 2 outstanding youngsters, they could be in the conversation. Well, it doesn't look that way based on what I'm seeing. I think the squad was just selected from the Cricket West Indies under 19. But it's something that I think Cricket West Indies will have to look at going forward.
Yeah, well, interesting point you make, Vernon, because I'm not quite sure if it is the final squad, given the fact of what you just said, that the under-17s tournament is just completed, and the fact that they're playing a tri-series between England and the US later in the year. So there might be a few changes. Anyway, we've got spin for the first time today in Viran Chamaduta. bowled his full quota of 10 overs in the first match on Saturday. Took 1 for 29.
Bowled with real control as well too,
He did.
especially from the media centre end.
Left arm orthodox. He's bowling from the northern end today.
Breeze going from east to west. Slight variation there in terms of his lines. It will be a test for these two batsmen. Pace off his deliveries. But you can see him bowling stump to stump. He's trying to make the batsman play.
Play each delivery.
Which is what you want to do as a bowler, really.
I think rain is just starting to come down here halfway through this over, and that's clipped to short fine leg. Can't beat the field.
I think they have
and the covers are coming on.
I think they have to go this time.
So
the funny thing about it is that by the time they go, I think you might maybe just have a halt.
It may have the judge and it will be a ground staff. They do a wonderful job. But
certainly.
My God. Anyway, we've got a halt in play here in this second youth one-day international between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s.
I think we have to get
the West Indies.
We have to get a raincoat for Auden on an umbrella.
West Indies under-19.
I think we missed a trick. Something we'll have to work on.
After winning the toss and opting the bat, 35 for 2 after 8 overs. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and hopefully return shortly with some live action. I think a raincoat would be very difficult to hold the umbrella and pull the cover. Good morning, Mr. Kumar.
We are not thinking, we are not picturing.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. And I'm happy to say that brilliant sunshine has returned after about a 25-minute delay due to some passing showers. But the good news is play is about to resume in the second youth one-day international between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. And no overs have been lost. So West Indies under-19s will resume their innings after they won the toss and opted to bat first. They're on 35 for 2 after 8 overs with Fontaine on 13 and Captain Joshua Dawn on 10. Wickets to fall. Zachary Carter was caught behind for naught in the second over of the day. The score on 4 for 1, and Micah Greenidge was caught at short extra cover for just 1. Made it 6 for 2 in the third over. So Fontaine and Dawn have carried the score on from 6 for 2 to 35 for 2 after 8 overs. And it'll be right arm seamer Senivaratne to continue. Bowled 4 overs so far, 1 for 11, and he will be bowling to Fontaine, as I said, who's on 13. And in he comes now from the commentary box end. Down the leg side. That's taken on the pad. No, he got something on that Fontaine, so he moves to 14. And the score 36 for 2 in over number 9. And welcome back, Vernon Springer.
Yeah, partnership with Dawn and Fontaine, 30 from 36 deliveries. And the weather has cleared up nicely right here in Antigua and Barbuda. Just could feel that rain cloud pass, and it's back out to the full action of the sun. Another single worked into the onside by Dawn. Short fine leg diving around. These young Sri Lankans under 19 players have been able to put their bodies on the line here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Terry.
Yes, they certainly have, Vernon. They've been up and about from ball 1 today. Apart from a few wides, there's been 11 extras, one leg by 10 wides, making up those 11 extras. They've been on the money as Sene Veretna in again. Played quietly to short mid-wicket by Fontaine, no run, so 37 for 2, we're in over number 9. Important partnership this is West Indies under-19s look to rebuild their innings after losing both openers cheaply and early in the day's play. Seni Viratne in again. Takes the outer portion of the bat, but all the way along the ground to backward point, no run.
As compared to the first game, Terry, Cricket West Indies have only hit 2 boundaries. It's been really a real tough going for them, losing the stroke makers in Carter and Greenidge. In the first game, put on 54 for the first wicket. Track number 5 still being used here. Again, looking to go square here is Fontaine.
Yes, you can tell that the Sri Lankan under-19s have certainly done their homework, been studying the opposition, and sticking to their plans, different plan for each batsman so far. That's cut beautifully. beats point into the boundary, 4 runs. He got width on offer there and he pounced on it, did Fontaine. That brings the over to an end with a stylish cut shot for 4. He moves on to 18. And after 9 overs, West Indies under-19s are 41 for 2.
Lovely square drive again. Trademark of this young man. That's where he likes it. And as he grows, he'll become a better batsman. He can be able to look to hit the ball down the ground. Because there are going to be areas where, when the higher you go, they're going to be able to look to close off your scoring areas. Dawn 11, Fontaine 18, 41 for 2. And some 9 overs bowled. We're coming up to the first power play. Terry.
Yes, the spin will continue from the northern end. Viren Chamadita, slow left arm into Captain Dawn, who pushes it into mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Chamadita is really varied his lines here. He's mixed up his variations. He's keeping it very simple, bowling wicket to wicket, especially in the power play. Nobody's really gone after him.
One stroke by Dawn up to long off for an easy single, 42 for 2. We're in over number 10. Dawn moves on to 12.
You know, the game has changed, Terry. We're talking about some of the great keepers at our first game, Terry. Keepers, these days, keepers have helmets on. Those days, keepers had no helmets on.
Absolutely.
You had eagle eyes, you had pigeon eyes, more or less. You miss any overbalance, Terry, you'll be walking back. The world has been blessed to see some wonderful wicketkeepers.
Driven firmly, but well fielded in his follow through. Chamadita gets a hand to it, knocks it down, no run.
So it's so important, Terry. Goalkeepers and wicketkeepers. Those are the lifesavers, as we would say. You look at hockey. Those are the heroes.
True.
I'd like to see Fontaine get a little tighter there. He's trying to go leg side. I'd like to see him get a little closer. Don't expose his stumps. Get back and across and look to punch the ball.
Oh, and he's bowled him. Exactly what you just said, Springs. He backed away trying to cut it through or force it through the offside. And did not succeed, as you say. The transfer weight falling away from the ball. West Indies under-19s lose their third. Fontaine has gone for 18.
The right foot, Terry. Going square. Needed to just go deep. Looking to go square. Look to punch the ball up in front of you.
Especially to a spinner who's been bowling predominantly stump to stump. It's 42 for 3 in the 10th. Another big important breakthrough there for Sri Lanka under-19s.
Young Budu, who scored naught in the first game.
I was going to say he'd be looking for runs.
Yeah,
get going in the first match.
Looking about it.
So the first power play completed. It was the end of the 10th over. 42 for 3 West Indies under-19s after opting to bat first. Joshua Dawn still there on 12.
I think I was able to see a couple of parents from Trinidad and Tobago, Terry, were in the audience.
And a couple of Sri Lankan supporters too, I saw.
Yeah. So a number of supporters from Trinidad and Tobago who came to Antigua and Barbuda for the Falcons home games.
They love
Yeah.
they love to travel.
Yeah,
So they support
There
their
was wrong. A lot of them-
TKR and
a lot
West
of them-
Indies cricket.
a lot of them came down from the US as well too.
True.
US
Yeah.
and Canada. It's a lot more easier. 42 for 3, Terry.
Sinivaratne continues, and that's stroked nicely by Dawn through the cover region to the sweeper out on the cover point boundary for an easy single. So he moves to 13, 43 for 3 and over number 11.
Sun is out in all its glory. Into the first power play. And West Indies now will be looking to consolidate. Still scoring at 4.23 despite the loss of wickets. Sri Lanka losing the first game. Would really want to level up the series here. West Indies would want to keep the pressure on by going 2-0 up in the best of 7 series. Good outing for these youngsters.
Yeah, excellent initiative by Cricket West Indies.
Next 5 years from now, we'll be seeing some of these youngsters playing for their respective countries.
Bit of hesitation there, but they decide to go through for single. Gets Boodoo off the mark. He'll be happy with that.
Good single. Good call in there by Boodoo. Saw that the mid-on fielder was very deep. Joshua Dawn just having a change of gloves. Maybe not feeling comfortable, or maybe might have picked up the wrong gloves during the break.
Yes, I mean, if you're just joining us on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel, about a 25-minute delay for rain. Hasn't affected the number of overs though, and that's pulled through mid-wicket by Dawn, running out to the boundary. The outfielder's still lightning quick. Crosses the rope now. 4 more to Dawn.
Tennis ball bounced there, never really got up. Dawn kept his eyes on it, rolled the wrist, and hit it into the vacant mid-wicket position for the 4th boundary of the Cricket West Indies under 19 innings. And he is now growing in confidence. Dawn is gone to 17. With the score 48 for 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Pulls out of that delivery, and he saw something behind the bowler's arm, and he wasn't quite ready. So 48 for 3. They say they're still going at about 4.5 and over, despite the loss of 3 wickets. Dawn facing Senavarne. Full pitch delivery. He digs it out. Fielded by the short mid-wicket. No run.
Talking about batting, Terry, you know, one of the things that most batsmen have to work on is, you know, the forward play is almost half the art of batting. The other half is the back foot play together, because that now will then provide a fundamental structure in terms of to young players' batsmanship. Ooh, got an edge onto that, Terry.
Yes, definitely. Kept
That-
a bit low.
That did keep low, Terry.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Gets an edge, but it runs into the 3rd man boundaries for the 2nd boundary for Dawn off the over. The over comes to an end. The 50 is up for West Indies under 19s. They're 52 for 3. Dawn moves on to 21, and that is after 11 overs.
You know, the art of batting, Terry, is being able to master all areas on your front foot and on your back foot. And one
Yeah.
of the things that you want to do is to be able to make sure that you can defend your castle Got to be as tight as possible.
Definitely, and
Something
especially
I've seen in the modern day game, Terry, where a lot of the batsmen
fall away.
No, they're staying leg side of the ball.
Right.
And getting themselves into more or less a tangle, because it means that you're not balanced and you've lost the line of the ball completely.
You lost the line, you're not balanced, and you've exposed your stumps. When you got a bowler like this, Chamiddu bowling basically stump to stump, it's dangerous. And Fontaine unfortunately paid the price, went for 18 off 27 deliveries, 3 fours in that 18.
I think Budu is going to have to be very careful with that shot. He's looking to sweep, but the ball is just too close to him to sweep. He'd be advised maybe to just be careful. If you're going to sweep, you have to get down, get your full extension. That was just too close, just too full. These days, a lot of people tell you, oh, well, you have to sweep to Terry, he's a spinner. You have to know what length
right.
are you sweeping to. You just don't sweep because you want to sweep.
No.
You can't sweep a full ball. One of my big things these days is that I find that a lot of the young players are not prepared to use their feet to get to the pitch of the ball. And that comes with practice, that comes with coaching, that comes with drills. The batsmen getting confident to understand they have to get to the pitch of the ball and why you get into the pitch of the ball. Body alignment is so important as well. Sweet, lovely shot there by Joshua Dawn, just leaning into it. Good balance there and finding the gap.
Yes, he's pretty to watch, is Dawn. Score moves on to 54 for 3. We're in over number 12. Chamaldita, slow left arm, keeping things nice and tight.
Back to offside field here. Still attacking with the slip. Big effort there from the fielder, a short third man. Really putting his body on the line, one of the fast bowlers.
Nicely played by Budu though. Kept over the ball and guided it down past the slip. Picks up 2 to complete the over. So at the end of the 12th over, West Indies under 19s are 56 for 3. Dawn is on 22 and Budu is on 4.
The early morning moisture and some rain has sort of slowed things down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The loss of early wickets by Cricket West Indies in Carter, Greenwich, Fontaine has not helped the cause at all. But the most important thing is that their captain Joshua Dawn is still there. .56 for 3, 12 overs bowled. You got a bowling change, Jerry?
Yes, it seems so.
We have fast bowling continuing from the CIU, not the CIU, but from the media centre end.
Yeah, Rasith Nimsara's changed ends.
Yeah, Nimsara.
3 overs, 1 for 21 from the northern end, and now he's coming in from the commentary box end, bowling to Joshua Dawn.
He's got some long levers, almost like a Courtney Walsh.
Yeah, he's tall,
Yeah.
lanky boy.
Maybe still growing.
Maybe. Under part of the bat.
Sneaker singer there.
Good running, yeah.
Communication. It's always important to have the rotation of strike. We are bringing to you live cricket action from the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, formerly known as the Stanford Ground. And you could only just think about the days, Terry, of the birth of T20 cricket in This ground was buzzing with action. Spectators packed in on the mound. All of the small nations, Bermuda, Anguilla, Montserrat, Cayman Islands, Nevis played as a separate team, St. Kitts. So many exciting times during that Stamford T20 tournament. The birth of champions, as you would say.
Which one? I see what?
Nimsara into Budo, hit firmly but straight to backward point and no run. Score remains on 57 for 3 in over number 13.
It is? Oh, yeah.
Oh, hit firmly, which should have been stopped there by the short extra cover. He lets it go through. Good chase by the mid-off fielder. 2 more to Budo.
It is something that always, catch most of the feelers, especially when you come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You got the practice nets on the side right there. And so, I always keep telling folks all the time, Terry, got to give yourself some room, especially when you're feeling in the 30-yard circle there. You can't get too close. The ball gets to you a lot quicker. So you got to be sharper. No slip now. Again, Budo looking to go square.
Nimsara replacing Sene Baratne, bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Nimsara's in his 4th over. Change of ends for him as that's clubbed down to 3rd man for another single to Budo. Moves on to 7, 64-3. At the end of the over. So 60 for 3 after 13. West Indies under the 19s after opting to bat first after winning the toss. Budo is on 7. Captain Dawn is on 23. Viran Chamadita will continue with the slow left arm spin from the northern end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, no maidens, 1 for 7.
And so far the West Indian batsmen have really not gone after him. So he's just been allowed to just bowl.
Good work there by the backward point fielder.
Very critical area. You want to have your best fielder in that area, moving in cat-like. Goslogi, Atherton. Even I was looking back at some old cricket the other day, Terry. Even a Terry Randall from England was also a very excellent fielder. John T. Rhodes is somebody who comes to mind. In the women's game, you got somebody like Dottin, who patrols that whole of that area. But you got to be very athletic, Terry.
Most definitely. And very fit. That's what I was saying the other day, that the practice back in the glory days.
You have to love fielding, Terry.
Right.
You have to. Sometimes I get the impression that a lot of the youngsters
don't want the ball coming to them.
No, they don't like fielding. They don't practice fielding. they see it as punishment.
The chore.
But if you can't feel, you couldn't make my team.
Exactly, and good point you make, Vernon, because a lot of the great teams are built around a strong foundation of fielding. You're able to take your catches, block off the singles.
You know what it's like, Terry, to just look at the West Indian fielders in the day, just run around the boundary, pick up the ball,
Toss it back.
just toss it back.
Yeah, straight over the stumps.
Over the stump, you know. I could remember the days of traveling with the Leeward Islands team, or maybe coming to Antigua, going to look at test match, and you had folks betting that whenever Atherton fielded the ball, it was going to end up right on the top of the stump.
Exactly, yeah.
That was just a joy to see a Keith Atherton swooping around. That was something that you know, he himself personally worked on and practiced for hours. Today the youngsters go, they want to bat and then leave and go home.
Yeah. Most definitely. They don't put enough emphasis on it. It's almost, as we were saying the other day, like an afterthought. Have we done any fielding practice? No, I don't think we have. We've got 15 minutes. Nimsaura to continue. Down the leg side, turned nicely by Dawn down the fine leg for a single.
First time I worked with was Donato Terry. He brought out 6 new balls, and he said to me, Springs, this is what we're going to be doing. And he had you maybe about 8 meters, 8 meters. And trust me, that ball was coming off of Otto's bat like a rocket. You have to catch that. That's how we practice. No gloves.
No.
Sweet.
Good shot. Good
Lovely
looking
shot.
shot by Boodoo.
I got to get 2 there.
Yes. Good running. Picks up 2.
I'd like to see Joshua Dawn changing the bat into his left hand to be able to pay attention. Some people thought that it was crazy, but you learned the hard way, because you always told those guys that, you know, you have people like Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd and those guys hitting the ball to you. They're not going to tell you how hard they're going to hit the ball to you.
Exactly.
So you got to be able to catch it.
A good looking shot by Boodoo, but well fielded in the cover region. 63 for 3.
And it's amazing, Terry, because the game has really changed. As a youngster in St. Kitts at Warner Park, when you got around the dressing rooms and you heard some of the players talking, the people like Lloyd and Richards and company, if you were a good spinner, Terry, they would always test you to see if you could catch. They would hit the ball very hard back at you.
Mm-hmm. Another good piece of work there. Backward point. Saves a couple.
Save 1 run, I think.
64 for 3. Boodoo's moved on to 10. Dawn back on strike. He's on 24.
You know how many bowlers' hands were damaged, Terry? And people like Lloyd and so hit the ball back to you?
Too true.
Broke your fingers?
But that's where I think fielding is backed off also, in general, worldwide. But they say the bats these days, you know, and the ball pings off them and everything. Everybody stands miles away because they're frightened. I mean, even the square leg umpire, there's no possible chance in hell that he can give a decision. He's closer to runway 2 than he is to the 5th pitch here at Coolidge.
Well, I'll give you a classic, Terry, and you're going to smile. The late Renaka Morton is who changed my mind from thinking about umpiring.
Right.
So, you know, as a coach, right, you would stand behind the stumps. And I was always fearful every time Renaka Morton was batting. Because he ferociously used to just hit the ball back hard.
Right.
And it used to come like a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
I decided, even if I was thinking about wanting to become an umpire, if Renaka Morton was hitting the ball like that, and I was an umpire, I'd be in danger all the time. Trust me, Terry. I said, no way. And this was at youth level, Terry.
Don't blame your springs. Do not blame
Your youth coach, you know what I mean? Yeah, he was always the fearful guy. Whenever he go to bat, you had to give yourself a good enough room, Terry, behind the stump.
Behind, yes.
Yeah, because it was coming back hard. Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how many times, maybe if I check some of the bruises on my shins, my shin splints. Oh gosh. I'd be scurrying. Over number 15 comes to an end, 66 for 3.
And Dawn has gone along quietly. He's up to 25.
He's a sort of player, Terry.
Captain's role.
Yeah, he's not a, he's a touch player, really, and he accumulates his runs. He sort of reminds you of a Larry Gomes, more or less. He just goes about his business quietly, conserves his energy as much as possible as well, too. So good morning to Basil Morgan in Montserrat. I haven't heard from you in a very long time, Basil. Hope that everything is okay. Montserrat lost Jim Allen.
Continued to run between the wickets very well, these two. But as I was saying the other day, though, Vernon, and just going back to the art of fielding, the amount of practice that, you know, back in the glory days that West Indies put in, it was like a show. It was like going to watch the Harlem Globetrotters. As I say, you would know as well as I know that whether they were playing in Melbourne, Sydney, Lords, wherever they were playing, you get 5,000-6,000 people before the start of play every day watching them go through their drills. So it was no accident that these guys were phenomenal fielders. Apart from the natural athletic ability, they put the hours in.
I just find that some of the modern day techniques have got so soft, Terry.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Guys warming up in gloves.
Right.
You know, sort of stuff. Got to catch people's ball. That's what you got to do.
Exactly.
We have more people diving than stopping the ball.
You play with a hard ball.
If you look back at the days of West Indies cricket with all of their quicks, even some of the excellent catches, you know, you would have had the Lloyds, the Greenwich, the Haynes.
Lawrence Rowe.
But when Richie Richardson came onto the scene, the sort of catches that Richie Richardson took at slip, it was just unbelievable.
Well, he almost took it to another level, didn't he? Because nobody had ever seen a slip fielder dive forward.
There you go. I mean, you couldn't take anything away when you had people like Fawad Bacchus and Gus Logie at short leg. I don't think anybody could pay anybody to feel a short leg, Terry.
No.
Your life insurance has to be very high.
Yes.
These days, we don't have people that brave feeling in those positions.
No. And they're not really short legs anyway. They're more short square legs.
69 for 3. I love how you said that, Terry. You know the funny thing about cricket, Terry? Anybody who came into the team, Terry?
Yeah, it was put there.
You know that was going to be the problem, right? You just made your debut, and Captain Basil Morgan said, "Well, you know how it is, youngster.
Yeah,
you're short leg. Willerton Gishard is bowling." It's just amazing. I think it's just a tradition that happened all around, Terry.
Yes.
Once you came into the team,
you didn't have to ask anybody.
You know where you were going. So it had to do with seniority.
Definitely.
70 for 3. Dawn comes back on 26.
70 for 3 after 16. That's not a bad position. Sri Lanka will be happy that they picked up the 3 wickets, but steady in partnership going on here between Dawn and Boodoo. Dawn on 26, Buddha's on 13. They came together with a score on 42 for 3. And we're going to have change from this end, more spin.
Chamadita
is swapped ends.
Another left arm spinner. There must be something that we don't know about, Terry.
No, in fact it's Hina Tagala is coming on to replace the Seema Nimsara.
Right away on the money. Still starting with the slip. Something we don't see a lot of, Terry. The left arm spinner coming between the umpire and the stumps.
No, not these days.
Something that was mastered by Elcomida Willett.
Yeah, you don't see it often these days.
Yeah. The coaches tend to have you bowling straight through.
Mm-hmm. Well fielded off his own bowling. Hina Tagala, he bowled 4 overs in the first match. No wicket for 25.
Another weakness that we have seen also is that a lot of the bowlers don't feel well to their own bowling either.
It's cut away, backward of points, chase on.
Down the hill, 4 runs.
Into the boundary, 4 more to Boodoo.
So I think Boodoo's parents are here, Terry.
Yeah, there's a couple of Trinis down there I saw.
When he hit that boundary just a while ago, we know that they were the families because they were waving away and making some noise. So we thank the parents of Boodoo for coming to Antigua and Barbuda and giving their support.
Moves on to 17. 74 for 3 and over number 17.
Like to see Boodoo just use his feet and hit that down to long on. It's in the air long enough for him. Right there.
There you go, that's better.
Normally you'd just like to see him get as close as possible to the pitch of it.
Another one, of course, he had that brilliant under-15s CWI's Rising Stars tournament a couple of years ago right here in Antigua that Trinidad and Tobago won, and congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago under-17s for taking out the title. Unfortunately for the Leeward Islands, well positioned in second position going into the last 2 rounds, but both of their last 2 remaining matches were washed out without a ball being bowled. Trinidad and Tobago, though, knocked off the front runners, top of the table Barbados, to claim the title yesterday down in Trinidad. So well done to the hosts, under 17 CWI Rising Stars 50 over champions for 2025.
I want to say congratulations to Ian Tittle and Musai Thomas. We thought had a good outing this time around. Tanis Francis
played very well.
Tilakani, spinner from St. Kitts.
They played very well in the
Mary Jones
2-day championship too.
Just hope that it can go from strength to strength. The issue is always when they go back to their respective territories, you know, what happens.
Tossed up on the sweep there was Boodoo. Plays it well down to deep backward square for another single.
See one of the things I feel that we don't have enough of in the Caribbean Terry is that we have a coach who coaches everything. And we really need to get specialist coaches. You know, somebody who will deal with batting, somebody who will deal with fast bowling, somebody who will deal with spin bowling. We have one-dimensional coaches who just come out and just coach. Is an area which I think that we seriously have to address. So that we can get to rapidly, you know, produce world-class players.
Mm-hmm. Chamadita does well off his own bowling, keeping it
Only reason is
tight
if you
here.
look around at even our spinners in the Caribbean, Terry, we really not had a world-class spinner. You know, we've had coaches come in from various areas, sneaked away for a single again by Dawn, out to the sweeper. This partnership is yielding some 35 from 47 deliveries.
Yeah, they're going along nicely. Much needed for West Indies under 19s. Last ball of the over coming up, and Boodoo plays it towards backward point. No runs, so the completion of over number 18. West Indies under 19s, 77 for 3.
Yeah, 77 for 3. At the end of 15 overs, we've got a total of about some close to 70 dot balls within the process. Quite a lot of dot balls within the first 15 overs. It's been a hot day, a towel break. Umpires just monitoring the situation. Players just getting reloaded to create West Indies batsmen. Projected score at this time, if everything goes all right, West Indies can get up to over 200. They'll maybe need more than that this time around. Carter, Greenwich, Fontaine, all back in the Cricket West Indies under 19 hot. Dawn on 27. No slip. We got a short extra cover, backward point. Long on, long off. Short mid wicket. Field under 45 and a deep backward square for the left arm spinner. Umpires in their pink tops, more or less. Dawn looks around. Ball pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Just taking the pad of Dawn in the process. Just a stifled appeal by the bowler. The score remains on 77 for 3. Again, comes quietly forward. Good line, good variations. He's mixing up his deliveries here. Indeed. In Sri Lanka under 19, they have been outstanding this morning. They've really put the brakes on the Cricket West Indies, short and wide, and give Dawn enough room where he can be able to just go forward, rock back and punch it out to the sweeper on the offside. Some 6 boundaries have been hit by the Cricket West Indies under 19 today, Terry.
Yes, and this partnership is going along nicely, much needed. Dawn's moved on to 28, 19 to Boodoo, 78 for 3, we're in over number 19. Came together when the score was on 42 for 3. Bit uppish there, and they've got the short straight extra cover, just bounced in front of him.
Needs to get to the pitch of the ball, Terry.
Yeah,
it's in the air long enough.
Very careful there. Huh?
Yeah, when you get to the pitch of the ball and you hit the ball on the full, it doesn't spin, go anywhere. Don't let it wait. Got to be nimble, use on your feet. That had a little bite on it there.
Yeah, bit of bounce, bit of turn to complete the over. Score remains on 78 for 3.
And that's the good thing about playing at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. There's something in it for everybody. Whether it be the spinner, the seam bowler, the batsman, you name it. You always get good cricket wickets here.
Yes, Kadim and the boys do a fantastic job. I've just got a notice from Cricket West Indies. Cricket West Indies acknowledges and accepts the apology from Paul Nixon, head coach of the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, and the Falcons management regarding recent inaccurate comments made by Coach Nixon about Cricket West Indies' handling of players' medical information. CWI welcomes the clarification and recognition that there was no intent to offend or misrepresent and takes the opportunity to clarify the facts. CWI's operating procedures for physiotherapists require the provision of detailed handover reports to franchise medical teams prior to the start of any tournament, a process that was followed ahead of the 2025 CPL, which commenced on August 14. Contrary to initial comments made by Coach Nixon following the conclusion of the final ODI against Pakistan on August 12, Dr. Dennis Byam, lead physiotherapist for CWI, provided the relevant medical handover documentation to the Leeward Islands franchise, where the player in question, Justin Graves, is contracted, as well as to the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons medical staff. The report outlined both his cleared status following a July 20 MRI and a subsequent Achilles complaint on August 6 that had impacted his bowling workload. So we can put that to bed. Back to the action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 78-4-3.
I'd just like us, Terry, to be able to make sure now that when we're talking about all of these procedures, that we have physios traveling with the under 15, under 17, under 19 teams. That's something that I feel that we seriously have to work on. We just taking that for granted. So I want us to see an improvement in that area. Talking about each team at the youth level traveling with a physio. I think that is going to be key.
So we've got the leg break bowler in Akash taking over from Chamadita on the northern end.
I think we'll see spin for the rest of the day, Terry.
Could quite possibly do so. He bowled extremely well in the first match on Saturday.
Don't think they picked him.
I don't think they picked a delivery, but he also kept the stumps in play very well. He bowled his full quota of 10 overs, 4 for 33. He started off well here at Coolidge today. Starts with the maidens, 78 for 3. It remains after 20.
Yeah, so the scoring rate has dropped slightly since Sri Lanka on the 19th have introduced their spinners. And what they've done here is they've rotated their left arm spinners. And so they may be just seeming to put some pressure back on the Cricket West Indies under 19, something which plagues a lot of our youth tournaments, Jerry, under 15, under 17, under 19. Recognize that, you know, a lot of the spinners continue to dominate those tournaments in the Caribbean.
Yes, most definitely. In the senior competitions, dominated by spin.
My thing is just the way maybe how the players are being coached, Terry. Sometimes when you look, the first formation from the batsman from the time he sees the spinner comes on is to come forward. You know, and that has to do with preparation. You know, how we are really preparing our youngsters to deal with, you know, playing spin bowling.
Beaten that time with a bit of turn and bounce outside Dawn's off stump by Hina Tagala.
Tagala has been very, very, very consistent. You could see him trying to turn the ball, Tagala.
Watchful Dawn on the back foot, punches it back to the bowler.
Every now and again he darts in that faster ball.
Yeah, they're all getting a bit more appreciation of this surface today. Beaten on the cut.
Yeah, the bounce there.
The bounce
on
and a bit
Dawn.
of turn.
Yeah. So it's sort of gripping, really, more or less. So it's really not standing up like its true self that you could be able to look to play those shots. So sort of grafting wicket, as you would say. That's why Dawn is very positioned for that. 37 from 65. Scoring has become very, very, very tough. Gets an easy single. Make it the 38th run.
Yeah, but a good over there by Hina Tagala. Just the two off it. Backing up Akasha's maiden from the previous over. 80 for 2 at the end of it. West Indies under 19s, and that's after 80 for 3, I should say, after 21 overs. Voodoo is on 20, and Dawn is on 29.
If you're wondering what's happening, this is a 50 over series coordinated between two boards, the Sri Lankan Cricket Board and Cricket West Indies. All this is in preparation for the ICC Under 19 World Cup. It's also an opportunity for the young players from both countries to establish themselves on the world stage.
Stroke nicely by Dawn, the first ball of Akasha's new over. It's wide of long off for an easy single. He moves it on to 30, 81 for 3.
Wondering what's happening at the toss. Cricket West Indies Under 19 would have won the toss and opted to bat. I think it was a good choice, Terry.
It was an interesting choice. And I thought maybe it'd been interesting to see the two opening bowlers for West Indies Under 19s with a bit of moisture around. Bit of bounce on offer. Good bit of fielding there. But well run again between Dawn and Voodoo. With Pollard and Racha taking the new ball. That's the longer the sun stays out, and it's been with us in all its glory since the delay, as I say, of about 25 minutes earlier today or this morning. The easier the pitch should get to bat on, so it'll be interesting. They need a decent score, though I thought they were about 20 or so runs short on Saturday, but they ended up being able to defend it.
But what it is showing is that both teams' middle order seem to be very weak, Terry. And so any one of the established batsmen from 1 to 6 who get in will know that they'll have to bat as deep as possible.
Yeah.
83 for 3. Dawn and Buddha will be looking to maybe bat up even up to the 40th over here.
I almost snuck through.
Because it's a track where you can't come in and think that you can be able to just
straight
blast
off.
away.
Yeah.
So you got to look to spend some time here, get in, and be able to build on your start.
Oh, and that's gone through everything and everybody. Runs down to the fine leg boundary. Crosses it now for 4 byes.
Yeah, the keeper missed that completely. He was unsighted. I think he was just up too early, really, Terry, when you look at it. And look at where his left foot is, Terry. He's almost blinded. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get a good view of that one.
He was blindfolded by the batsman. That's the thing about the keepers of old, Terry. You're told to get your whole body behind the line of the ball. Yeah, his left foot just moved and he never did anything else.
Over comes to an end, 87 for 3 after 22. Voodoo is on 21 and Dawn is on 31.
So they're within the range because the current run rate is 3.95. Still going about their business quietly.
Yeah, it's the spin that's certainly held up the run rate, but this partnership just starting to blossom. They came together at 42 for 3. It's now 87 for 3. I want a lot more, of course, but approaching the 50-run stand for the 4th wicket. Hina Tagala, and that's a reverse sweep by Dawn, and got it right out of the middle of the bat. It flew past backwards square. The cover point sweeper had no chance, so 4 more to Dawn. He moves to 35, 91 for 3.
I think he would love that. Looked like it was something that he's been practicing for
Yeah.
some time, so the
Well, he
execution
Played it brilliantly.
was lovely.
No change in the field as Hina Tagala tosses the next one up, and it's stroked nicely up to long on by Dawn for a shot through for an easy single. So good batting. He's looked good since he came to the crease.
And that single, Terry, has brought up the 50 partnership between Boodoo
It
and
has.
Dawn of 74 deliveries. So, and like I said, I think these two are going to have to bat as deep as possible, right down to about the 40th over. This young player, Boodoo, is very exciting, very busy like player. But you can't do all this work and then get out. It's got to start. Got to keep working. You got to keep batting. Again, the ball's stopping on Joshua Dawn. You're gonna have to do a lot of running today, Terry.
Yes.
No. Still got to be on the money. Still got to be able to keep them out. Can't lapse in judgment. Got to keep batting.
Driven firmly
Beautiful
over
shot.
extra cover into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah.
Good looking shot this time by Boodoo.
Just
It's him up to 26.
was wide, Terry. He got leg side of it, opened up, and hit that one inside out. Beautiful shot. Found the gap for 4. Lovely cricket shot by the young man, Boodoo. Score races up to 98 for 3.
Good over that, and I just think the reverse sweep there off the first ball by Dawn just put Hina Tagala off his line a bit.
Good innovation. I think it's been the most expensive over
Over, I think, yeah.
of the game so far, Terry.
Mm-hmm. Leg spinner Akash will continue from the northern end. Slip still in play to Dawn, who punches that forward a point for a single.
Akash
99
not looking
for
as
3.
dangerous as he was, Terry, in the first game. It's a completely new track today. And I just think that he's just bowling a lot more quicker. He's very mindful of that. Sri Lanka continue with their slip still.
All played by Boodoo out through the cover region.
Yeah.
Cover point
100 up.
comes off the boundary, but well run.
Yeah.
Yes, the 100 is raised. 101 for 3 in over number 24. Boodoo goes on to 26, 28.
Yeah, I just think Akash is just bowling just too quick,
I
Terry.
think, yeah, he's definitely bowling a lot quicker than Saturday, and with this pitch offering a bit more bounce and turn, he's gone right through him this time, though. That was quick enough, Vern.
Yeah, I think he played on the wrong line, Terry.
He must have, because it's cleaned Boodoo up.
Let's see that again, Terry.
Important wicket. Good breakthrough, good time for the breakthrough. The 50 partnership is just raised, and both Boodoo and Dawn were looking to advance.
Let's look at it again, Terry.
Straight between.
Yeah,
Straight between bat and pad.
he was in 2 minds, Terry. He never really got out onto his heel. He was caught on the crease there, more or less. His left foot lock there, and just a lapse in concentration has allowed the misjudgment. It's gone to his defense. It's batted beautifully, Bodo, but in the end, can't do all that work.
Gone.
Get out.
Gone for 28. West Indies under 19s 101 for 4. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 as the players take first water break for the morning.
So 3 deliveries have been completed to complete the 24th over. On the loss of Buda for 28 or 46 balls. West Indies 101 for 4, and in the process some 93 dot balls. Young Matthew Miller replacing Bodo. Joshua Dawn still there, 38 for 57, Terry.
Yes, holding the innings together. Vernon, very well. He's looked good since the start. Joined by a local boy, Matthew Miller, who celebrated his 17th birthday the other day.
Yeah.
During the first match here at Coolidge.
Just kind of thinking back at I'd have seen this young Matthew Miller at 9-10 years old playing in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. Big heart. It's come a very, very, very long way. We wish him all the best. Can you remember, Terry, his brother Paul Miller, who first started as a wicketkeeper, scored 100 in Montserrat for Antigua and Barbuda. Very, very good player. Went on to represent the Leeward Islands. Also a university graduate as well. Paul Miller, school teacher.
Driven firmly by Miller, but straight to the short extra cover.
Young Miller has had some exposure. He's been to England himself. Played in the was one of the outstanding youngsters in the St. Kitts Navy School and Smooth T20 tournament. So he's been around the block, Terry.
He has.
Captain of the Leeward Islands, under 15, under 17. Would have missed out this year. He would have been the captain of the under 17, the under 19 skipper for the first time this year. Nice soft hands. Played quietly in the offside, picking up a single.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark off the last ball of the over. So at the halfway stage, West Indies under 19s, 103 for 4. Captain Dawn is on 39 and Miller is on 1.
The Miller Pavilion not so heavily packed today under the tree. I know Mom and Dad would be in that pavilion. And his brother somewhere would be looking at the coverage on his phone, because I think he's away on CPL duties as well, working as one of the events managers. Miller driving hard, fielder short extra cover, can't stop it, ricocheted for a single.
He's been in a firing line
Yeah,
so far today.
I just think he's just too close.
He's very close when
When the ball skids off of
yeah.
the practice areas.
And with the left arm of Hina Tagala from this end, he's extremely close in there. Short extra cover, well played by Dawn, up to a long off for another single.
Beautiful batting here by Dawn. Stayed very low to the ball. It's got to be so important that you stay low. You can't be too high.
Moves on to 40, 105 for 4 and over number 26. So it's important that he keeps anchoring this innings. Well played by Miller. Guides that past the backward point fielder for 2. He moves on to 3.
Akash is bowling so quick, Terry, that you can use the pace of the ball
And just maneuver
in
it,
terms of
yeah.
what they have done. If you realize all Miller had to do was just open the face there and just guide that, and that raced away on this quick outfield here.
Oh, big appeal for
I
LBW.
think it's going down. Miller is going to have to be very, very, very careful. He's going to have to open up his hips there and look to hit the ball down the ground. Presentation of the bat is going to be very, very, very important for young Miller. Let's look at the one, Terry. Yeah, going down.
Going down.
You
Just,
see,
but he was looking to turn that into the
we
onside.
could look at the keeper. He's still shouting for a leg before. So Miller's going to have to be very careful. Presentation of his bat is also going to be key. When he's playing the on drive, he's going to have to be able to just turn his hips, really, and look to be able to lead with his head on his shoulders and punch that ball down. Don't try to get fancy to just be turning the ball into the mid-wicket area. Well played. Nice soft hands. And Akish is getting very, very, very frustrated there, Terry. 5 runs out of the over there. You can tell he's a busy campaigner. He doesn't like runs coming off. I don't think any bowler does. But
Very
good batting
true.
here so far by Dawn and Miller.
So Dawn is on 40, Miller's on 5, 108 for 4 at the end of the 26th. And left arm, Hina Tagala will continue from the commentary box end.
Akish 1 for 11 from his 4. Tagala starting his 6th over now. Oh, that was beautiful. That's good flight. Played again by young Matthew Miller.
Yeah.
Nice soft hands there. Top hand coming into control. I love this, Terry. Not so much with the bottom hand, but the top hand leading the way, because that's the strongest in terms of batsmanship. That's the hand that guides everything. Well, these two technically really would be the young batters in this Cricket West Indies under 19 team, Miller and Dawn. So easy, Dawn. He just looks so relaxed. Just back and just working that into the square leg area, picking up another easy single. Miller 6, Dawn is 41, scores 110 for 4, Terry. What's your projected total, Terry? We just into over number 27.
Well, as we watch this delivery, well defended by Matthew Miller. If these two can keep going, I think this is a key partnership now. With the loss of Voodoo, it put on some 60 runs for that 4th wicket. Bit of a misfield, allows batsman to come back for 2.
Young Miller, during practice times, would have maybe had to face Glenton Williams, his brother, Mirage. A lot of spin bowling in the Jennings lineup, so he already would be a seasoned campaigner locally. Big shot.
Good shot.
Big shot. Big shot by the young man. That's a beautiful shot by young Matthew Miller. Tossed up. And he found the gap. Inside out. A lovely shot for 4.
Yeah. Excellent placement too by Miller. Moves on to 12, 116 for 4. They keep going like this. They're looking at about 230 or so.
I don't want him to keep going like this. They have to bat all the overs.
That's what I mean. That's why this partnership crucial.
We said that when Buddha was there, and then he got out.
We did. Well, you said the guy was bowling too straight, and then he missed a straight one.
Yeah, Buddha would look back at himself and realize that he sort of got trapped on the crease. There with that one. End of over number 27 in this West Indies under 19 Sri Lanka 50 over home series. A series giving the young players an opportunity to showcase and demonstrate their skill set. And maybe over the next 4 or 5 years, Terry, to unearth new talent.
Well, it's definitely every opportunity.
It's just amazing, Terry, that when you look around the world, you would have seen that the likes of people like Chris Gale and Lara and Marlon Samuels and Latish Malinga and the Joe Roots and companies would have come out of the under 19 level. This is where you showcase your skills, and then people like Terry start to write your name down in their history books.
That's right. So coming late, isn't it? Because the first one was about 1988 or so, and that was Jimmy Adams, Brian Lara, Zorro Bartley was captain. Big appeal again by Akash, I should say.
I think Darwin
Darwin
Telemack was also part of that
Darwin
squad.
Telemack, yes.
Of that squad as well too.
Mm-hmm. he's not shy of appealing. Is Akash?
You give him run?
No. Why not?
That's his job.
He's not that far away. Miller just needs, Dawn, I should say, just needs to keep playing him straight back up the pitch rather than trying to turn it into the on.
He's getting to his overs very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, he's
For
a
sure.
busy customer.
I think they just need to just slow him down. Just make him wait. We played single.
That's better.
Yeah, the feeler there. He has to stop that, Terry. Every time the ball goes to him, Terry, they get a single.
Yeah.
And he has to recognize and understand now that he's just too close. Give himself some room so he can see the ball.
117 for 4. We're in over number 28. Matthew Miller on strike to Akash, beaten outside the off. Trying to guide that pass short third man.
Yeah, Miller just needs to forget about that one today. Yeah, the variable bounce is just not there. Yeah, just let it pass. Let him come to you. You don't need to go searching.
Again,
Outside the line of the off stump.
Inside edge, I think, yeah. He was almost off again there. Akash over complete, 117 for 4 as we look at the replay. Inside edge.
Yeah, Miller just more or less walk in there, really. Needs to get nimble on his feet.
Then just be looking to play up the V a bit more too.
Yeah, no need for them to start getting laps there.
1 for 12 off 5 overs. Akash to go with his 4 for 33 off 10 in the first match. 117 for 4 after 28. West Indies under 19s. Matthew Miller on 42. Sorry, Joshua Dawn on 42.
New bowler, Terry.
Kalange, a hero, well, almost
maker.
a hero. Century maker at least. Splendid century. Also on Saturday.
Not so splendid to get them over the line.
No, when he went, they went.
You remember something I was talking to you about concerning that, Terry? Is that once you get in, you got to be able to spend some time at the crease, get your team right across the line.
Well, I think that was easy to do on Saturday rather than today, but this pitch should dry out, so they're still looking at it around 2:30 if they can keep wickets in hand and bet out their full quota. Will that be enough though? 256 on a better batting strip wasn't. You expect this to be
This looks maybe like a 230 track today, Terry.
right, but that's what I mean. Will it be enough? But anyway, first things first, they got to bat out their 50 overs. We're in over number 29 with 1 ball remaining. They got bowled out, as Springs just reminded me. Beaten, big appeal. Well, they've appealed for caught behind, they've appealed for stumping, but both end up in the negative, not out. Nice looping delivery there, though, by Gamage. Had Dawn stretching forward. That one turns down leg, called wide by the umpire. He bowled 5 overs in the first match, Gamage. 1 for 28, these off spinners. Reverse sweep again by Dawn. Over backward point into the boundary for 4. So he's pulled that shot out twice, and twice he's middled it. Moves on to 46.
Don't want to say it's a trademark shot of Joshua Dawn, but his execution skills set has been perfect so far. $11:52. In a couple of minutes' time, Terry will be running off to get the ZDK news done in a while. It's indicate one of the top stations in Antigua and Barbuda, led by signal there by the umpire. Nigel Duguid first getting up on his right leg and then decided that he was going to do some more exercises, got up on his left leg as well.
Better balance on his left leg.
Not too sure about the balance. He's still standing.
That's the main thing.
Over comes to an end. 29 overs bowled. They're really getting through these overs, Terry.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, 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 very quickly.
And of course, spin from both ends. We've had nothing but spin, really, apart from a couple of overs from the Seema Nimsara since the rain delay. 123 for 4 after 29.
Antigua and Barbuda is really, that view there, that's a lovely view by our cameraman. With the white clouds in the back. So, such a fantastic day there. And the greenery just says it all.
Does lovely part of the island here, Coolidge, northeastern part of Antigua. It was absolutely pouring when I left home this morning in town.
It was?
Yeah, and then as soon as I got to Airport Road,
It was dry.
it was dry.
Yeah, but it's amazing because I'm going to tell you something. I just live on the back of Coolidge
Mm.
and it was raining there.
So just the window of opportunity.
Just amazing. There is young Dawn just getting a full toss and not trying to overhit it, but just stroked it beautifully into the vacant mid-wicket area for a comfortable 2.
2 away from a half century from the skip.
It's for his 70 delivery so far.
He's looked excellent since he walked in, really.
He's looked very easy on the eyes. Looks like someone
Very
who
easy.
likes to bat. 49 to him of 71 deliveries.
He hasn't looked rushed, hasn't looked troubled, hasn't played a false shot.
I think that's why he's the captain.
Say so. Steady head.
Yeah, not only that.
You've got a very able partner here in Matthew Miller, but excellent partnership also for the 4th wicket with Brendan Boodle. Took the score from 42 for 3 to 101 for 4. Boodle fell for 28. Mr. Eden won by a cash, but it's Pereira that's replaced Akash from the northern end. Pereira didn't play the first match, so he's in now. Another leg break bowler.
Miller.
That one skidded on and very good fielding there.
Miller's going to
Off
have
his
to be
own
careful.
ball.
Like to see him on the back foot just rather than looking to work
Turn
the
it,
ball,
yeah,
just
hit
defend
straight.
it. Yeah, it's got to be very, very careful. Keep batting. Miller is 12.
Doesn't mind giving it a bit of flight, does Pereira. Not a bad first over. So, after 30, 126 for 4. West Indies under-19 skipper Joshua Dawn on 49.
So, some 115 dot balls, Terry, within the process. Great West Indies 126 for 4. Vast acres here of space here. The Coolidge Cricket Ground, the boundaries straight at 70 meters, square also 70 meters. Here is Dawn's 50.
There it is. Well played, young man.
A captain's knock from the young man. 72 balls, 4 fours, strike rate of 69.44. And he'll remember this half century for a very long time. You're looking at a proud leader here, a young man who understands the game, understands batting, and keeps it very simple. Young Dawn. Miller is going big. I think he's putting his hand away. Young Miller.
Oh, man.
That's
not
poor
good.
judgment shot there from Miller. Caught it long on. Where did that come from? Young Matthew Miller. He lost his cool. We were talking about the wickets falling away here. Flighted delivery. Miller came down the ground and just scooped it up in the air, and a very comfortable catch to the fielder at long on, who circled under it. Matthew Miller goes. He is aggravated with himself, and just a lack of judgment there from young Miller. The 5th wicket goes down for Cricket West Indies.
Yes, not the most intelligent piece of batting there by Matthew Miller, and an opportune time for Sri Lanka to pick up a wicket, but not good for West Indies under 19s. Just when Captain Dawn brought up his century, half century, excellent 50 off 72 deliveries, 4 boundaries included in that. But now the 5th wicket has fallen on 127, and we're in over number 31. Miller gone for 12.
So your good friend comes out, Terry.
Jonathan Van Lang, who of course played brilliantly on Saturday for his 83, that held the West Indies under 19s innings together. He'll have to play a similar hand here, you would think. Haven't got anywhere near enough on the board, and they've still got some 19 overs remaining.
Seven bowlers used by Sri Lanka on the 19 so far. Van Lan just hitting down to long on for his first run off of his second delivery. Okay, indicated he sort of remind me of Badram Yadram from Ghana. Powerful, strong lad. Bowls a little brisk medium pace. 28 for 5. Dawn will have to bat all of the overs. Comes quietly forward and plays it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. If he bats all of the 50 overs here, West Indies under 19 could get a real decent score back and just forces this into the offside and gets his 51st run. Over comes to an end, and at the end of it, the West Indies under 19 129 for 5 after they won the toss. Seems like a long time ago this morning, Terry.
Yes, very long time.
Just want to wish Shanisha Brittany Hector all the best as she heads out for the Women's Premier League. She's leaving sometime today. .31 overs bowled. Here is Dawn stroking down to long off. It's an easy single. Van Lan comes into strike. Jonathan Van Lan, not Jonathan Carter. Jonathan Drakes. So many Jonathans around. I wish I could call Terry Jonathan as well. But I have to call him Terry.
That's what they call me.
Pereira. from the CIU road end, long on, long off, mid wicket, sweep on the offside, the ball to Van Lan, and Van Lan he's going to be attacking. I know that for sure, Terry. He's not going to hang around.
No, correct. And he's in form, so he's got, he should have confidence to do as such, but they just need to be careful here. They desperately need to bat out these final 18 and a half overs or so.
Don't like your comment.
With just like 130 on the board.
Because you scored a half century doesn't mean you're in form. You can make not this innings.
You could, but I didn't say he was in form. I said he was confident.
Oh, okay. I heard you. 130 for 5. I think you're trying to test me as a politician here, Terry. But I got you matched up.
It was his highest score, though.
Yeah, it was.
On Saturday, beating his previous best of 75.
But it's a new day today.
It is a new day. Has dawned.
So what they've done now, Terry, is that they've got a man under 45. They've moved the short mid-wicket over onto the offside. And they're saying to Dawn, if you want to go, go. We got a mid-wicket, long on, long off, sweep on the offside. He's back and cracking that. You get a couple of runs here. The sweeper comes around.
Good
Can't stop it. And they get 2 runs quite easily. So good cricket all around here by Van Lan and Joshua Dawn.
It's good running because he's a big unit, but he does move quickly enough between the sticks. 132 for 5, 1 ball to go in the 32nd.
He backs up power. Driven again down to long off for an easy single. This is good batting here by the young man. Temperament is also going to be key. 32 overs bowled, West Indies under 19, 133 for 5. Van Lan is on 4. And Dawn is on 52. They have a conversation in mid-pitch. Pereira's first 2 overs has cost him 7 runs. Caribbean Premier League things heating up. Trinidad and Tobago, TK have already qualified. And it's just all to play for now for some of the other teams. Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, they certainly will need 2 wins to get into the semi-final. Van Lan steering this one out to the backward point. Sweeper more or less on the offside. Very long single. Keeper just looking to maybe make some adjustments. So we got a long on mid-wicket, deep backward square for Dawn. And Dawn just clips this out to the mid-wicket fielder. Gets another single. So it's important that these two maneuver around and pick up the singles in the middle overs. Seen so far the authority from Joshua Dawn. He knows what his responsibility is. He knows he'll have to bat as deep as possible. His family must be glued to their television, to the big screen in their home. Some of his families might be looking at it on the computer, on the phone. Compliments of 360. But Van Lan, who lit up this ground in the first game, early days yet, he's on 5. He goes big. Goes big, it goes big, it goes big. Oh, it's gone all the way over. Big effort by the fielder here at long on. Van Lan is going to have to be very careful. So he's tempted and he went big and he got a maximum there, Van Lan. And just for a moment, the fielder at long on thought that he had a chance until a partner, but it was not to be. As he went right over. Van Lan gets a short ball. Bowler coming around the wicket. Stands up straight and punches it up to the offside. Anything that is flighted, he's going to go big. It's the first 6 of the West Indies under 19 innings. Van Lan just helps this one around. Just pitch outside the line of the leg stump, and he just helped it out to the fielder at Finagera. He goes up to 12. Brings the captain Dawn on strike. He's on 53. Dawn punches up to mid-off. Gets a very easy single. Very pre-calculated single. Rotation of the strike good. End of over number 33 in Cricket West Indies. 143 for 5. Some 18 extras have been bowled by the Sri Lankan under 19s. In the process, they've used some 7 bowlers to date. The extras have so far 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 12 wides. And by the standards set by the Sri Lanka under 19s, they'll be very, very, very disappointed in the process. Umpires for today, Shannon Crawford and Nigel Duguid. Match referee, this is Stephen Proverbs. Joshua Dawn, West Indies under 19 captain, called right and elected to bat first. And you're always told runs on the board is runs on the board. Dawn 54 in strike. You got a long on, a long off. Got a mid-wicket, a sweeper again on the offside. He's driving again, gets an easy single. That field at cover has to do a lot better. Every time the ball is stroked to his right, they get a single. He's got to be able to cut that off. If you've just joined us, Michael Greenwich for 1, Carter, Zachary Carter for 0, Fontaine for 18, Buru for 28, Matthew Miller for 12, and Van Lan, who's on 12, he comes into strike. Make it 13. He punches this down the ground. I think if the fielder at short extra cover would just give himself some room, maybe just go back 5 meters, the ball will come right to him. Wicketkeeper just making some adjustments. Pereira to Dawn. Comes quietly forward. I'd like to see Dawn just use his feet and just knock that down the ground. It's in the air long enough. Just use the feet. Just head it on the full and get a single down to long on. Single. Easy like Sunday morning. Rotation of the strike being key here. Dawn goes to 56. Van Lan, who's on 13, he comes into strike. He's the explosive player here that could just turn this game on his head. Back. Just easing it out to the sweeper on the offside. Another single. Brings the captain Dawn back into strike. Let's face some 80 deliveries. Make it 81. Goes to 57. No threat there at all from Pereira. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 34, Cricket West Indies under 19. They're 148 for 5. Dawn is 57 from 81. And Van Lan is 14. Flags fluttering. The CIU road in. Have the Antigua and Barbuda flag. Sri Lanka. The home of Cricket West Indies, Cricket West Indies flag. Shamadita, left arm spinner. His first 6 scores 13 runs. Viran. Let's see what sort of protection he has here. Long on, long off. Sweep on the offside. Deep backward square. Man under 45. Short mid wicket. Cover. Backward point to the short third man. He's back and cracking that Dawn out to the sweeper. Picking up another easy run. Van Lanu's on 14. Wait for the 150. Hit down the ground for an easy single. 150 comes up for the Cricket West Indies. So 150 for 5. And over number 35. Squeeze away out to the gully fielder. Dot ball in the process. Dawn 58. Here's Dawn, just easy it. Easy on the eyes, just caressing it out to the sweeper, who is not all the way on the boundary. I would maybe say maybe about 65 meters, maybe the most. But he gets in very quickly to try and maybe deny the batsman from thinking about getting to 2. He's not as fast as a Keith Atherton or a Gus Logie. He's certainly covering some grounds. The 51 for 5. Ooh. It was flatter, faster there, following Van Lan. Missed it completely. Umpire signal leg by. So at the end of over number 35, and at the end of it, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, West Indies under 19 men batting first. They're 152 for 5. And Joshua Dawn, the West Indies under 19 captain, is on 59. Van Lan is on 15 from 16. And as Terry said, he's continuing his good form as I welcome back my colleague, Terry Laraji.
Yes, thank you, Vernon. These two looking to put their heads down, but out the remainder of these overs for West Indies under 19s and post a competitive score. 15 overs remaining. Past the 150 mark now. Dawn continues to impress. Looks like Akash is back into the attack.
His first 5 costs 12 runs. So he'll be looking to maybe rupture this middle order of the West Indies. But he's punched into the offside by Van Lan for an easy single. The thing about Akash is that he's always hovering at the pads. So you're going to have to be very, 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 very careful. You're going to have to get your bat in front of your pad. More adjustments being made in the field.
Absolutely, because he bowls a very straight line the majority of the time. Which of course is what Brendan Boodoo found out earlier today. Another easy single to Joshua Dawn. Continues to impress. Moves into the 60s.
Now every time Akash bowls the ball offline, it's almost like these two batsmen are treating him like a medium pace bowler. Dawn was able to just comfortably just knock that down 2 things. Because they have to be careful there. Van Lan is going after those pads. He think he's got the power that he can maybe smack him over mid-wicket. He backs himself, Van Lan. Jonathan. But he can't afford to get out at this time right now. He has to stay right there with the captain.
Doing a good job of it so far. They came together with the score on 127 at the fall of Matthew Miller's wicket, taking it up to 155 thus far. Dawn defending onto the onside, no run. Ground still bathed in brilliant sunshine, which is great to see after early interruption.
You following the tennis, Terry?
A bit of it. I see they say that Yannick Sinner, the guy said he beat the guy last night 1-1 and 2, I think it was, in about an hour and a half. Very quick match anyway. Guy said he was a AI player. It's, I don't know, you take that as a compliment, do you? Or you take it as an insult, since you're number one in the world?
Yeah, he's going to have to run into more AI players as his career goes on. That's all I can tell you.
I thought it was a strange thing to say anyway. But
he may be still in shock.
Well, maybe, yeah, because he hardly hit a ball back. I can tell you that much.
That's what I'm saying. He's maybe still in shock.
Young Coco, though, can't seem to get her form back. Still troubling, be in trouble with the service game mainly.
Yeah.
And Naomi Osaka, coming back after giving birth, is getting stronger and stronger, so she knocked her out.
South Africa does defeat in England in the men's one-day international series, the first. England bowled out for 131.
Yeah, only made 130.
South Africa 137 for 3, winning by some 7 wickets. Markram 86 off 55 balls, and debutant Baker concedes 76 in 7 overs. Had to be a real thrashing today.
Absolutely.
In terms of defeats, this has been one of England's heaviest defeats at home in terms of balls remaining. Ryan Rickleton anchored the chase with 31 from 59. So South Africa Brendan McCullum, you know he's a no-nonsense man, Terry. He will say some things in that dressing room that some of the England players might not want to hear. There's too much talent in that team, Terry, for England to get bowled out like that, Terry.
Well, I don't know. You keep telling me so, but you know my feelings about England.
I do?
Overrated. In any format.
You can't say that about a basketball team, Terry. 160 for 5. How dare you? You've changed Test cricket, Terry.
Changed what?
They've played the West Indian way.
Yeah, so how they changed it?
They're
on their way. They're on their way to the Ashes, aren't they?
It's going to be a good series. Word on the road is that Australian captain Pat Cummins is expected to be fit for the Ashes.
He was injured, was he?
Yeah. He was ruled out of the limited over series against New Zealand in India with a back issue, but is expected to be fit. I remember the 32-year-old fast bowler last played in the third test in the West Indies in July before sitting out the white ball series against South Africa. Australia travelled to New Zealand for 3 T20s in October before hosting India in 3 one-day internationals and 5 T20 matches. The 5-test Ashes series starts on Friday, November 21st in Western Australia. So, hey, we'll find out what happens, Terry. Australia drew 2-all in England to retain the Ashes in 2023. And during that time, Cummins took 81 wickets during the series. Now, you have to understand, Terry, how important Cummins is to this lineup, because in 19 test matches, Cummins has picked up some 91 wickets against England.
Yeah, good bowler and
You said that like you're not
good
sure, Terry.
captain.
He's a good leader.
Well,
Meanwhile,
There you go,
fellow
that's
fast
what I
bowler
said.
Mitchell Stark has retired from T20 internationals. I didn't hear you say that on your sports today. What happened?
ooh, Mitchell Starr.
Has retired from T20 internationals.
Yes, but I was doing my job professionally. I only spoke about this match here currently going on,
I don't mean anything.
so that
You don't
we
have to
come
get-
back.
You don't have to get so defensive.
You always think I'm defensive, but I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm coming back so that you weren't left alone.
I'm just testing you, man.
And also, that's not going to help or have any kind of a say over West Indies cricket, isn't it? But I still say that almost got through Dawn. It's still say though that he is a brilliant bowler, good cricketer. Mitchell Stark, I'm talking about.
They're going to be very, very, very hard to beat in that series. I think Australia's batting is questionable though, still, Terry. Is it early for me to say that, Terry?
No, that's fair enough comment. I think it's questionable, and I don't think they've settled on their order, have they? Really?
Yeah, but
From 3 going down, or even the opener. What are they going to do with that youngster?
I think they need to give him a run. They need to make their mind up. The problem is that, when you have traditional ways. Sorry, here is Dawn just punching this one past Akish and picking up another easy single. You got to understand, Terry, that the game is evolving. He came against India and did something which created a new fan base in Australia. But contemporarily, Australians still like to see conservative cricket. Labuschagne has gone off the ball tremendously.
True.
And Australia without a Steve Smith, you're asking for trouble, because England, despite, they still got a decent bowling attack, really, that can maybe challenge. So I think for Australia, batting will be their major concern. They've got a good bowling unit,
Right.
but the batting is going to be a major concern for them. But you can't bet against Travis Head. .38 overs gone. Dawn is 67 from 97. Van Lan 19 from 21. And it is anybody's game right now. West Indies would need to get, if they can get the projected score is 216. I think if they can get up to 250, if Van Lan is there.
Yeah, I was going to say 216 sounds a bit light to me.
I don't really sometimes worry about scores in a Terry, because, runs on the board is runs on the board. You could make 400 and still lose.
Well, yeah, very true. But I mean, if you were a batting team coming in second and you saw, say 220, you'd say, we back ourselves to get that's below par. Right. Whereas, as you say, if they get up to 250, 260, they say, well, we made a meal of it on Saturday. Can we chase it today?
turned away nicely for a very comfortable single. I see that your English Premier League club Liverpool has got off to.
God, did you see the goal the other day? They beat Arsenal. The Arsenal goalkeeper didn't see it.
You got a new coach, right?
No.
The same coach?
Yeah.
Oh,
Alani Slot.
okay.
He spent some money, though. I can tell you that much.
£415 million.
Didn't know they had that much.
No, Liverpool is out. Come on, Terry. How can you not know how much money Liverpool has and you're a Liverpool supporter? Liverpool is one of the big clubs. From the days of John Barnes and
biggest.
Ian Rush and company, they're a big club.
Kenny Dalglish.
Yeah, you're a big club. You see, when people will be laughing after you and Sir Viv, who are always back in Liverpool, they've sometimes had to eat their own vomit, you know, because you guys have been smiling. So you must have some money.
Well, they won it last year. They're off to a flyer this year, 3 out of 3.
Here is a square drive by the young Joshua Dawn, finding the boundary. Beautiful touch shot. The fielder darting around from the sweeper, couldn't get there, number 74. And he stayed late, got down on it. And a beautiful boundary indeed. What a young man.
And they got striker Alexander Isak from Newcastle United, did Liverpool. £125 million, a British record transfer fee. So it'll go up to about 130 million with add-ons. But anyway, back to the game here. 170 for 5. We're in over number 39. Nimsara, medium pacer, is back into the attack. Joshua Dawn is on 72. Van Lang playing his part very well. He's on 20 from 22 deliveries. Nimsara is coming in from the commentary box end to Dawn, who just clips that into the mid-wicket area. Looking for 2, but the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary was quick enough. Ricocheted, and they thought about a run, but the ricochet went straight down the middle of the pitch, so that would have been suicidal. One more to Dawn. 172 for 5. So excellent innings. This so far by Captain Joshua Dawn, leading from the front. That's pulled viciously through the mid-wicket area into the boundary. 4 runs. Replacement, good timing, good shot by Van Lang. Split the gap perfectly between mid-on, who was inside the circle, and deep mid-wicket to complete the over. So Van Lang moves on to 24. And at the end of over number 39, West Indies under 19s 176 for 5. Captain Joshua Dawn is on 73. Excellent looking shot that. This partnership has moved the score on to 172. From 127 for the 6th wicket. Another half-century stand approaching as Akash continues from the northern end. Bang on target again. Defended back to the bowler by Dawn.
Think he must be fed up of seeing the maker's name on Joshua Dawn's bat all day, Akash?
Absolutely. Dawn's played a very good knock, very intelligent knock too. He's a busy little cricketer though. Akash.
Yeah, he's full of life.
Mind throwing his body around, especially off his own bowling. Short guy, wouldn't be. Oh, big appeal again. Not out. It just got outside the line there. He took a good stride in, did Dawn, as we look at it on the replay.
It's got some energy, Akash.
Oh, definitely.
I like his spirit.
Just turning down.
I think that one was going down. Good decision by the umpire.
Yes, very energetic. And
The movement of the wicketkeeper alone too would have helped
Tells
the
the
umpire
story,
within
yeah.
that process.
true. And that beats a diving short mid wicket up to long on for another single to Dawn.
See, once the ball hit the practice areas here, Terry, it tends to skid off.
Skids away, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. That's why you have to give yourself some room. Maybe just go back 5 meters away, so when it skids, it comes quickly to you. But they have been finding themselves in a trap all the time. It's gonna have to be careful, Van
Give
Man.
himself room there and
Yeah,
almost got himself into a tangle.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be careful. It's not that day.
Moving the short mid wicket to backward square. They've got deep mid wicket on the boundary and a long on. And he pulls it straight through mid wicket to that fielder out on the deep mid wicket boundary. Another single there for Van Lang to complete the over. 178 for 5 after 40. So 10 overs remaining. Run a ball. 220 odd. 230 maybe.
You want to bet something? West Indies will get 65 in this last 10.
So they end up with 230 odd. But will it be enough? That's what you should be betting.
Don't worry about if it will be enough.
I do. I have to worry about something.
The target is what we're talking about. How much they'll get in the last 10.
It's drinks, and after drinks, come back on Cricket 360 and Vernon will tell you how they're going to defend 230.
So we're into the final 10 overs, the final power play. And one run have been scored off the third delivery. 179 for 6. My prediction is 65 off the final 10. I noticed that Terry did engage me in the conversation, but that's okay. Our producer, our technician man, he says he's going to hold me to that. Carry Festa just completed in Barbados. Resounding success for all the countries who participated there.
Chopped again, and this time he's been given Van Lang. Hina Tagala makes the breakthrough. Just what Sri Lanka wanted after the water break. Picking up the dangerous Van Lang LBW to Hina Tagala. West Indies under-19s lose their 6th. 160 for 6 in the 41st.
Is it that's why you were so excited?
See? Gotta bat out these overs. Jonathan Van Lang, top scorer on Saturday with 83, gone for 26. Off the 29 deliveries.
Still backing them to get the 65. Notice you're very quiet. I'm trying to engage you.
No, I'm just taking in the scenery. It's all on the shoulders of Captain Dawn. He continues on 75 of 106. He's led from the front today.
Let's calculate it, right? We're talking about 10 overs, right? I did say 65, right?
You did.
So we just need 60 singles. And you get the odd boundary. We can still get up to 65.
Most definitely. The only problem is 4 wickets.
Don't worry about the wickets, right?
Okay, don't worry about the wickets. That's a reality.
Joshua Don is there. Raja can bat.
Yes, joined by Aiden Aracha. Who will be on strike? Left-hander. Hina Tagala on his toes after picking up that wicket in that over, does the fielding of his own bowling. The over completed. So after 41 overs, 180 for 6 West Indies under-19s. And Joshua Dawn remains on 75.
Talking a little bit about the Carry Festa, which seemed to have showcased a number of cultural and icons, including from Antigua and Barbuda, the Burning Flames, who made their mark there at the actual Carry Festa. Also, Dr. Sir MacLean Emmanuel King Shortshirt. And, you know, we understand that the Burning Flames could be, once it goes through the honours board, Terry, could be knighted.
Yes, should be. Cut away there by Dawn. Sweeper comes around on the cover point boundary, does well, but good run in between Dawn and Racha. They pick up 3.
Well, like to see Sir MacLean in the conversation, Terry, being elevated as national hero of Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, good point.
Conversation that we seem not to want to have. St. Kitts and Nevis independence coming up. The big question is still being asked. You know, when will Sir Comida Willett maybe get his knighthood, or maybe even Kim Collins? Sri Lanka slowing this game down, Terry.
They are.
Yeah.
Just in the field. Racha on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Just faced the one delivery so far. Facing leg spin of Akash. Plays him well. Straight up to long off.
I was trying to figure out, Terry, who Akash reminds me of. And his approach is almost business like Hasaranga. He has that buzzer about him.
True, or even What was who was coaching the academy? Harap, was it? Or
Harap.
Mendy?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
what are you talking about? Yeah.
But it's a bustling run up to the crease.
But you see what I was talking about in terms of his delivery stride, right, Terry, and the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
That is, your strike pattern has to be consistent. You see the energy before he gets to his takeoff. That's what I was talking to you about. You know, those are going to be key elements.
Most definitely, because he doesn't have any height to work with. He's a small
Your takeoff
lad.
helps you in your delivery stride.
Mm.
And that's what you want, really. You check his momentum. He gets into it. It's almost like a sprinter. Ooh. Breeze pretty strong out there, Terry.
Breeze is strong.
A couple of the floppy hats are flying off.
They are. The sun is very hot, though. I can tell you that much.
Well, Arden is... I think we'll have to get an umbrella for Arden or a small tent. He's taking a beating in that sun there. Down on the CIA road end.
And not about over again by Akash. 185 for 6 West Indies under 19s after the completion of 42. Joshua Dawn is on 79.
Now, there's going to be a mixture now with Dawn now in terms of how he approaches the next 8 overs. Because he would really, he being the set batsman,
he'd want the majority of the strike.
as much of the strike as possible.
Too true.
Just the same thing in terms of what happened in the first game with Van Lan. You know, is also going to be key. But he's faced 108 balls, Joshua Dawn, for 79. Sri Lanka ring in the changes. More changes.
So Gamage, the off spinner, is back into the attack from the commentary box, end of the ground.
Gamaje. They've been able to string together their bowlers here.
Yeah, especially the spinners has been predominantly spin today.
Racha's job here is to get a single.
Interesting though, the Hina Tagala got the breakthrough the previous over, been replaced. Wouldn't want to be holding him back to try and bowl the opposition out for under their full quota of 50 overs. Dawn back on strike, he's on 80. 187 for 6 in over number 43.
We're talking about Auden. We have to talk about the folks on the manual scoreboard.
Yes, they
Mr.
do it.
Blacks and Company. They're taking
What a
beating.
job.
Ah.
They do extremely well to stand out there in that severe heat all day long.
You know, that is just as important, Terry, as the umpire. Because you have to be watching every ball.
Every ball. But you couldn't put some sort of something. But the problem is the sun's coming from the other direction, though, isn't it? So it's going straight into them.
How many years we've been saying that?
Too true.
That's all I'm saying to you. They just need a shade.
They do.
That's
Of
all I'm
some
saying.
sort.
They just need a shade. They're taking a beating in that sun.
Absolutely. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Aracha.
It's got to get a single. It's got to get a single. Get inside the line and put that ball in the square leg area. Got to be able to muster and get a single. Get deep, get onto your back foot, and work that ball into the square leg area.
It's beaten him to end the over. 188 for 6 after 43. Yeah, plenty of wide open space in the leg side area. Gamage is operating. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a long on.
You know, sometimes, Terry, you even club cricket, right? You look at a lot of club cricket, and you look at a lot of the batsmen, and they'll be in the pavilion saying a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And when they go, they just can't find a way how they can get a single. I could never get it figured out, Terry. I'm talking about a single. You've got to be able to figure out how you're going to get a single. And that's simply because of preparation and practice.
Right.
Because they go to the nets and all the practice to do is just swipe. See how far they can hit the ball.
Yes, I read a very good article by Brian Davis, former West Indies Test batsman. He was saying how he was appalled. He was actually going back 10 years or so. But he went to training one day at Queen's Park Oval, only to see that they weren't using any nets or anything. They were just using one of the pitches out in the middle, and the batsmen were seeing how far they could belt the ball. And it was either, depending on the outcome, big appeal again, and given
Trouble.
played backdoor,
He
missed it, and he's gone.
Misjudged the length there, Terry.
He did.
And it looked like a sort of a tired shot from Joshua Dawn. He was caught on the crease, Terry. It wasn't tight enough. Let's look at the replay here, Terry. And they're celebrating because they knew that is the wicket that they needed.
Absolutely. Yeah, just misjudged the length.
Yeah, he did.
Turned back into him, and he was caught on the crease. So he has to go for excellent innings, though, by the captain.
He's disappointed.
Kept West Indies innings going. He's gone for 82, 112 deliveries, 5 boundaries included in that 82. But West Indies under-19s lose their 7th, 190 for 7.
On the money. You see Akash
Absolutely.
again, Terry? On the money. He kept going, he kept going, he kept going. He got that one to straighten. And just for a moment, look at where Don's right foot is. He's now trying to rehearse. You'd have been better off serve getting deep and still looking to
Play it up the ground.
to punch that. So he missed out. In comes the wicketkeeper, Nelson. 190 for 7.
Big wicket that, though, for Sri Lanka under-19s.
Yeah, they were celebrating.
Yep.
They knew how important that was. And that man, Akash, 2 for 28. He's really starts with a wide.
I really feel that they could run through West Indies under-19s now.
Yeah, I think I might have to get buy you your ginger Vitamalt.
Play and a miss by Nelson. So 191 for 7. 2 balls remaining in over number 44.
Greenwich 1, Carter North, Fontaine 18, Dawn 82, Buddha 28, Miller 12, Van Land 26. And so these two really have to squeeze out 30, maybe the most. No, I've lost my Vitamalt to Terry. Clean him up.
You see, that was always the problem once they got Dawn. There's nothing much left. And they've done very well, Sri Lanka under-19s, to keep taking wickets. Biggest partnership today. It's only been a couple of half-century stands. They kept the pressure on West Indies under-19s as they lose their 8th wicketkeeper batsman, Ajay Nelson, bowled, trying to whip that through the leg side. Again, need to play Akash, the leg break bowler, straight as possible. 192 for 8. And Akash picks up his third. Got one more delivery to complete his 10 overs. 3 for 30. His figures so far. So he continues to be a thorn in the side of this West Indies under-19s team. 4 for 33 in the first match on Saturday. 3 for 30 again today. With a ball to go, the ball into Baital Laws, who avoids it. And another very good speller ball in there by the leg spinner Akash. 3 for 30 off his full quota of 10 overs. 1 maiden, 3 for 30. And West Indies Academy 192 for 8 after 44. Racha on 3. Laws yet to score. In the air, but avoids the short mid-wicket. There's Racha, and he picks up a single. And I was surprised, but fair enough. It was only the first match, but they gave him another match today because there is another wicket-keeper batsman in Tyreek Bryan, fellow Jamaican, in the squad. However, Vital Laws, who's got the best name at least in the team, squeezes a single out to the cover region. So he's up and running. He's on 1. Racha back on strike. He's on 4. 194 for 8. It's been an excellent job today by the Sri Lankan under-19s. They've looked up for the match since ball 1. Another single to Racha.
West Indies losing wickets, Terry. Steady intervals.
Yes.
Some
that's
22
been the
extras for Sri Lanka. They've used some 7 bowlers, 15 wide, 3 leg byes, 4 byes.
Oh, hit
Drop.
straight back. Difficult chance. He had to jump high to reach it. Got the fingertips to it. Burst through.
Has to take that, Terry.
Sure, but just in time he's jumped very well, did he? Kamage. He's into his 5th over, 1 for 25.
He's done his job.
Absolutely. Looking for 2 here. Decide against it. Some good work there by the long off fielder. Restricts it to 1. 197 for 8. 1 ball left of the 45th. Laws on strike, and that's top edged straight to short mid wicket. Easy as you like. He tried to sweep that, didn't get down low enough, caught the top end, the bats. West Indies under-19s in real trouble of not batting out their full quota of 50 overs. They've still got 5 overs remaining. They lose their 9th. 197 for 9. Laws goes for 3.
So the West Indies losing wickets. 1 for 4 Carter, 2 for 6 Greenwich, 3 for 42 Fontaine, 4 for 101 Boodoo, 5 for 127 Miller, 6 for 180 Van Lan, 7 for 190 Dawn, 8 for 192 Nelson, and now 9 for 197. And we've got Laws back in the pavilion. Pollard joins Raja. And Pollard did show in his first game that he has some batting ability and he deserves a promotion. I don't know if Terry would agree with me. 30 balls, 5 overs to go.
Who deserves a promotion? Raja.
25. Huh?
Well,
No, I was saying
Pollard can't get a promotion. He's the last man.
I was saying he deserves a promotion. He did show.
Well, so what happened? Why they send everybody else before him?
I don't know. We'll find out. 5 overs to go, Terry.
5 overs to go, but only 1 wicket as a change. Obviously, Cash completed his 10 overs. Pereira is back on. Bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 12. Thus far, he will be bowling to the left-handed Raja.
Okay.
Another leg break bowler tosses it up.
Cash, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 3 wickets.
Yes, excellent again. Taken 7 wickets in the series so far.
He's going to be the torment. And if he plays in all 7 games, Terry, he could very well end up with close to about 20 wickets.
Absolutely,
Based
the way he's
on
bowling.
based on the rate in which he's going. We've had some soft dismissals today, anyhow, still, Terry.
We have. There were a lot of them have played down the wrong line, picked the wrong ball, played the wrong shot. But full credit must be given to Sri Lanka under 19's. As we keep saying, they looked on it from ball 1 today, and they've kept the pressure on. Dawn played an excellent innings to keep West Indies under 19's in the match.
Yeah, that
82.
That one lapse by Joshua Dawn has cost him his wicket. But we'll see how the process goes. 198 for 9.
Pollard keeps that one out. Remains on naught. 198 for 9. And over number 46. Again, beats the bat of Shaquem Pollard.
We're in a big number, number 23. What if he's a fan of Michael Jordan? Looks like he understands batting.
True, compared to a couple of the ones that came in before him. Clips that down, gets himself off the mark with a single. 199 for 9 at the end of the 46th. You know, we've often commented on where they get the numbers from, their favourite number, lucky number, their birth date, or day of their birth, year of their birth.
But you know, Terry, when we covered the under 15, right, we saw some huge numbers.
We did.
333, 174. we saw some big numbers, Terry.
But that's
was
watching
amazing.
too much television though, isn't it?
We saw some big numbers, Terry, at the under 15 level. And we have covered quite a bit of cricket. Happy birthday, Marley Richards. I owe you something special,
Yes,
my brother.
bro. Very happy birthday indeed. Wishing you all the very best.
Gotta find you sometime later, man.
Boy, that nearly spooned up to short extra cover.
I think he was trying to get fancy there.
He was trying to turn it into the onside, took the leading edge.
Yeah, but I think he would be advised to look to still punch the ball down the ground, because the guy is turning the ball.
Gets it past the slip. Boy, bit of a wild return at the bowler's end, but taken cleanly by Gamage, the bowler.
Yeah, Raja
wants to strike.
Yeah, but that single certainly was not on.
No.
Could have taken a Carl Lewis or a Usain Bolt. No, he gets a
time he turns it
Oh, he wants
forward
to.
a square and come back for 2. Very well run.
Oh, not bad at all. So Raja's got some confidence in him.
200 comes out.
Yeah.
201 for 9 in over number 47.
Pollard goes to 3.
Let's keep knocking it round though.
Talking about Pollard,
Oh, we got 18, 21 balls left.
Kieran Pollard has been having a big CPL so far.
He has, and they've a big appeal for stumping, but not out, says the umpire. Yeah, and they're qualifying for the playoffs already. First team to qualify for playoffs for CPL 2025.
But it shows you, Terry, that if you got somebody who can get boundaries in the last 6 overs, 5-6 overs, that's how dangerous. And not just boundaries, can clear the fence.
Yeah, true.
Mullard can clear the fence.
Big match tomorrow night. TKR up against defending champions St. Lucia Kings.
It's going to be a blockbuster.
In Trinidad, yeah. I'll sell it out again, no doubt. Over comes to an end. Had 47 here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies under-19s 201-49.
It's the biggest party in sports. Trinidad and Tobago is celebrating their 63rd year of independence.
Right.
And so they really went all out. You know, it was really a national effort. You saw the crowds come out in their numbers. I think Ghana is going to be fantastic. I just saw something come through on my timeline, Terry. Ifan Ali.
Timeline, you have a timeline.
Could be sooner or later, sometime during the day, be elected as president of Ghana. If that is the case, they have not got the full indication of the official results yet. And Jamaicans going to the poll tomorrow?
Yes, I believe so. So we'll be re-elected.
Yeah, Ifan
Ali.
Ali, if everything goes all right.
Yeah.
Remember, this is unofficial, right?
Right.
So we just want to make sure
so
that
please do not
the team. Don't say
do not
spring and Terry.
Do not call and say.
Yeah. We're only just giving your own predictions and what we would have heard coming through the grapevine.
The over starts. Rapture beaten outside the off stump by Chamadou Dita.
But if he does win the election, those home games for Guyana are going to be huge, Terry. They're going to be massive.
And the full support to not only the CPL but the Guyana Global Super League and cricket in general. In Guyana, straight delivery, kept out though by Racha.
We got a series taking place, Terry, between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Pakistan needs 100 and
that's a tri series, isn't it?
Yeah.
Afghanistan
scored 169 for 5.
And Bangladesh, I think.
So much cricket happening around, right, Terry? It's just unbelievable.
So much cricket happening that the head of the ICC couldn't keep up with it, could he?
And I would want to say congratulations also to the Vinci Jewels.
Yes, they're on the thing and caught.
Beautiful catch.
Good sharp catch there.
What a catch there.
Hit low and hard back to the bowler in Chamadita and took it clean as a whistle to complete the West Indies under-19's innings. They've been bowled out for under their full quota or inside their full quota of 50 overs. Cleaned up for 201 all out.
And again,
excellent.
And again, Terry,
bowling performance by Sri Lankan under-19s. And again, you're miles off your 60.
But
you're nowhere near your 230, and I still don't think we got enough.
But they
runs on the board.
But they didn't bat 50 overs.
That's what I said to you, though. They weren't going to bat 50 overs.
So you're ginger vitamin.
It was imperative. Now you give that to Marley. It's his birthday. Anyway,
I have to give Mali more than a ginger vitamin, so I'll find him something special. But anyhow, Terry,
West Indies under-19s bowled out for 201 in 47.5 overs. So Sri Lanka under-19s will be chasing 202 for victory to square the series here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The players will take their lunch break. So will we here on Cricket 360, and we'll be back in about 35 minutes with the run chase. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the resumption of play in this, the second Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. News from the ground is that West Indies under-19s won the toss and elected to bat, and they were bowled out for 201 in 47.5 overs. 202. Wow, that was a real loosener there by Jakeem Pollard, first ball of the Sri Lanka reply. Obviously slipped out of their hand. He called wide initially, but he's changed that to a no ball for bouncing off the cut pitch, or landing off the cut pitch. So we're going to have a free hit first up. Sri Lanka chasing 202 to square the series. Pollard into another high lifting delivery. Batsman doesn't make contact, so he gets away with that free hit. Chamadita is on strike. He's opening the batting with Tilakaratne. 202 is the victory target for the young Sri Lankans. West Indies under-19s continued to lose wickets at regular intervals. Joshua Dawn, the captain, leading the way with a fine 82 of 112 deliveries. Pollard in again. Played quietly into the offside by Chamadita. Score remains on 1 without loss. So left arm seamer, big tall strapping lad, Jakeem Pollard, is bowling with 2 slips. Third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. He's into Chamadita. Better line, better direction, that delivery. Played off the outer portion of the bat into the point area where it's fielded, no run. Be looking for early inroads here. The West Indies under-19s. Sri Lanka bowled very well as a unit. Again, leg spinner, Akash, being the pick of the bowlers. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30 to back up a 4 for 33 that he took in the first match. He's had a go at that one. Chamadita through to keeper Nelson, no run. And he was well supported by Chamadita, who was opening the innings here. 8.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. And Kavija Gamage, the century maker from the first match. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28. So West Indies under-19s bowled out for 201 of 47.5 overs. We're in the first over of Sri Lanka's reply. Down the leg side this time, Pollard. Wide called. Another extra. 2 without loss. Both being extras. Similar start to when Sri Lanka were bowling. First 4 runs came from extras, 4 wides. Brilliant sunshine here at Coolidge at the moment. Pollard in again. Better delivery, well watched by Chamadita. But yes, they will want early inroads. Not a huge target. Expect the pitch to play even better now that it's had the sun baking down on it for the majority of the day. But runs on the board is runs on the board. Sri Lanka still have to get them. So that Pollard completes the first over of the Sri Lanka run chase. And after one over, it's 2 without loss. So 202 is the target. We've got a few supporters in the ground today. Some Trinidad supporters for their Brendan Boodoo and company. Former West Indies fast bowler Winston Benjamin is chatting to downstairs. Leeward Islands player, manager, coach, Mr. Hugo. Also Leeward Islands chairman of selectors, Samuel Best Spencer, is Matthew Miller, a local boy, take up the attack from Boy. This the commentary box end, wide down the leg side. Nelson does well to get a glove to it. And they go through for an extra run, wide called. So the score moves on to 4 without loss. We're in over number 2. So both Pollard and Matthew Miller was failing to get their direction right early. Miller is also bowling to 2 slips, backward point, third man on the boundary, in again and another wide. This time outside off stump to the left-handed Tilakaratne. Again going across the left-hander. This time umpire says it's fair enough delivery. Well, 5 without loss in the second over. Chamadita has faced all 7 legitimate deliveries so far. Plays that one into the backward point region. Can't beat the field, no run. He's now taken the slip out. So we've got 1 slip, third man, backward point, sweeper on the cover point boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg inside the circle. This one's played to short extra cover. Captain Dawn does the fielding and there's no run. We're looking for steady, positive start. Sri Lanka, they got themselves into early trouble in the first match where they were 38 for 4 after 11 overs, chasing 257 to win. That's cut away past backward point and very good running. They pick up 2. So Chamadita is off the mark, he's on 2. 7 without loss in over number 2. Yes, so they'll be looking for a lot more from their top order in this second youth one-day international. Miller in again to the left-handed Chamadita, who's driving up to Dawn at mid-off, and they take a single. He moves on to 3, 8 without loss. Brings Pulisha Tilakaratne on strike, face his first delivery. Field swapping round for the right-hander. Miller's employed second slip. In he comes now to Tilakaratne. Full pitch delivery. Clipped nicely backward of square by Tilakaratne. He picks himself up 2 to get himself going. And the over is complete. So after 2 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s 10 without loss. Chamadita's on 3. Tilakaratne is on 2. And that's in pursuit of 202 to win and square the series. Course 7-match series this. Great preparation for both teams heading into the ICC Men's Under-19s Cricket World Cup coming up in January next year in Africa, Zimbabwe and Namibia. Pollard right on target, forced up to mid-on by Chamadita, and there's no run. Left-handed Pollard over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off as he runs in now from the northern end. And that beats him. Good delivery, that one by Pollard. It's moved away a touch. Forced to play was Chamadita. Didn't take the outside edge. And the umpire just having a little word with Pollard not to encroach on the danger zone. And he's follow through. So 2 slips, backward point, third man on the boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. This one squeezes off the outer portion of the bat, all the way along the ground to cover, and there's no run. Pollard a lot more in control of his line in this is second over. In again to Chamadita, moves in behind the ball, plays it into cover, no run. Four dot ball so far by Pollard.
I thought driving trucks at
Lifting ball outside of stump, shoulders, arms does Chamadita. Pollard runs towards us now from the northern end into Chamadita. Has a go at that one. Fuller length. Flashing blade. Missed through to keeper Nelson to complete the over. A maiden by Pollard. Score remains on 10 without loss. So I welcome back Vernon Springer after his luncheon interval.
Good afternoon, Terry. Just the Cricket West Indies under 19 captain Joshua Dawn seeking to get early wickets. And when Sri Lanka need 192, it was only over number 3. 3 overs bowled. We got 2 slips. I don't know if you need 2 slips, Terry. Going around 192 in 282 deliveries.
They need early wickets, so men in catching positions early. See if there's anything on offer. Miller starts a new over.
No ball there by Matthew Miller. Overstepping.
Another free hit for the Sri Lankans. They didn't make the most of the previous one. That was off Jakeem Pollard.
I think the Sri Lankans under 19 are going to be very conservative in this one, Terry. They want to be able to make sure they get a good platform, good start. That will be their main focus.
He's bowling off the no ball or free hit and misses the stumps as they pinch a single.
So,
how does he call bye for that?
did he call bye?
Yeah.
I don't think he called bye, did he?
A clean bowling.
No, but he didn't call. Let me see the signal again.
See?
We'll get back to that, Terry.
Interesting.
190 in 281 balls.
Anyway, he was bowled off the free hit, was Tilakaratne. They stole a single.
They stole a single.
So it's 12 for none.
Umpire Nigel Duguid. Carter very wide there at slip, Terry.
Yes, just the one slip for Chamadita.
I know Miller is looking for early swing, Terry, but I would just like to see him maybe attack the stumps and bowl the ball into the surface, especially on today's track where the ball is not doing much really. Maybe just like to see him just attack the stumps a lot more. Just vary his pace. Maybe bowl some cutters.
Miller in again to Tilakaratne, wide down the leg side.
He's pushing the ball, he's pushing. Because he's looking for swing really. He just needs to stand up and really complete his action really, more or less. Looking for early swing, no need for him. Just come and bowl the ball wicket to wicket. Get your rhythm going. In Antigua and Barbuda, it's 1:57 and the sun is very hot. No need to try nothing. Don't give her any extras. It's much better. On the money. Bowl as straight as possible.
Yeah, but the best ball he bowled was the free hit delivery. He nailed his Yorker.
Yeah, well, the batsman was backing away, so. And he was said to you,
Obvious
Terry, that it
reasons.
was a free hit. So he was looking for an expansive boundary. Miller will have other ideas.
Exactly. Keep it in your mind, though.
See, that's a wasted delivery. No need for that today. Yeah,
Yeah, so he clean bowled him, and then if you have a look at umpire Duguid, see he signals a bye.
What is signal 5?
Is that what he signaled?
Yeah.
How could it be 5 though?
No, it can't be 5. So
No, just
we
one.
maybe need to get that. I need to clarify that, Terry, in terms of his signal. Find out that from the match referee.
Well, you wouldn't be happy if you're the keeper, would you? Good shot. pass backward point for 4 off the blade of Tilakaratne. First boundary of the innings, 14 without loss.
Yeah,
18 without loss, I should say.
Miller in his first game, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 59 runs, 2 wickets. Started expensive, Terry, in the first spell, but his second and third spells in the first game, he really came into his own with the ball a lot more older, and I think that's where he's most dangerous. Matthew Miller. Again, pushing the ball again. Has to stand up and bowl the ball. He's falling away.
Another extra, another wide, 19 without loss. Yes, but he's more or less in this West Indies under-19 squad, as we were talking off-air during the luncheon interval. He's more or less forced to open with Jakeem Pollard. I see them as the 2 strike bowlers because there's no out-and-out pace bowler in this squad for West Indies under-19s. Nevertheless, the over comes to an end. We've had 4 overs. And Sri Lanka under-19s chasing 202 for victory and 19 without loss. Tilakaratne is on 6 and Chamadita is on 4.
I think one will have to understand, Terry, the only reason why Matthew Miller opened the bowling for the Leeward Islands at the under-19 level was because of the situation with Time Tong not participating in that tournament, who is really easily one of the fastest bowlers, and was also part of this West Indies under-19 squad, because they'd already identified a couple of players. So he's been one of the outstanding young fast bowlers from the Leeward Islands based on the mishap what happened. That's why Miller really would have had to open the bowling there, but I don't think Miller is a new ball bowler per se. I was looking at lunchtime and saw Gittins and company who were warming up. I just think Miller is a more old ball bowler, somebody who comes in the middle part of the overs and bowls with a lot more control. You're automatically asking him now to be out and out fast bowler when he's really not an out and out fast bowler.
Yes, very true. And hence the reason why he's struggling with these line and length. 20 without loss as the right-handed Tilakaratne comes into strike. He's on 6, facing the left arm seam of Jakeem Pollard.
Sort of Jim Allen wide stance, Terry. Very low as well too. Very compact in defense, coming across and covering the line of his off stump. West Indian under-19 cricketers have to take care of the new ball. Can't be just throwing around the ball on the surface like that. Raja just throwing the ball one bounce. This is the 5th over with a new ball in your hand. You got to take care of the ball. It's something these youngsters have to be taught. Tilakati, good technique being demonstrated by him, Terry. Playing the ball as late as possible. Presentation of his bat is nice and straight. Using his top hand. Like I said, when you look at his stance, almost like a Jim Allen style. Turned nicely played. Nice soft hands. Don't see a lot of energy from the Cricket West Indies under-19, Terry. Maybe I guess the West Indies Academy boys have spoiled us.
Maybe. Or are these guys still trying to get to know each other? Pollard now employing two slips to the left-handed Chamadita. A good effort there at mid-off by Van Lang, it looks like. Diving
Yeah, he put
full
his,
stretch.
put his body on the line there. That's a big save there from Van Lan. Had that gone past him, he'd have had to be running for all his worth. But he didn't have to. Don't know if Joshua Dawn might consider himself. He might maybe have to bowl a couple of overs today.
Played past the backward point fielder for another 2. Tilakaratne moves on to 9, 24.
Remember the West Indies under 19 were bowled out for 210 in 47.5 overs. It's the second time during the series that they have failed to bat their entire 50 overs. Something that coaches always emphasize on. So many deliveries left. Because of that, Terry Laraja won for me a ginger vita malt. I did say they would get 65 in the last 10. They failed in the process. And right now Sri Lanka needs 178 in 270 balls, 178 singles. It's really a pleasure working with you, Terry. I enjoy this.
Always, Vernon.
Just Miss Mali here today,
Yes.
celebrating his Earth Day. Happy Earth Day again to you, Mali.
So we've got to change a bowler from this, the commentary box. In Racha comes into the attack, and that one's played quietly down to third man by Chamadita for another single. He moves on to 7. Tilakaratne is on 9, 25 without loss in over number 6. So they're doing their job currently. The young Sri Lankans, they don't need to be in any hurry.
They don't have to take any risk, Terry. 177 in 269 balls.
Exactly.
They're in front of the, as you would say, they're
ahead of the game.
well, can't say they're ahead of the game because we see what happened in the last game. They were ahead until wickets started to fall.
Yeah, but I think they're making a conservative effort here this time of keeping wickets in hand. They've made a lot better start to proceedings. As I said earlier, they were 38 for 4 after 11 overs in that first match.
The track today, Terry, is, would it be fair to say that it is sort of played at 2 pace?
Yes, very fair to say. Good shot.
Sweetly timed cover
Lovely
drive.
stride into
Wow.
that and licked it right through the covers beautifully.
I think that's the shot of the day, Terry.
Most definitely.
Textbook style. Let's look at this, Terry.
Off the blade of Tilakaratne.
Half volleys must be put away, Terry.
Yeah,
And
but he
that
got the stride in and that was
execution.
beautiful.
That was perfect shot, man. Can't bowl those, Raja. Can't bowl half volleys. You got to hit the deck.
He
I think the
moved.
bowlers here are trying to look for swing, Terry. I don't think they're going to get swing today with this hot sun here at all.
Van Lang limping off the ground
Yeah.
after that save in the previous over.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it
not,
might be his knee.
that's not a good sign at all.
Not at all. 29 without loss. Tilakaratne moves on to 13. Substitute fielder in Shakwan Barrel. Has come onto the ground.
It's not a good sign at all. And he's one of their bowling options, so let's hope that he gets some treatment and get back out onto the park very quickly. As well as, that's why I was saying maybe Joshua Dawn will have to bowl some overs today.
Racha into Tilakaratne. Plays it late into the point region, no run. Got a man on the deep backward point boundary. And third man on the fence.
Really deep back of square.
Deep backward square, I should say, yes. And the right-handed Tilakaratne. Again, plays with a nice straight bat to complete the over. So at the end of over number 6, Sri Lanka under-19s in reply to West Indies 201 all out at 29 without loss.
Sun has been beating down here, Terry. And even though we're in our ice box here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, just every now and again I try to take a walk around. See Ardell down there exercising, getting himself going. I think we have to get a tent for Ardell. Sun is blaring down on him. Both of our camera guys.
Tell you.
But
At least this end you got shade. But all down the other end, not a blade of shade in sight.
Well, he's got breeze.
If he didn't, he'd be passed out by now, brother, let me tell you.
Oh, he could maybe have one of the buckles of the Dasani water, which he took over for lunch. Wow. All right, we're just having some fun here. 360 team.
And Mr.
Squeezed
Black's
away.
company on the scoreboard.
Down in the third man area.
One of them trying to hide behind the scoreboard for a bit of
some-
shade, bit of relief.
Some days, Terry, you just have a natural heat and no breeze. So thank God that we're having a breeze.
Well, true.
Partnership is 30 off 39 deliveries, Terry.
You're trying to say it could be worse.
Oh, certainly could be. It certainly could be, Terry. It certainly could be.
Good little opening partnership, though, this for Sri Lanka.
But when you're chasing a small total like this,
Yes,
the opening partnership is always very important.
Right.
And these two have demonstrated to the game plan. Get a good start.
Tilakaratne up on his toes. Plays it into the offside, no run. Pollard continuing from the northern end. And again, the umpire, first official warning for Pollard. Following through in the danger zone down there at the northern end. So if he does it again, he'll be out of the match. And that would be even bigger blow. Van Lang off, injured, and your main bowler could be taken out of the attack. It's a good ball, rising delivery, but played by Tilakaratne. He's a short guy, but he got on top of it, played it down at his feet.
During the series, Terry, maybe you want us to spend some time out and have a look at the new franchise squads. Because I've got some reservations, and sometimes, I don't really know if we really still do really understand the franchise system. And I'm going to come back to a statement that I want to make, Terry, in a while.
And that one beats him. A couple of deliveries there in a row by Pollard. He shook him up with the shorter ball, the previous ball. That one just moved away. Didn't get the outside edge though. Tilakaratne survives. 30 for without loss in over number 7.
I wanted to look at someone like Isaiah Thorne, who I felt that, we've really just
dropped the ball badly.
Yeah, not only dropped the ball. He was a young man with full of potential, raw, Colin Croft style, shaking up everybody.
Aggressive.
We were looking at him right here. It's
Can't get a game.
just amazing. Not only can't get a game, Terry. Remember the team went to England. Thorne went to England. And then the Ghana Cricket Board, I think, asked for Thorne to come back home. Was it to play under 19?
No. To come back home to join the senior
The
squad.
senior squad.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Can't get a game.
Then never
played
not
2
been here.
games in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and then the excuses have been hearing that Thorne is injured.
How do they know he's injured?
Yeah.
He never moves out of the pavilion.
Send him back to the academy. That's all I'm
Exactly.
saying.
21, 22 years of age. They say the academy is available up until the age of 25, or including the age of 25. What's the point of him playing or being a part of his home franchise squad
But it's more than
and nobody plays him?
It's more than that, Terry, because there's a lot of double standards that are happening. Because you had players last year from Jamaica who ended up playing for the combined campuses and colleges squad. Now I'm saying this is West Indies cricket, right? And you want your best youngsters to be able to get an opportunity. I'm saying send Thorne either to the combined campuses or colleges or to the academy or somewhere so he can be able to play. Now we've held this young man back for a period of time, and it concerns me because I'm not sure if we really understand, Terry, when we pick young players and when we retard the growth of young players.
Raja starts a new over. And Shamudita just knocks that into mid-wicket, takes a single. 31 without loss in over number 8. No, I totally agree with you, Vernon. And at the end of the day, I mean, they brought in they're talking about a breakout league. They needed something to fill the gap, if you like, when you don't get picked for the franchise, you're not in the academy. So they brought the academy in for players between 18 and 25. They ended up turning the breakout league into a T20 league. Pinched a single there as that whacked cover fieldsman on the shin. Bounced off. They picked a single. That was Matthew Miller there at cover. 32 without loss. But then, as you say, if you just have these guys touring round as part of a squad but not playing, eventually you're going to lose them. Not just from your franchise, but from the game itself.
That one kept low.
Very low. Well done by Nelson, though. Got both legs behind it.
You know, we see this. You know, the talking point around right now is Hayden Walsh Jr. But in fairness, Terry, if even before the competition, Hayden Walsh Jr.'s best performances has been playing for Barbados. He's when he's played for the Leeward Islands, he's never been in song. He's never performed relatively for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. His best performance is when he was with Barbados, right? Because they understood how to manage a Hayden Walsh.
And that's fine. I don't particularly have a problem. That was the same last year with our good friend Kieran Powell, I should say. You know, I can understand they're going for youth and they're encouraging that. Cricket West Indies are encouraging that too. Beautiful shot, but appeal for the catch.
I think it dropped.
Yeah, the batsman's not.
I think he caught it.
He's giving him.
Well, I think he caught it. It was a good low catch. Let's look at our television replay there. The
Because he
umpire.
middled it, but the pole is right in front of me.
Oh, so you were blocked, but
Yeah.
it was a good catch. But I think the umpire didn't. Square leg umpire said that he caught it. The standing umpire. Let's look at this delivery.
Wasn't sure.
Terry. It was a good positive shot. He didn't go across. Just the hands went. Let's look at it, Terry.
Yeah, excellent.
I think it's an excellent catch.
Diving catch there, backward point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was that Boodoo? Boodoo taking that catch
excellent.
there. It's a live wire.
So Raja strikes for West Indies under 19s. Sri Lanka under 19s lose their first wicket. The score is 32 for 1 over number 8.
West Indies would have lost their first wicket on 6 for 1, 6 for 2. So, good sharp low catch there.
Now, I'm confused. Alright, that's better. Alright, they changed it now. So, Chamadita is gone. He middled it beautifully, but an excellent diving catch there. But the pillar of the stand here at Coolidge
You didn't get it wrong in time.
was right. Right. Right, and now it's my fault. So Buddha removed to his left a bit.
You didn't get around the post in time, Terry. That was a bender, and you needed to get around, to bend the ball around, Terry. You didn't do a good job there at all, Terry. All fun, folks. 32 for 1. Sri Lanka need 117, 253 balls. Raja has struck earlier clock.
And the new batsman is Wenkunagoda.
Unfortunately, the main score seem not to have picked up his number.
Well, I'm going off the electronic scoreboard.
Well, they're supposed to be in sync.
Well, everything's supposed to be in sync, but
So
nothing really.
Somebody has dropped the ball. I don't know. Hopefully they'll get it right.
32 for 1 anyway, after 8. Archer picking up the wicket. 1 for 7 off 2 overs.
Still Pollard.
Still Pollard, yes. Tilakaratne will be on strike. He's on 14.
They're strengthening the slip cordon. They have a short third man.
Short third man.
I don't understand this, Jerry.
Yeah, 2 slips, a short third man, and a backward point. He bowls the ball down the leg side anyway, and they could take a single. To the bemusement of Vernon Springer. $33 for 1. Tilakaratne moves on to 15. Brings Kunagoda onto strike.
Well, somebody seems not to be able to be figuring out. Our main scoreboard is giving us a torrid time here, Terry, on the television screen.
Yes.
Let's hope that they get it right.
Another left-hander on Kunagoda. And he plays this late and plays it well. Pass backward points. Chase on.
Big save by
well.
Mr. Miller.
And saves 2. They take 2. And Kunagoda off the mark with 2. 35 for 1. There we go. We seem to got the scoreboard back on the monitor now. And Kunagoda made 21
I think it is something that
in the first match. Attends or comes from St. Joseph's College in Colombo.
looks a big under 19 as well too.
Yeah, he seems to like playing square of the wicket,
We're in a very big number,
like left-handers.
number 46.
Everybody's got a big number as far as you're concerned. Who was 46 now?
Wonder Bravos.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Dwayne,
just checking.
I think.
Oh, Darren. Dwayne is 47.
Okay, sorry.
Squared up, played it nicely, soft hands down to the third man area. Miller had some extra lunch, got it over the keeper's head, backed up On the onside there. They're still persisting, Terry, with this 2 slips. And a short third man in the gully for the right-hander. So let me see what the execution will be here. More or less like he's almost like in a fly slip position. He must have known something that I don't know about.
Well, yeah, it's only for Tilakaratne. So they must have seen something. Beautiful drive. Straight past mid-off. Chases on. Ball wins. 4 more to Tilakaratne. Good looking shot, that one. Moves on to 19. It's 40 for 1.
Now, Terry, in a cricket game, you have to get your angles right. And where that mid-off fielder was, had he been... He's still going to his left.
He's wide, yeah.
If the left-hander is bowling, he certainly has to go to his right because the cover and the mid-off are doing the same work.
But it's almost he's strengthening the cover because, as you say, with the left-hander, he's not going to drive it. Now he's moving. There you go. They heard you, but he still didn't move very far, though, did he?
He has to go to his right, Terry. He has to go 5 meters to his right. The ball that was hit just a while ago would have gone straight to him.
Because he driving it straight, as you do.
If you're going to be bowling half volleys, Terry, you got to be able to run in and hit the deck.
Steered to backward point, who makes a half stop. They take a single. Voodoo there, backward point. Took the excellent catch to get rid of Chamadita.
Another facet of the area I find that we're not concentrating on, Terry, is spending enough time on field placing and getting the players to understand the angles and what you're looking for. You know, it doesn't make sense, Terry, that some bowler comes up and tell you he wants his fancy field and he's not going to be bowling
to the field.
To the field.
Yeah.
Because you can't set a field for bad bowling anyhow. I find a lot of the captains tend to react. We have a hold up here. The physio for Sri Lanka team. I think he's excited to come on the field since yesterday. The umpire had to tell him, hold on, you don't need you on yet.
Ushered off on Saturday, didn't he? Well, it's the first bit of work he's had to do today.
Yeah. Enjoys his job though. You can see that. What is happening here now, Terry?
I'm not sure. Looks like Tilakaratne needs some...
He wants a tablet.
Something. Maybe he's got a headache.
Well, he got the natural paracetamol. Gets it now, and the headache will be gone.
There we go.
Sri Lanka need 161 in 246 balls. I think it might have been a nice time for the West Indies to maybe have regrouped very quickly.
He looks in pretty good touch, Tilakaratne.
This is over number 9. Players' welfare are so important, Terry.
Especially when it's so hot, the heat sap your energy.
Yeah, if anything is going to happen, one thing for sure that you know is going to be used up is ice, water. You could never have enough water.
Tilakaratne is good again. Aracha will continue from this, the commentary box end. 41 for 1. Plays that to mid-on, and there's no run.
Mid-on pretty close there.
Racha in again to Tilakaratne, up on his toes. Plays it into the cover region, no run. That's interesting. That's Laws, I mean, is it? At short fine leg. Now, the position he stands for when Pollard, left arm seamer, is bowling and he's at mid-off is the position he holds for the right-handed Racha at short fine leg. Which hasn't pleased Springs one bit.
Score game awareness, Terry. Like I said, Terry, as coaches, we don't spend enough time on sorting and working out the angles with these young cricketers.
Pure for LBW, it's definitely going down leg.
It's going to be interesting to see how Don handles his bowlers after this power play, and who will be in the conversation, whether he will be spin friendly, because Vanlan is off the field, so we know that he has one less option in terms of the medium pace. We've seen 3 bowlers so far.
Yes, and we certainly didn't see much seam bowling from the Sri Lankans. Just 12 overs of seam they used between their 2 opening bowlers.
But there's also a myth too that, you would hear most persons say, Terry, the Sri Lankans and the Indians can play spin bowling very well, and they don't play fast bowling very well, so you think that's what you want to be able to concentrate on. Maiden over there by Rasha. He's certainly working up a groove here. 3 overs, 1 for 7.
And that's very true what you say, Von. Just in this 11 though, don't really have that out-and-out fast bowler.
We see Carter coming on
West
from
Indies.
Just as we talked about it, Terry. Power play completed. Carter, the left-hand spinner, who didn't bowl bad, Terry, in the context of the first game. Seemed to have did his job.
He did. He didn't have a bad game. I mean, it was a good 39 that he scored, and he took 1 wicket, I think, from memory. Where are we? Yes, 1 for 31 of 8 overs.
So, like I said, he
was the second highest wicket taker behind.
Well, Pollard would have bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, 3 wickets. In the context, Matthew Miller also picked up a couple of wickets. Well, let's see how the middle overs will work out, Terry.
Nearly knocked that back. He was the second highest wicket taker in the West Indies Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs championship behind Vital Laws. Laws took 17. Carter took 13. I'd be interested to see if they give Vital Laws a go. He didn't pick up a wicket the other day, but he was the only one really that got some turn out there, some purchase off the strip. Carter started off well though.
So long. Sri Lanka can afford to have a look, Terry.
Most definitely, they got all day. Going at 4 and over, around about. It's good enough.
They have more balls
than runs.
Almost. They need 161 singles in 236 balls. And they've been maybe given a stern warning.
Carter starts with a maiden.
Yeah. So we've had back-to-back maidens. First from Raja, now from Carter, the left-arm spinner, who's bowling from this CIU road end. And this is after West Indies under 19 were dismissed for 201. The Sri Lankan under 19 going about their business quietly.
So Raja will continue from the commentary box end. Bowling to Tilakaratne. Tilakaratne is on 20. When Kunagata is on 3. Plays that nicely, beats backward points. Sweeper comes round and they pick up 2. Moves to 22. Sri Lanka under 19s, 43 for 1.
He's very strong in that area, Terry. He tends to play the ball square very well.
He does indeed. He's looked good today. Didn't get going in the first match, as they say. He only scored 1, but he's looked quite good today. 22 off some 32 deliveries, the 3-4s. Drops that down. Thought he could have done a bit more with that. Ball angling down leg side. A bit of bounce there from Raja though. Raja's into his 4th over, 1 for 9. He's the wicket taker for West Indies under 19 so far, dismissing Chamadita on a brilliant catch at backward point by Brendan Boodle for 9. Let's turn better, backward a square for an easy single.
I think the basics of fielding, Terry, is that you got 2 hands. So you want to be able to run in, Terry, and you keep your eyes on the ball, and you pick up the ball both hands. Can't be scrabbling. The basics are always the basics.
Well played by Kunagata. Picks up 1, he moves to 4. Yes, basics of fielding, you're always taught to use both hands whenever possible. Raja in again to Tilakaratne, up on his toes again, beats backward points. This time just the single out to the sweeper. Good return. 46 for 1, 24 to Tilakaratne. Field swaps over for the left-handed Kunagata. Getting into a bit of a partnership here. They haven't panicked after the loss of opener Chamadita. These 2 are added 14 so far. As Raja's over comes to an end, so Sri Lanka under 19s chasing 202 for victory, or 46 for 1 after 12 overs. Tilakaratne is on 24, and when Kunagata is on 4.
49 dot balls in the process, Terry. They need 156 on 228 balls. I think Cricket West Indies, they're going to need wickets. They're going to need to keep working at it. And maybe just force the pressure back on the Sri Lanka under 19s. Got to create something. You got to create an avenue. I don't know if you need the long off, Terry. I think he needs to come into the 30-yard circle. It's early days. Maybe I can maybe live with the sweeper. I'm not too sure that I want the sweep out there. This is just only over number 13. So caught
Bowling. Caught behind. Taken off. Carter does the trick. They haven't picked him. He come round the wicket that time too. Tilaka out there.
That one had some bounce and spin on it, Terry.
Yeah. And the big man.
Good low catch there by the captain, Dawn. Bounce.
Took the edge.
Yeah.
Easy as you like. So Sri Lanka lose their second wicket just as that partnership was forming. 46 for 2. As Tilakaratne, who was looking good, gone for 24.
You got a century maker coming out.
Looks so. Kavija Gamage.
Gamaje. Would be important if they could knock him over pretty early.
He's coming out to face the slow left arm of Zachary Carter, who's bowled 7 deliveries, hasn't conceded a run, and picked up a very important wicket of Polisha Tilakaratne. So interesting times. Sri Lanka wouldn't want to lose any more wickets this early into the run chase. West Indies under 19's hunting wickets.
Again, Terry, this is a new batsman. 2
new batsmen really at the
and
crease.
we've just given away a single.
He's still got the long off, yes.
Yeah,
and he's still got the sweeper on a couple points.
Just doesn't add up, Terry. You can't just give a batsman a single run like that.
Interesting. Another right-hander, but he's gone back over the wickets. Good fielding there. Backward point by Boodoo. Or that would have gone for 4.
Got to bring that man up into the circle.
And that's a chance.
Dropped.
Yeah, he made the ground. Boodoo couldn't hold on.
Got to catch those, Terry.
That could be a big moment in the game.
It was there, Terry. Got to catch that.
Kamage, just the second ball he's faced, yet to get off the mark. Dropped on naught. Century maker from the previous match.
Got to catch that, Terry.
Well, he made the ground, he just couldn't hold on to it.
Got to catch that. You got to catch that.
Bump this time, straight to cover.
Sure.
Interesting. And good down bowling by Carter. Changing his angles, coming over the wicket. Started the over. He picked up the wicket of the other right-hander in Tilakaratne from around the wicket. Kamage not happy with something.
Yeah. Maybe
He's going to set the field now. He's asked the extra cover to go a bit squarer. Well, how does that work? Good over.
maiden.
Wicket maiden.
Yeah.
So that's 2 maidens on the trot. 1 for none for Zachary Carter.
In fact, it should be 3.
Should be 3.
Yeah,
What?
3 maidens.
No.
He's bowled 2 maidens so far,
Yeah.
and
Oh, 3 in all, you mean?
yeah,
Yes, yeah.
you see, we have the Miller stand. We also have the Turner stand now.
We do?
Yeah, Elaine Turner
Oh, they're over there.
looks like her mom here. They've just slipped in this afternoon. Think we have a game on here, Terry?
Well, all of a sudden, couple of quick wickets, 2 new batsmen at the crease when Kunagora is on 4. He's just faced the 12 deliveries.
Could have been 46 for 3.
Could have been. At Jardy.
This has been a 2-pace wicket, Terry. It's really not come on as it would have liked.
Yeah, no, I thought it would have quickened up and come on a lot better onto the bat this afternoon.
Still got some,
Since we haven't had any more rain.
yeah, but it's still like it's still got some moisture sweeping through. It's sort of 2-pace as compared to the first track. Driven up to mid-off. Captain Dawn just lobs a return back to a keeper. This might be Raja's last over. Maybe all spin attack sooner rather than later. But I'm not the captain. Shot boy. It's a beautiful shot. Good stop there by the young man.
Yeah, what's he into? His 5th over.
Yeah.
1 for 12 with 1 maiden.
I just think, Terry, that he just falls away. I'd like to see him just stand up. You know, get that non-bowling arm up and really hit the deck. Really, just his head tends to go more down the leg side rather than to the batsman.
Pick up 2 there for when Kunagora. He moves to 6. So 48 for 2. We're in over number 14. 202 victory target for Sri Lanka under 19s.
Captain has removed the slip now.
Good delivery, beaten, fumbled by the keeper, but he retrieves, no run. Interesting though that the captain, Dinsara, has dropped himself down the order. As he's looking for the informed Gamage.
Maybe give him he's been the informed batsman, give him an opportunity to have more balls. Have an early look. This is a different track today.
Good shot. Picked up by Dawn at mid-off. They take 1 to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka under 19s 49 for 2. That's after 14 overs. In pursuit of 202 for victory. And the players will take a water break. And we'll take a break also on Cricket 360. We'll be back.
Back with the cricket action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. News is that the Sri Lankan team have moved up to 56 for 2. They need 146 more runs in the process. Carter continues. Joined by my colleague Terry.
Yes, the interesting stage of proceedings here at Coolidge. It's pulled through the mid-wicket area by Wenkuna Goda. Picks up another 2. He moves to 10, 58 for 2. And that's the completion of over number 15. So 144 more required by Sri Lanka under-19s in 35 overs. West Indies under-19s be hunting wickets.
Yeah, Hugo and
And Samuel Spencer in the crowd today. Keen eye on the match. We're going to have a change of bowler. From this, the commentary box in as Vital Laws comes into the attack. Pulled through the mid-wicket area for a single of his first delivery by Wankunagoda. By Gamage. Vital Laws, as we say, is the leading wicket taker with 17 wickets at 12.65 apiece in the CWI Rising Stars Under 15's 50 Overs Championship for this season. Left arm spin, we nearly chopped that on, did Nkudagora. Kept a bit low outside his off stump.
Announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can 3 signs.
First match, Laws bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 36. Slip in plays, he's in now, tosses that one up. Played back to the bowler by Nkunagoda, no run. 59 for 2. Over number 16. Comprise another couple of wickets out here. It'll certainly make the game very interesting. West Indies under-19s. It's hit firmly through the hands of it's like Pollard there at cover. They take a single. Kunagata moves on to 11. 60 for 2. Right-hander Gamage comes back into strike. He's on 6. So a slip, backward point. This man sweeping on the cover point boundary. Extra cover. Mid-off, where that last delivery is played to. So completes Laws' first over. So 3 runs coming from it. 59 for 2. 60 for 2. Manual scoreboard. We'll do an excellent job. Just a run behind the electronic scoreboard at the moment. Zachary Carter. The slow left arm spin will continue. He's bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. He's been exceptional this afternoon. Just gets down on that, does Wenkunagora. Keeps out. Rather straight delivery by Carter. Slip backward point. Extra cover. Man sweeping on the cover point boundary. Mid off. Long on. Mid wicket. Deep square leg. And fine leg inside the circle. As that's played up to mid on for a single. So 61 for 2 Sri Lanka under 19s. Pursued a 202 for victory. Beautiful sunshine continues here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, a home of Cricket West Indies. That's played through the cover region. Extra cover gets a hand onto it. Sweeper cleans up. Another one to Gamage, moves on to 7. And Kunagata is on 12, 62 for 2. Carter into Kunagata. Plays it easily up to a long on for another single. So he's keeping it tight, is Zachary Carter. Tosses that one up. Gamage doesn't get any timing behind the ball. It just bounces back to the bowler who does his own fielding. Yeah, he's got that one through this time, and this will challenge the ropes and crosses it now. Good shot there by Kagame. He tried to get earlier in the over through the cover field, the extra cover and the cover fieldsman.
I think it was also a no ball to Terry. He overstepped.
No good. Another free hit. Gamage doesn't need any invitation. 66 for 2. He's moved on to 11.
So it should be 68.
And he's missed the free hit, but so is everybody else. And they're going to take 2 byes. Not completes Carter's over. So at the end of the 17th over, Sri Lanka under 19s are 70 for 2. Kagame is on 11. When Kunagura is on 13. That means they need 122 more to reach their target of 202 and square this 7-match series. They're going well at the moment. Current run rate is 4.12. The required run rate is 4. Ajay Nelson, West Indies under 19's keeper, getting some treatment to his hand. A rough bounce, that return back from the fine leg boundary. So just a slight delay in play as he gets some attention from the physio. The bowling figures thus far for the West Indies under 19s. Jakeem Pollard's 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Matthew Miller, 2 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 16. Aidan Aracha, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 15. Zachary Carter, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. And Vital Laws, 1 over, no maiden, no wicket for 2. Wickets to fall. Viren Chamadita was caught. Budu bowled Aracha for 9. It was 32 for 1 in the 8th over. And Pulisha Tilakaratne was caught by Nelson off the bowling of Carter for 24. And that made it 46 for 2 in the 13th over. They're now 70 for 2 off the 17th over. I actually thought Joshua Dawn caught Tilakaratne at first slip, not keeper Nelson. Would that be right? The second wicket to fall was caught at slip. Got Nelson, the keeper, taking the catch on the scorecard. But anyway, 70 for 2. Start of a new over. Laws, Nelson missed that one. It's gone through everything into the boundary for 4 byes. He snatched it down to kept a little low outside off stump, and he's missed it completely after getting attention to his hand. So 4 more to Sri Lanka, 74 for 2. And we're in over number 18. Of course, 202 required for victory. West Indies under 19s after opting to bat first. Bowled out for 201 in 47.5 overs. Top score, Captain Joshua Dawn. Very well played, 82, and that's cut nicely by Wenkunagora. Trouble in the boundary, 4 more. Cut down past backward point into the 3rd man boundary. So he moves along to 17, 78 for 2. 2 boundaries, 4 byes, and 1 off the blade to start this Laws over. Left arm slow bowler Laws over the wicket to the left-handed Kunagora. Pitched up, dug out into the cover region, no run. Laws in again. This time it's swept past the keeper, travelling down to the fine leg boundary. 4 more. It's the 3rd boundary of the over, as Sri Lankans look to turn it on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Shot up to 82 for 2. We're in over number 18. It came together, the score on 46 for 2. 36-run partnership between Kunagora and Gamage starting to blossom here. West Indies under 19s will be well aware that they need to continue to pick up wickets. It's going to be very hard to contain any side chasing 202 for victory. That's peeled off the bottom part of the bat. Gone down towards fine leg. They pick up another 2. So far off the over. One ball to go. That one kept out by Wenkunagora. to complete the over. So 14 off that Laws over means that Sri Lanka in the 18th on 84 for 2. And Kanagora is on 23 and Gamage is on 11.
Cricket could be such a cool game, Terry.
Absolutely. Well, the first one should have been taken by keeper Nelson. That would have stopped 4 byes, and then they got on a bit of a roll. But nevertheless, Zachary Carter will continue.
Sri Lanka needing 118 in 192 balls. And Joshua Dawn trying to marshal his troops. He needs wickets. Needs to put some pressure back on Sri Lanka.
Cut again by Gamage. Can't beat Boodoo at backward point. Yes, wickets. Order of the day for West Indies under 19s. Sri Lanka well in front of the clock.
Gamage is not batting in a helmet, so you know he's in.
Oh, and he's hit it straight to short extra cover. Good catch taken by Vital Laws. Zachary Carter picks up his second.
Yeah, he wasn't to the pitch of that ball, just the hands going there. Hit it hard with a good catch.
And
Let's look at the temptation here, Terry.
Yeah, well, it was there for the drive, but he never got over the top of it.
Don't think he got to the pitch of it. And his left foot never got.
From Vital Law's previous over. But a good catch by Laws there in it. Short extra cover. Ball was travelling. He took it well. So a big wicket. Certainly a wicket that's kept. Yeah, he tried to clear the front leg and bolted.
See where he's there.
Yeah, instead of
really
getting to the pitch
of the ball
and
there,
keeping it on the ground.
Hit the ball. He'd been able to hit that ball inside out. Over. Kenny would have lost his shape, lost the line of the ball, really.
So this brings the captain to the crease in Vimat Dinsara. Carter into Dinsara. Hits it out to cover, and there's no run. Carter again into Sri Lanka captain. Can't beat backward points.
Think about it, right? Is that Carter is bowling to good line. He's bowling to his field. He knows where he wants the batsman to play the ball, and he's trying to get them to go square. And very good control. His variations.
He's
mixing up his lines as well too. He's a tall guy, even taller than the umpire.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And that's got past Boodoo at backward point. Cover point on the boundary. Does the fielding. Restricts the scoring to 1. So Dinsara is off the mark on 1. The over comes to an end. A successful over there for West Indies under 19s. Zachary Carter picked up his second, the big wicket of the century maker from the first match in Gamage, gone for 11. And at the end of over number 19, Sri Lanka under 19s, 85 for 3. So they need 117 more, 7 wickets remaining. But that is just kept West Indies under 19s in the match. That big wicket of Gamage. They'll be hoping to go bang bang here. Put some pressure on Sri Lanka under 19s. Of course, Captain Dinsara have other thoughts as he faces Laws. It's hit up to mid-off and there's no run. Joaquim Pollard does the fielding.
Like the look of Laws here so far. And he just needs to use various angles in terms of where he's landing on the crease.
Tosses it up again, and just a little inside edge on that one is a stifled appeal for LBW. Yeah, but you're right, Ron, and he's certainly giving himself every opportunity. Not afraid to toss it up. As we say, he was the only one to get some real turn or real purchase off the surface in the first match. He's in again, and that one's played into mid-wicket. They think of a single, but good work there, prevents the run. Score remains on 85 for 2 in over number 20.
They got to believe, Terry.
Yeah,
They have to
for
believe
sure.
that they can prize out.
Especially if they can get the captain.
Yeah. They won their first game. They have to believe. They got to want this.
Tossed
Full
it
toss.
up again, and that one's hit through the cover region with pace. Beats the sweeper out on the cover point boundary into the ropes. First boundary for Dinsara.
What I'd like to see him do, Terry, is just pull the ball into the surface. Don't try anything. Look, he's searching for wickets. No need for him to search for wickets. What he has to do is bowl in tandem with Carter. So he's got a job to do, and he has to be the holding bowler right now. Doesn't need to try anything. And because he went searching for wickets there, he bowled a full toss there and was headed away for a boundary. Just pull the ball into the surface.
Use of the feet this time by Dinsara, but it's the ball straight back to Laws.
Today might just not be his day to get wickets. It might be Carter's day. So he has to understand that and learn very quickly on the job. Don't want to ease the pressure up.
Yeah, it's a bit like taking a leaf out of the Sri Lanka spinners' books. They complemented each other nicely. Laws over comes to an end, so after 20 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s in pursuit of 202 for a victory and 90 for 3. When Kunagoda is on 23 and Dinsara, the captain, is on 6.
Van Lan comes back onto the field, so that's a good sign. Whether he will be needed or not is another question. There we have the Turner's stand.
There we go.
Elaine and her mom. They've really turned out as usual. I think they've attended almost every cricket game that you could think about, Terry. Be it a primary school game, parish league game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, West Indies game,
You name it.
under 19 game. They've been at almost every. They just turned out and really supported in a very big way.
And if you're not from Antigua and Barbuda and you're wondering who we're talking about, it's the ladies that former West Indies Test captain Craig Brathwaite took the whole team over and gave them a complimentary West Indies jersey
You think it is fun just
after we beat
sitting
Bangladesh in the first test.
sitting in the sun? And
Well, exactly.
all the way around, and who you see? In the hot sun on the mound.
Yeah, them.
Remarkable. They have to be the West Indies' #1 supporters.
They sit there all day, every day, as you say, no matter who's playing
No matter who is playing.
or what level, formats, whatever. So Zachary Carter is continuing, 91 for 3. We're in over number 21. And these two, when Kunagoda and Captain Dinsara, content to knock the ball around.
And if this was a night game, Terry, they would have their entire support staff with them,
They would.
which include their children and the other supporters who form part of that gallery
And
that
they-
we see, whether it is at the Mound, whether it is at Ball Beef Liberta or over at Pigots, you name it.
And they'd have a lot more shade to play with also. If it
But
was
they-
a night game.
But even in the sun, they don't worry about the sun, Terry.
They don't too much, do they? Swept and swept well into the boundary. 4 runs. Good looking shot back by Dinsara.
This is good cricket here, Terry.
Yes, excellent.
He got
He got
low,
low and
right
he got
across.
right to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, sweeping.
Yes,
when
you
Wood
got-
was batting
You got to get your hands and your head out in
in
front.
front of you.
So he moves on to 7. When
But I don't think-
Kunagora.
I don't think Carter should be worried too much about that, Terry.
No, he's still.
It takes a special kind of batting to
Yeah.
be able to make that happen.
Yeah.
That's good. That's okay.
That's fine. You want him playing shots. Score goes up to 96 for 3.
Still want to see the long off up there. Don't like to see the long off, Terry. All the way
Play.
back down there. How many balls has he fielded for the day, Terry?
Down there he hasn't fielded any. But when he was up closer, we had a few good stops and then the ball was hit in the air to the extra cover fielder.
Carter's most expensive over so far, or one of the most expensive. 7 runs off the over. You'd want to finish strong. Maybe a dot ball. If they can just string together a couple of dot balls.
Yeah, they need to try and keep the pressure on. They need to keep taking wickets as the over comes to an end. So after 21 overs, 97 for 3, Sri Lanka under 19s. Dinsara's moved on to 12, but where Kunagora has got himself in the over, and he's on 24 of 36 deliveries.
Sri Lanka need 105, Terry, from 174
Yeah,
deliveries.
exactly. So they're still well in front of the clock. West Indies under 19s need to keep taking wickets.
I'm not bad at slip here, Terry.
All right, notice that. What a catch that was.
Caught one. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, I just picked up
Vernon's
mosquito.
catching mosquitoes.
making sure that it didn't bite Terry.
Lowell starts a new over, and on the sweep again is Dinsana. It's a bit square this time, so the deep backward square comes around, restricts the scoring to 1.
You know, Terry, I was kind of looking back at under 19 cricket, and you know, you would have seen people like the Brian Lara and the Carl Hooper. One of the best sweepers I think that I've ever seen at the game was Carl Hooper. And he really tormented you. It was almost like a nightmare, because he would give you like a headache having to bowl to Carl Hooper. Especially at the youth level, not on telecom level.
Hoopsy was a star. Oh, he's gone for the sweep. Goes straight up in the air and lobs into the hands of Joshua Dawn when Kunagora tried to emulate his skipper there and made a meal of it.
Yeah, wrong length.
Sri Lanka under 19s lose their 4th when Kunagora's gone for 24. It's 96 for 4.
It was just too full, Terry. It really, it was just too full. Let's look at it again, Terry. It was too full and it was just too close to him, and maybe there was no need for that as well.
Absolutely. Didn't
Let's look at the process, Terry. I think we missed it. We didn't quite get it. Dawn taking another simple catch. .98 for 4. Sri Lanka being put under some real pressure here by the West Indies under 19. They need 104 from 172 balls. One's on the board is one's on the board. Let's look at it now, Terry. It was full. Look where he was going from, Terry.
yes, one.
Yeah, it was just too full.
Too full, out of shape.
And he premeditated that he was going to sweep as well too, because his head moved, which means that the alignment of the ball, it was just not there. He'd have been better served off hitting the ball down to long on and getting an easy single. His coach later in the assessment period will have a few choice words for him. You know, brings in a new player. 98 for 4.
Interesting times.
More than interesting.
Another couple here. You never know. Still over 100 to get.
Is there still another twist to this game?
Could be. Oh, Laws was about to take off there in celebration. The old straight bat.
Well,
Gotten away.
the good thing about it is that he doesn't have a tire celebration, so we're quite all right.
Hina Tagala is the new batsman. Another lefty. Few in this team. He sweeps well all along the carpet. Back with a square. Chase on for the sweeper. Picks up 2. So he's off the mark. The 100 comes up for the Sri Lanka under-19s. 100 for 4. We're in the 22nd over. So 102 more required to square up this series.
That turned.
Yes, he almost followed it too. Not bad ball with Laws.
Yeah, sort of remind me of Dennis Bulai from Jamaica. Always thought that Dennis Bulai had the potential. I think really what was missing is the technical coaches to take him to the next
good
level.
ball.
Oh, that was
True.
beautiful.
Yeah, well bowled. Successful over. Comes to an end. 100 for 4 after 22.
If you look around world cricket, you would see why we have maybe not produced a world-class spinner, you know, like a Rashid Khan and Hasaranga and those guys, to be able to excel. You know, we have spinners, but they're on and off, but they've really not lit up the world. And you can say, well, they're match winners, per
True.
se, consistently. And the thing about spin bowling, Terry, is that it doesn't matter what conditions or where you play. You once you're a champion bowler, you always tend to turn up and look to win games.
Definitely, and that's cracked. He caught that one on the full, played it well, did Hina Tagala, especially for somebody who's just walked to the crease, got it over the big figure there
Carter searching.
of Van Lang at mid-wickets into the boundary for 4.
Carter searching for wickets, Terry. He has to go back to what has worked for him. Bowl that line that he's been bowling all the time. Don't try anything. Just be consistent. Let the batsman make the mistake. You just consider that's the line. That's where he
better.
has to bowl. Don't go searching for anything. But he will learn at this level. At the under-19 level, you know, you can try things. But this is a pressurized situation here. You got to understand your role. Don't give away anything. Make them work for it. They need 98 of 167 balls. Just bowl that particular line that you're bowling all the time. Repetitions, over and over.
So Dinsan has gone on to 17. Hina Tagala is back on strike now. He's on 2. Plays that nicely, guiding it past short third man who chases well. I pick up another 2. 106 for 4.
This cricket becomes harder, Terry, because the higher level you go up, the more you're going to have to understand. You're going to have to learn on the job. That's why it's important for this series, for these young players.
Over the wicket to the left-hander, stifled appeal. It looked like he got one outside the line of that one. Looking to sweep also Hina Tagala. Punches this one straight back to Carter, no run.
I think when you bowl the ball into the surface on this track, Terry, scoring becomes very difficult. When you're offline, that's when the batsmen free up themselves to be able to score.
Yeah, and it takes you some time because it is two pace and still playing two pace. takes the batsman a bit of time to get in, which is why Wakunagoda would be angry with himself that he threw it away there. He had got himself in, so that was a big wicket for West Indies under-19s. He reached 24. He'd been there or faced 6 overs. Now, Sara is the one to try and lead his side home, the captain. He's on 18 off 17. Hina Tagala, the left-hander, is on 4 after 23 overs, 107 for 4. So 95 more required. 6 wickets for West Indies under-19s as Laws starts a new over. Can't beat Pollard there at mid-off. No run. Laws keeps tossing it up though. Got a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Deep backward square leg. Fumble in the field there by Carter at short extra cover, allows the single. So Dinsara moves on to 19, 108 for 4. Left-hander to left-hander, he goes for the sweep, top edge, but falls safely. Runs down towards fine leg for another 2. 110 for 4. Hina Tagala moves on to 6. Fights out Laws over the wicket to the left-hander. Slip-in play. Tries to force that through the cover region. Can't beat the field. Joshua Dawn at slip is asking Laws if he wants a field change, but field remains the same. Swept nicely again by Hina Tagala. Easy single. He moves on to 7. 111 for 4. 1-1-1. Nelson Vernon. Nelson behind the stumps.
Yeah.
See if Nelson can take the catch with the 1-1-1 on the board.
The thing is that we don't have umpire Shepherd around.
No, we don't anymore. And the misfield there by Boodoo at backward square allows for another 2. They don't need that.
Got to stay on your feet and just feel the ball. Just stay on your feet.
That's what they don't do these days, is stay on their feet. Everybody likes to dive and jump and look at me. Over comes to an end. 113 for 4 after 24. Captain Dinsara moving along to 21 off the 20 deliveries.
92 dot balls within the process so far, Terry. Something I'm sure that the coaching fraternity in the Sri Lankan team will be looking at. It'll be also good news for the Cricket West Indies under-19 because it shows that they're still building some pressure. They can just take away the boundary balls. Then you can continue to sneak away. Got to bowl in partnerships. Don't try anything. No need to try anything. Buru is now coming into the conversation. So they pull Carter. Carter spell, Terry?
Yes, he's got a couple of overs left, I believe. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32.
I would have bowled him out, Terry.
Well, I was surprised they didn't. That's clipped nicely.
I would have bowled him out. But I'm just an armchair captain. Joshua Dawn, as the man has been given the responsibilities, and he says, Mr. Springer, I'm going to try Boodoo.
He has had a lot of success in the early part of his career with his off-spin. It's hit firmly, but straight to short extra cover where a big figure of Carter gets in the way.
Yeah. Still feel he's a little bit too close.
Very close, isn't he?
Got to give himself some room.
This time it's played to backward point. No run.
I don't know how many more times I must say this, Terry.
Please, the fielders, give yourself a bit of room.
See what I'm talking about, Terry? If he'd been right back into that position there, he would have just collected that ball. That's what's going to happen. Got to give yourself some room, where at least you can see the ball, especially when it comes off the bat. And you got to get the angles worked out. $87 more required.
Yes, they've got to get rid of the captain, I'd say.
Boodoo has started well. Sri Lanka can afford to have a look at him. Over-completed. And
Halfway stage.
yeah, we are there. 87 from 25 overs. Not bad. Evenly matched as we would consider it. The current run rate is 4.60. The required run rate is 3.48. So the run rate is really not an issue. The issue is how they can be able to build pressure. These bowlers are going to have to bowl in tandem, in partnerships.
Yes, and try and build the pressure. And try and eke out
They have to be
these
clinical.
6 wickets.
Well, not even. The thing about it is that they've got to be able to take their catches. That is what is going to be critical. Law starts his 6th over.
Driven through the cover field to the sweeper on the boundary for easy single to the captain Dinsara.
He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. No need. You see how Akish bowled, Terry? You see how Akish was attacking the stumps all the time? It's almost the same lines that Laws has to bowl, but he's got to bowl the ball into the surface with his variations and his pace. Don't go searching for wickets. That's the line. That's where he has to bowl.
Interesting though, Dawn asked him in the previous over when he was bowling to the left-handed Hina Tagala if he wanted him to move from slip to fine leg inside the circle for the sweep. He's moved him now after Hina Tagala played a couple of sweeps in the previous over, but he gets a single there. So 118 for 4, we're in over number 26.
He's bowling to a 5-4 feel, and so the left and right combination, he's got to be consistent. Doesn't need to ease that pressure up, and he has to remind himself that, hey, listen, who do I feel comfortable bowling against? Do I feel more comfortable bowling against the right-hander? It means now that I got to put together consistent deliveries. 2, 3, they got to be consistent. Want to bowl to him all the time. If it's the left-hander, same thing applies.
Swept it viciously. Knocked down, though, on the deep backward square boundary. Saves a couple of runs.
Yeah,
He swept that well.
He's lost his rhythm, Terry. He's lost his radar. And he's confused with the left and right combination. And he's not springing in like how he started his spell. He's almost like he's walking now. He's got to get back that rhythm. Get that life.
No.
Outside the line of the leg stump. Come on. He's getting frustrated. He's got to stay with it. He's got to stay with it. Today is just not your day, but you got to stay with it still.
He's still asking the question, and that wasn't even close.
Maybe get that in a
Schoolboy.
Wicked West Indies under 19 tournament. This is a high level tournament. You know that's not going to be working today.
Thought about advancing there, didn't Sara, but instead plays it quietly out to the cover point. Sweeper on the boundary to complete the over.
Terry, I was talking to a couple of the youngsters for the under 17 team. I think Tilakani, he played for the under 19 team in the tournament in the 50 over competition. And I asked him if he ever made 100. And he said no. And you know the outcome of that, Terry, is because had school cricket been available to him, then he would have been able to get an opportunity to be playing school cricket. So here's Vernon Springer asking a youngster who's playing at the under 17 level if he's ever scored 100, because the unavailability of a level of cricket for him to play.
True.
Because it's a development process.
He was on fire in that under 17s tournament. It's knocked straight to Carter at.
So sometimes we look around, Terry, and we see the Barbados and the Trinidad, and we'll be like, what's happening? The system maybe might not be the best system, Terry, but the youngsters are given an opportunity to play at a very early age in a very competitive environment, be it from primary school, so they got stages. So by the time you see them at a Cricket West Indies under 15 tournament or under 17 tournament, they've already got games, match scenarios behind them.
That's right. That's why I was saying the other day that it really annoys me that when people start saying, oh, West Indies 11 is not a West Indies 11, it's a Bayesian 11, but you've got to look at these things. And they've always had the foundation, they've always had the systems in place. You can't knock things like that. But talking about that Tilakana, as it turns that into a full toss and almost lobs it straight to a long on does Hina Tagala, but falls short. He survives 122 for 4 in over number 27. But that Tilakani, he ended up leading wicket taker and leading run score, wasn't it, in the under 17s? Excellent job.
He's a good boy.
Yeah.
And that's why you heard me raise the point this morning, Terry, and I was asking you, is this the final Cricket West Indies under 19 squad?
Yeah.
Are there going to be additional players? Is there a communication line where some scouts went to look at that tournament in Trinidad and Tobago and figure out, like, hey, we just found 2 fast bowlers that we think that we can add to the squad? That's the conversation that needs to be taking place. I also still feel that we need to send scouts to the Garfield Sobers competition, because that's where we could be able to find talent. It's not every youngster will get an opportunity to play, be it for the Windwards or for the Leewards or for Trinidad or Guyana or Barbados. But if you go to a schools tournament, you will certainly find maybe a Colin Croft or Anthony Gray or maybe the next Brian Lara.
Yes, most definitely. As the over comes to an end, 123 for 4 after 27. What's that? 79 to win.
It should even become mandatory, Terry. A couple of years ago, the Len Harris Cricket Academy in St. Kitts went to the Sir Garfield Sobers competition. The Ministry of Sports here in Antigua and Barbuda, they sent a team. I think it should be an onus now on the territories to be able to manipulate and organize themselves to send a school team to that competition in Barbados. So you sort of give another era of young cricketers an opportunity to see a competition, because you get a chance now to play against a South Africa, Australia, a USA team. USA had 2 teams in our under 19 competition, Terry, and they competed.
Right. Well, one of them certainly did.
Well,
they challenged for the title.
Well, even the second one, Terry, they might not have won a lot of games, but they lost some close.
No, but they competed. Yes,
some close games.
Yeah.
That is what I said. They competed.
Yeah.
Right. So it shows you that if you get an opportunity to have match practice behind you, what it means.
But still, another couple of opportunities coming out. As you said, the under 17s are now completed, as Matthew Miller comes back into the attack. Joshua Dawn realizing the importance of taking wickets. Dinsara has moved on to 28, so he's got himself well set now, and you feel that West Indies under-19s have any chance, they need to remove the Sri Lankan captain. Miller tries just that, right up in the block hole, but dug out by Dinsara, fielded by Van Lang there at mid-wicket.
Now, this spell is going to be very important for Matthew Miller. His first spell cost 16 runs. He has to look at the context of the game. Sri Lanka needs 79 runs from 136 balls, which means that he doesn't have to be out and out quick here. What he has to do is bowl as straight as possible and take away the boundary balls, make them work for runs.
Digs that one in, ducks under it, does Dinsara. But as far as the squad goes, I don't believe that this is the final thing and that's it. And you know, just from what I've seen and taking nothing away from any of these guys, but as a unit, I don't think it's strong enough to trouble too many teams at a World Cup. Yes, 2 or 3 good players and so, but as a unit, I still think you need an out-and-out strike bowler, pace bowler, and a couple of other good players in between. But there's still time. We're talking about January next year, and after today there's still 5 matches of this tournament to go. As I say, the under-17s have completed their championships now as of yesterday, and then there will be a tri-series between West Indies, England and the US later this year, so plenty of time for more improvement, more experience, and to expand the squad or draft players that deserve recognition into the squad. That's driven by Dinsara, but he can't beat cover to complete the over. So at the end of over number 28, Sri Lanka under-19s 123 for 4. It was a maiden over there by Matthew Miller. So still 79 required. Plenty of time to do it in. There's still 22 overs remaining. Brilliant sunshine remains here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 6 wickets. West Indies Academy need to look to pick up. Live coverage, of course, coming to you on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Brendan Boodle will continue his off-spin from the northern end. He's bowling to the left-handed Hina Tagala, who uses his feet. Swats that off the bottom inside part of the bat. Goes out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So he moves on to 11, 124 for 4, but in over number 29 brings Captain Dinsara back into strike. Still a slipping Ployd, he uses his feet also. Can't beat cover. Feel he's the key though for Sri Lanka. If West Indies can get him, feel it could be something there, but he swept that beautifully backward a square, beats the diving Pollard down there on the boundary. It's gone for 4. Dinsara moves to 32. You just feel the longer he stays, more comfortable Sri Lanka will feel as they chase this victory target. 74 now required. West Indies under 19s will tell you that if they can get the captain, might throw a cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. Tossed up, played into the point area. Dawes does well but can't prevent the single. 129 for 4. Dinsara moves on to 33. Hina Tagala is on 11. Looking to sweep that ball. Misses. Over comes to an end. So we've had 29 overs, 129 for 4. 73 required of 21 overs. So their current run rate 4.45. They're miles in front of the required run rate of 3.48. Still got 6 wickets in hand. So West Indies under 19s know the task at hand. Keep taking wickets. Matthew Miller will continue from this the commentary box end. He's got third man on the boundary. Backward point. Sweeper on the cover point boundary. Good yoga, well dug out though by Dinsara. Show good aggression. Fires back at the stumps just in case Dinsara wandered out of his crease. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square and fine leg for Matthew Miller. Bowling to the Sri Lanka captain. It's cut. It can't beat. Backward point. So 2 dots to start this over. Into his second over of his second spell. He started off his second spell with a maiden. He's been brought back on, opening the bowling for West Indies under 19s. And no doubt brought back on at this stage by Captain Dawn to try and get the breakthrough. He's certainly creating a bit of pressure. He bowled 9 dot deliveries in a row. But can he get the breakthrough? Miller into Dinsara. Plays that on the onside. Diving effort there by Racha at mid-on. Restricts the scoring to 1.
Don't try using this.
Dinsara moves on to 34. It's 130 for 4 in over number 30. So the first run conceded by Miller in 10 balls of his second spell into the left-handed Hina Tagala. Plays that nicely up to mid-off. Once again, Archer does the fielding. They take 1. He moves on to 12. 131 for 4. No real pressure on the Sri Lankans at this stage. Plenty of gaps to work with. They need only need about 3.5 and over, as that one Misfielded at mid-wicket there by Zachary Carter to bring the over to an end. At the end of 30 overs, Sri Lanka under 19s 132 for 4. Dinsara is on 35. Hina Tagala is on 12. Needs 70 to win of 120 deliveries.
So the action continues here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Matthew Miller's 4 overs so far has cost him 19 runs. Looks as if he is going off for some sort of treatment, or maybe for some water. He just went to get himself loaded up. And Pollard will start from the CIO road end. Pushed up into the offside. Batsman does not score. 132 for 4. Start of over number 31 in the process. West Indies captain searching for a wicket. Pollard starting his 6th over. Hit away. Behind point for 4. And every now and again the pressure just eases away. Short and wide. And that'll be spunked away. Matthew Miller, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. Raja, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Carter, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs, 2 wickets. Laws, 6 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 1 wicket. And Budu is about 3 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. Pollard, 5.2 overs, not for 21. Last wicket fell for Sri Lanka, and the score is 4 for 98. So this partnership is now yielded close to about 38 runs. They need 66 and 118 balls. Game on here. Mid on, mid off. There's no way he should be thinking about even trying to bowl short. He shouldn't even be worrying about that. It kind of amuses me, Terry. You think Pollard can get a wicket with that deep backward point on the boundary and on the third man?
No, I'd have them up. They need wickets, and that's just get off strike like that.
He's giving away runs here.
Played down to Carter at third man. They take 1, and they're happy with 1.
So
No, I'd have them up.
You gotta find like Terry. You got a deep backward square. You got a wide deep point and a third man. This is
Deep
just
backward point seems to be the fashion of the day these days.
This is just like concept, Terry. You want to get the batsman driving straight down the ground, so you want to bowl as straight as possible. That's what you want them to do.
Pollard,
65 from 117.
that's wide down the leg side. Yeah, I'd have him bowling straight at the stumps. I'd even give him a slip just to try and put some pressure on, but I wouldn't have those 2 down there for the right-handed Dinsara, who is the wicket they need, as I say. And there's any pressure whatsoever on Sri Lanka under 19s at the moment with their captain out there. Seth, he's on 40. But if they can pick up his wicket, you never know, that might breed a bit of panic into their camp at the moment. They're doing it quite easily and quite happy enough to knock these off in singles. 139 for 4. Dinsara on 40, as I say, back on strike. Still with the deep backward point and third man. 2 out on the onside, deep backward square and fine leg. Pollard over the wicket to the right-handed Insara and just simply plays it down to third man for another single. And he will continue to do that all day. He's smart enough. He's in.
If you're going to have the deep backward point, Terry, then you need to bring Carter
him up.
into the short term area so he can cut that single out.
Exactly.
Because you're automatically just giving away a single.
Yep. Or even put him in as close as gully if you don't want to slip. But have some form of pressure, some option of taking a wicket. Nevertheless, left-handed Hina Tagala clips that nicely backward of square. Who comes round, does the fielding, but they pick up 2 more. So without playing a rush shot, they got 6 off that over, 142 for 4 at the end of the 31st. Partnership's gone up to 44. 60 needed. And drinks. We'll take a break here on Cricket 360 as the players take a water break. Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua. The resumption of play, the second Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. And Sri Lanka 60 runs away from victory, still with 6 wickets remaining. And their captain leading the way. He is on 41. And he is facing Aiden Racha, who's back for another spell. That one played to backward point and there's no run. Racha so far today, previous to this, has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. At West Indies under-19s, desperately in need of wickets. This partnership is yielded 44 so far for the 5th wicket. They ideally like to get rid of the Sri Lankan captain in Dinsara. So see if they can then start a slide. At the moment, Sri Lanka, they've been doing all innings really, doing it on the bit as they say. Can't beat the field on the onside this time, so starting the over Wildcat Archer with 4 dot balls. Played nicely this time through the cover region, out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for easy single. Takes the score up to 143 for 4. Dinsara moves on to 42. Played nicely, quick single, direct hit. Umpire wasn't really in position, but I think he was in anyway. But still, excellent bit of fielding there by a local boy, Matthew Miller, with a direct hit. That completes the over. Sri Lanka 144 for 4. 42 to Dinsara, 16 to Hina Tagala. 58 more required. Pollard will continue. ball into the left-handed Hina Tagala. And that's hit firmly, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. These two came together. The score on 98 for 4. It's now 144 for 4. A handy, very, very handy 46-run partnership, unbroken at this stage. And as I say, the important part for Sri Lanka under-19s is Captain Dinsara, still out there on 42. Played straight back to the bowler, and that is a wide return. Hina Tagala hardly moved out of his crease, and Pollard picked up and threw on his follow-through. Very wide. He was lucky that Carter was watching down at fine leg. Batsman take one. Was he aiming at the stumps or was he aiming at the batsman? He put it straight between the two of them. Field just adjusting for the right-handed Dinsara. They're sending the deep backward point to cover point on the fence. Third man on the boundary. In he comes now, Pollard, round the wicket. It's hit to mid-off and there's no run. So not much pressure on these Sri Lankan batsmen at the moment. Still 57 required though. West Indies under-19s need to tell themselves. And a couple of quick wickets here. Get themselves right back in the contest. And kept low, but well kept out by Dinsara. We saw in the first match on Saturday where they lost their last 5 wickets for just 19 runs to fall 12 runs short. As they say in cricket, anything can happen. But that's driven nicely through the cover region to the man on the cover point boundary. Take another single. They seem very content today. They've been one in control of the match really from the get-go, have the Sri Lankans, and they seem very content today to just pick these runs up in singles and twos, which they can afford to do because 56 required of 132 deliveries or so. The scoreboard just ticks over again. 102 deliveries, 56 required, so they're well in front of the clock. 6 wickets remaining. It's pulled into the onside. Another single there for Captain Dinsara. Moves on to 44, 147 for 4. Racha into the left-handed Hina Tagala, slower ball, picks it, just knocks it into the offside, no run. Racha bowling with fine leg on the boundary, third man on the boundary. Deep square leg. That's pulled in that direction behind square. It might even beat him, bisects the field. Good shot by Hina Tagala. 4 runs, brings the 150 up for Sri Lanka, and the 50-run partnership between Captain Dinsara and Hina Tagala came together when the score was on 98 for 4. It's now 151 for 4. $51 more needed. Raja in again. Played quietly up to mid-on, and there's no run. So what they have been able to do throughout this run chase, they've been able to keep themselves well ahead of the required rate, knowing fully well if they keep wickets in hand that they'll reach their target, which is below par 1 with ease. That one kept a little low, trying to pull that through the mid-wicket region. Misses through to keeper Nelson. Captain Dinsara just walking down to his partner. I'm sure just to tell him, just keep going the way you're going. Up and flash. That's turned nicely down to fine leg for an easy single. That completes Archer's over. So at the end of over number 34, Sri Lanka under 19's 152 for 4, Dinsara on 44. And Hina Tagala is on 22, so 50 required, 96 deliveries, legal deliveries remaining. And Joshua Drawn has picked the ball he wants to use for the remaining 16 overs, which they do now, the new laws of one-day cricket. 2 balls are used, up to and including the 34th over. And then the fielding side can choose which ball they want to keep to bowl out the remaining 17 overs.
When are they going to change the bats? You don't think they need a rule for that, Terry? They're changing everything.
I don't know. Well, that's what I'm going to say. I mean, the reason they started using 2 balls is because one ball used to go too dark, wasn't it? It used to... it used to lose the whiteness. Couldn't see it after 25 overs or whatever. Anyway. That steered past backward point down to third man for a single as Matthew Miller starts a new over, but he's changed ends. He's coming from the northern end now.
What will they think of next, Terry?
Exactly. Leave them alone, they'll play for hours.
I can tell you one thing, Terry. The game is a batsman's game.
Oh, even more so these days.
It's a bowler's nightmare.
Absolutely. Who would want to be a bowler these days?
The bowlers almost become like slaves. It's almost just when you look at the IPL and you see the tracks that they're preparing, you know what's going to be happening.
Exactly.
All of these rules to restrict the bowlers that, Terry can't bowl a bouncer, and if he does,
can't do anything.
Here's what's going to be happening.
You basically just go serve it up to them.
Yeah. You run in, somebody tell you you're running onto the square, you're running into the danger area, but in the meantime, a batsman is massacring you. It doesn't matter where you
can't do a damn thing around it.
Nothing.
Matthew Miller prior to this over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. Let's say he swapped ends. 154 for 4. Over number 35. Pulled down to Carter, fine leg for another single to Hina Tagala.
I don't like this ploy here, and the reason why I don't like the ploy, Terry, is that this track is not offering the sort of assistance that a young Matthew Miller. You know, I would prefer for them to, you know, bowl fuller length, you know, bowl some cutters, you know, target the pads of the batsman rather than trying to bowl short.
Whoa, that was a full toss, and he gets a wicket.
Full toss. See, something works.
Threw it away, did the captain. Is that the twist we've been looking for to bring the West Indies under-19s back into this match? The captain has to go. Be very, very disappointed with that. It was a rank full toss, and he's just lobbed it to mid-on. So,
it's kind of lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was almost too high, no? But that's another law I don't agree with anyway, unless it's an out-and-out beamer, but not something that's 6 foot outside somebody's off stump and barely reaching waist height.
It's kind of lucky to get away with that one, Terry.
Anyway, he has, and the skipper has to go for 46, was it? 45. 45 of 60 deliveries.
And they need 47 from 93.
They need another 47, quite right. We're in the 35th over. They lose their 5th. They won 55 for 5.
Who's coming now? The keeper? He can bat.
White, yes, he looked very impressive on Saturday.
He can bat. Let's look at it, Terry. Yeah.
It was very close, if you want to call it that. But, I mean, a delivery like that, though, Vernon, probably they'd say it was dipping at the end or whatever. Yeah. But a delivery like that, though, that's not threatening, I don't think should be called anyway. I think that rule was coming to stop beamers, out-and-out beamers. But I've seen them call things that, you know, are in the car park, and it's half an inch over the waist. Anyway, they lose their 5th. Still 47 required. Partnership broken. Matthew Miller did the damage, and now he's bowling to Hilmai, who steers that down to Carter at third man.
And Hilmai in the first game, Terry, he scored 41. A very business-like 41. And for a wicketkeeper batsman, you can tell he's got good hands. And already his first delivery, you could see him just opening the face of the bat and steering it down to third man. Carter, he was fielded. 46 from 91.
Yes, and he was in that very good partnership, almost a match-winning partnership with Gamage of 112 for the 6th wicket. But once that was broken, the rest fell away. Now let's see if they've learnt anything. But today, partnership of 57 for the 5th wicket. Now that the captain's gone, still 47 required, still quite comfortable with 5 wickets in hand and plenty of deliveries, 15 overs left, 45 off 90. See if they can keep their head today.
It's a sort of different scenario anyhow, because they need 45 singles from 90 balls.
Yes, they didn't have the pressure on that they did the other day.
It's not like they have the pressure. But I also still feel that West Indies under 19 need to believe that they can win the game more than anything else. They have to have a plan here. The role that they have Miller trying to run in and be a fast bowler, I don't think that's a role. You got to attack the stumps. That's where I think you should be trying to bowl the ball at the stumps. Pollard now comes from switch now from the CIU road end now to the media center end.
So he's ringing the changes. Is Joshua Dawn swapping the ends with his bowlers. Try and prize these last 5 Sri Lankan wickets out. Hilmai is on strike. Round the wicket to the right-hander. Let's go through to the keeper. No run. To 158 for 5. We're in over number 36. .44 more required for victory for Sri Lanka to square this 7-match series at 1-1. Right up in the block hole, but one dug out by Hilmai. Pollard thought he was through. Hands aloft, then realised Hilmai got down just in the nick of time. Pollard in again from the commentary box end. Full toss, slashed away, backward a point, into the boundary, 4 runs. Wasn't going to miss out on that. Low full toss, wide outside the off stump. Placed it perfectly backward point. Into the boundary, 162 for 5. Hilmai moves on to 5. 26 to Hina Tagala. 40 required for victory. Still got the 2 men deep for the new batsman. He's pushed backward square to a deep backward square. Big appeal for LBW, but that looked like it was travelling down and maybe even a bit of height. He's a tall man, Pollard. They scamper through for a leg by. He was convinced. Holds his head in shame, as all bowlers are.
All bowlers are always convinced.
Exactly. Why wouldn't you be when you've got roads to bowl on?
And the problem is that maybe we don't need umpires if all bowlers feel that every time they bowl.
Well, that would even up the game, wouldn't it? No appealing. Hey, boss, you're out. Next. Anyway, we just have a look at the replay here, and that was missing leg by a mile.
We know how that goes, Terry. and it goes in both ways, eh? The batsman is never out, eh?
No, batsman never hit it. Never got caught in front. Wasn't their fault. So the over comes to an end. Parliament is taking place out in the middle between Joshua Dawn, Van Lang and Pollard.
Or the lower house.
They know they need wickets. 164 for 5 after 36. Hina Tagala is on 27. Hilmai is on 5. 202 for victory. Another change, is it? He swung Raj around this time by the look of it. Or is it still
Miller?
Still Miller? Okay, so Miller's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Hina Tagala. Full pitch, driven up to mid-off. No run.
I think that's where he's most effective right now. And he's bowling at the stumps. He's more dangerous. We're trying to run in to have him be a fast bowler in this context. Not just my cup of tea at all. I just think also that the keeper is just too far as well.
A long way back for a medium pace though. That's hit nicely
If I was the keeper, I would be maybe demonstrating some skills to, I'd be maybe going up to the stumps, just to kind of give some support to Miller, so he kind of force the batsman, keep them on their P's and Q's. I don't know if he feels that confident that he would maybe want to try that.
But see, something like that annoys me. Did you see how Van Lang fielded that? The ball's just dribbling out towards him. He's not going to stop the single, but as he picks up, he's got to roll and tumble. You're already injured. Why can't you stand on your own 2 feet?
You asking me, Terry, or you telling me? I tell you, if some of them, if I was coaching right now, Terry,
Too much Hollywood.
no, some of them wouldn't come back.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
After the first
They
week.
watch too much television.
I can tell you, and I think maybe that's the reason why maybe a lot of the former legends are maybe not wrong West Indies cricket, because what they're going
It's
to bring
wrong.
is a killer instinct
Yeah.
sort of attitude
Yeah.
to how the game.
And then
You
you're
know,
told you're
yeah,
too
yeah,
strict and you're
yeah,
too this.
yeah.
And but you need that. Especially
I'll
in
tell you something, Terry.
the
The
game of
fundamentals,
cricket.
the fundamentals of the game of any game remains the same.
There you go. It's still
Doesn't-
bat against ball.
It doesn't change.
No.
All right.
You can change any law you like, but it doesn't change.
Fundamentals of the game remain the same
Exactly.
in any sport, whether you're in track and field, in hockey, in basketball. You see the difference now with Miller bowling this length, right? He doesn't have to worry to run into bowl some short ball that is really not given.
Yeah, at least he's giving himself every opportunity.
2 runs out of this over so far.
Yeah.
What he needs to do now is finish strong now, no boundaries, and finish with a dot ball. You need 36 from 79. I'll be trying to close them in right now, force them to come up with something different. Well, ball.
But he's been Misley since he's come back for his third spell.
Yeah, but he's easily a better old ball bowler.
Than new ball. Yeah.
Yeah. New ball, you're asking him to run in and bowl
Trying to get
as
the
a fast
swing.
bowler.
Yeah, make life tough. 166 for 5 at the end of 36 more required.
I think what the Sri Lankans have been able to have done today, Terry, is their current run rate is 4.49, and they've been able to maintain that. And so the West Indies under 19 have not been able to bring them below 4. And they really went about the innings in an application where you would have had some soft dismissals just like anything else, because that's what happens to cricket. You get complacent.
No, that's what I'm saying. They've maintained their run rate very well without doing anything exuberant. But see, in situations like this, Vernon, when they got ample time to knock off 30-odd runs, 5 wickets is your key, 5 wickets is what you need. I would bring everybody in, set an attacking field. They get the runs, they'll get the runs anyway. Hitting you over the top or through slip or whatever, but at least you're giving yourself a chance of picking up the 5 wickets. I wouldn't just have a ring field and people out in the deep myself. I try and make them do something different rather than just knock the ball in the gap, take one, be happy.
I'm just glad that you're not the coach of the West Indies under 19 team. The game would have been done and dusted by now. I'm so glad that you're not the coach of the, you know what I mean? You're coach of the, what's your team's name?
See, it doesn't knock it and run. I mean, they're going to get the runs anyway. Anyway, 167 for 5. We're in over number 38.
We have seen stranger things happen.
We
in
have.
the game.
We
Terry,
have.
so
Look, somebody could take a hat-trick any minute.
that's what I'm telling you, so don't go there, Terry.
No, I'm not.
We have seen stranger things happen.
Big Zachary Carter's warming up again. You never know.
Seen stranger things.
Dab nicely backward of point. Through the hands of Boodoo. They take one. $168 for 5. brings Hilmai back on strike. He's on 7. Hina Tagala hardly played a rush shot on 29.
Sri Lanka maybe still trying to work out their batting order, as compared to the first game.
True. We saw a couple of switches today with Kamage got a promotion.
Century maker, he came up at number 4.
Yeah.
Hilmai stepped one down into the established wicketkeeper position.
Yeah.
Which is to be able to bolster that lower order, which fell away in the first game.
Then Sara came one down. When Kuna got a bit of a promotion, didn't he? I don't think he batted at 3 in the first match. Let me check that.
Current run rate is 4.49. The required run rate is 2.68. And 69 for 5. Raja has really bent his back. He's really running. 1 for 26. This is 8 over. Keeps charging in. Just would like to see him stand up tall and really complete his action. He just falls away onto the leg side. He just collapses, overcomes to an end. And at the end of 38, Sri Lanka under 19 men, they're 170 for 5 in reply to the West Indies under 19 score of 201 all out. 32 from 72.
I'm just looking at the batting order that they used for the first match. It looks like only, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4. The top 5 was actually the same.
Interesting. Maybe we didn't recognize that. But it's
true. Well, they felt quick, didn't they? Well, but 4 out of 5 anyway.
The top 5 did look organized in the context based on what we saw in the first game. But they would have had some stern words would have been expressed in the dressing room, and their execution has been a lot better this game around.
But I did say, and he'd gone for the reverse sweep and hit it straight down backward Point's throat. Why he didn't have to do that? But he did. Good catch. Buddha again. Second good catch of the day by Buddha. And the long visual of Hina Tagala is over. He's gone for 30 off 45 deliveries. 170 for 6.
No, I just thought that
32 still required.
I just thought that was a very poor shot selection. Just his first delivery, premeditated, and you're going to play that. Just like the conventional way, Terry. If the ball is offline, then you maybe try to look to maybe try that. There was really no pace on that on that delivery at all from Carter. And Carter strikes again with another wicket.
Yes. Very unnecessary. Hina Tagala will be very disappointed with that after he played well for his 30. He just left the door slightly ajar as Sri Lanka under 19s lose their 6th. They still need 32 now with 4 wickets remaining. And we saw the slide the other day where they lost their last 5 for 19.
Who's coming now? Was there any change to the squad?
Pereira.
Let's see if Carter can trap Pereira on the crease with an arm ball. Or can Pereira keep this one out?
So it's all up to Hilmai now.
Yeah, Hilmai will have to take control.
Yeah, and he's not really... So he got the edge, flashed at it. It's gone between keeper and slip into the boundary for 4.
What we were talking about, Terry? Was the first slip really in first slip, Terry?
Not really, but he didn't see it either. Went quickly.
He was not in first slip, Terry. If he was in the original first slip position, where he took the first catch today, it would have gone straight down his hands. He would have been on his right-hand side. You'd have taken that. These are the moments. These are the moments. Going to traditional position. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. You can't be in between.
Carter in again, lobs it up. And poor fielding there at... In fact, there's going to be 2 he's let through. So, not the best bit of fielding there at short extra cover. But 2 more to the Sri Lankans. Pereira's not messing around. He's shot up to 6 off 2 deliveries.
If I can get, in a minute, Terry, get my folks to show us that missed chance again, Terry. And you'll see what I was talking about.
Yeah, he's a lot wider than what he was earlier in the day when he did take the catch. To dismiss Tilakaratne. And again, this time the bowler fails to stop the ball that was hit back to him. So they're getting sloppy in the field at the wrong time of the innings, if there ever is a right time. 25 needed. 4 wickets remaining.
Just let me know when you find it. Let's look at it, Terry. Look where the keeper's left foot is. Look where the first step is. See, Terry?
Yeah.
If he was in the original first step position, he would have pouched that.
It would have gone. It would have hit him.
And if the keeper was maybe his left foot was around on the line of his stump, he maybe might have even pouched that himself.
In the end, neither guy laid a glove on it. Carter in again to Pereira. Pereira's cracking this through the cover region. Cover point comes off the boundary. Pick up another 1. 178 for 6, coming towards the end of the 39th. 24 to win. And he finishes with a dot, so it's successful over there by Carter, but they will not be happy with the fielding. They let through at least 7 off that over that they could have stopped. In the end, 178 for 6, Sri Lanka, 24 more required for victory. Now this is where I'm sure somebody like a Hilmai will be telling Pereira, your favourite, saying just 24 singles, son. Don't rush, we've got all night.
The issue is, will Pereira be listening?
Not the way he come out. Another meeting of the heads, and they've thrown the ball to Bishu, is it? Bishu Buru. There's a blast from the past, Bishu.
Yeah. Maybe we need a Nagamu to spell here now.
There you go, Nagas. He was alright.
Or maybe a Neil McGarrell.
We've had a few.
See him tweaking it, Terry?
Yeah. Hey. So Buru, who's also changed ends, will bowl the 40th. And he's bowling to Hilmai. 24 to win. 4 wickets for West Indies under 19.
I think the field at deep backward square is wasted. I don't know if you need him, Terry. Maybe brought him up under 45.
Well, I said bring them all up ages ago. We get a bit of turn there, a bit of purchase there by Buddha. The slip is finer.
Bring that man up inside under 45. Force Buddha to bowl one side of the field.
Yeah, he could top it in there, straight to slip. Buddha celebrates. Hilmai is gone. And Sri Lanka lose their 7th. Still 24 to win.
Is there another twist to this game?
Oh, that was a pretty average shot there by Hilmai, though.
Not only pretty average.
For the way he played on Saturday. But the slip was in the right position this time.
He was caught on the crease.
He was caught in the crease.
Yeah.
He went back before he came forward.
Not even back. He's
Well, he
locked.
just rocked like.
He just locked. He came on his toe rather than on his heel. So because he was not balanced, he wasn't able to play with soft hands to keep the ball down. He had already committed himself coming forward, and his knee was already locked. And so he's just hung his bat out there.
So 178 for 6, 20 for 7, I should say. 24 more required. Hilmai gone for 9. 3 wickets now for the West Indies under 19s.
Just look at it, Terry. Look at the movement.
Yeah, he rocks.
Yeah, I don't mind the rock. The trigger movement is okay. But this on his toe. See? Right?
And just pushed.
Yeah, he knows that. And he come on his heel, basically. He would have been able to kill the ball in front of him. He would have been playing with soft hands. We have a game on here now, Terry.
We do now as Seni Varatne, the opening bowler.
Bring that man up deep backward square. Bring him in under 45.
Boodoo beats him again. Boodoo's found his line, and he's getting a bit of turn, bit of bounce, troubling these Sri Lankans.
Bring that man up under 45.
Tosses it up, playing quietly back to the bowler. Still 24 to win, 3 wickets for West Indies under 19s.
4 hits. Do we need a pull out here?
What a comeback it would be if they were able to get these last 3 wickets. Seni Baratne off the mark, sweeping behind square for a single. 23 to win.
But Pereira's shown his intent.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
He's not gonna hang around.
He's not gonna hang around. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's either gonna get the runs or they're gonna get him.
Exactly.
Boodoo wearing the number 15.
Senior partner now, though, I'd say. Tossed up, stroked nicely, take a run. Oh, they're keeping the pressure on these fielders. He stopped it all right, but he didn't pick it up. Successful over completed by Brendan Boodoo.
Well, it's a long time, Terry. I have not seen the Cricket West Indies management come out to look at the game, including the CEO. So there's been some spark of interest where a lot of folks have come out of their office. The only thing, they just need to be waving and making some noise. 10 overs to go, final power play.
But then we get in trouble for being biased. Though.
Who says that? You?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
180 for 7, 22 Vern, 60 legal deliveries, 3 wickets. Whose game is it going to be? Is Zachary Carter. Lines up Pereira. Pereira defends out to backward point. Boodoo does the fielding, no run.
I still feel, Terry, that man down on the long off boundary is wasted.
Bang on target is Carter, defended by Pereira.
I think somebody's message has been sent that make sure you don't get out to Carter. 180 for 7, 22 singles needed. Make it 21.
Yes,
Somebody
good
who's got a nap
running.
in there.
Good running.
Got to be tight inside the 30-yard circle. You can't ease up there. You got to look. Got to be on the money there. You got to be looking for everything. In a pressure situation game, the folks in the 30-yard circle, they got to be on their toes. Got to be like sprinters. Usain Bolt. They got to get out of the blocks early.
Seni Baratne takes guard, assesses the field.
21 from 57.
Tossed up, played to backward point, no run.
You see what this really means to Sri Lanka. Dressing room looks poised. Who looks the more relaxed is the big question.
Who can hold their nerve?
Yeah.
There you go, good fielding this time. Stopped at least one. Matthew Miller there, cover.
Like to see Raja. Raja just needs to give himself some room. Don't get too close.
Oh, nearly peels off the inside edge, back onto the stumps.
He survived. If he survived that.
Carter holds his head aloft, over comes to an end. Still 21 required, Burn.
That was the handball.
Nearly got through.
Nearly. Nearly's a whole
Nearly
mile.
not good enough, though.
Nearly's a mile and a half away, Terry.
Cricket West Indies supporters.
Roland Holder, the head coach of the women's team.
They're all out.
That's good.
Voodoo. New over. Pereira on strike. Pereira plays it nicely. Up to long on, or long off. They take a single. 20 to win. 182 for 7. 3 wickets.
There are certain areas that you have to kind of close off that single.
Why wouldn't have them? Most of these on the boundary.
These are new. You got to be able to put some pressure. You got to create that pressure. I think that man at deep backward square is wasted, Terry. I keep telling you that all the time. So that man needs to be under 45. You got protection already with the mid wicket. You can afford to bring the man up under 45.
Because what it'll do, well bowled, but well played. He pulled inside the line this time. But what that will do, if you bring up to a short, fine leg, give the batsman a chance to sweep the ball like that, top edge, whereas that has gone, they haven't picked it up out there. They were both slow to move and it's gone into the boundary for 4. Been a lot less concentration, or he just didn't pick it up. They are looking into the sun, but it's basically, the ground's basically covered in shadow at the moment, but nevertheless, it's 4 more to Senivaratne. 186 for 7, 16 needed.
Terry, bring the man under 45 and put the man right into the position where he is. Right now, you've been able to stop that ball. Right, bring the man up under 45.
Dabs that out to
How many balls, Terry,
points.
has that young man fielded?
Yeah, hardly anyone.
Okay. I might be wrong, Terry. I'm an armchair captain.
No, but you have a point. But I've been saying, though, if you bring a majority, you're going to have 1 or 2 out. But you don't necessarily, just because whatever over you're up to, you can have as many as you like, or 5 or whatever it is outside the circle. Bring them up and let them play a full shot. Let them go over the top. You need wickets. They don't care if it comes off the inside edge, the wicketkeeper's boot, or whatever. So, over comes to an end. We've had 42 overs, 186 for 7, 16 more required.
There's another twist to this
3
game.
wickets.
There's still another twist to this game, Terry.
And he's called back Pollard, by the look of it. Obviously, Van Lang is not fit enough to bowl.
I think Van Lander will be struggling today.
Yeah, he looked to be struggling. Well, he
Lucky-
still looks to be struggling. He still looks to be limping a bit.
Lucky that he's on the park still. So, 186 for 7, 16 runs needed in 48 balls. Joshua Dawn caught between a rock and a hard place. And he's trying to figure out, how do I break this partnership? Do I play the Sri Lankans from the 30-yard circle? And trust me, I'll be thinking about playing them from the 30-yard circle. He's decided Pollard, for some strange reason, he's got a bowl full and straight. He's got the mid-on and the mid-off up. I maybe might have been risking to bring the third man into the 30-yard circle, really,
Yeah, he's got
and maybe just keep the sweeper out.
third man and fine leg on the fence.
I'll keep the fine leg back, but I'll maybe just bring I bring the third man up in the circle.
But you could even bring the cover point, the sweeper on the boundary.
Maybe just leave the sweeper. Just play mind games, because you got to play some mind games still. Very important. He's got to bowl as straight as possible, Terry.
Round the wicket. And he takes the edge, does he? Big appeal. And the umpire's given him. So that's come back from outside off, taking the inside edge of Pereira's bat. Sri Lanka under-19s lose their 8th. 186 for 8. Still 16 required.
Yeah, they're falling away here badly, Sri Lanka. And nothing shot there. Let's look at it again, Terry, on the monitor. Came across. Pitched outside. He got nowhere close to ball.
Come back at him.
Yeah.
Took the edge, but he's playing a long way away from his body.
Lucky. Ooh. It did stay inside the cuff. He maybe feels that he didn't nick it, Terry, but the umpire was in the best position, felt that he got something onto it.
Yes.
Was there some deviation, Terry? What do you think?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it is. Good camera work. Real good camera work.
A good catch by your friend Nelson, inches off the ground, man.
Yeah. 186 for 8. You see a slow traffic on the CIU road where folks are seeing cricket, and they maybe must be excited, wondering what's happening at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But it's a cricket game. Sri Lanka and West Indies. It's not a World Cup game, but it's an intense game taking place. Comes quietly forward.
Lost 4 for 31 since the departure of their captain.
Yeah, this has been a problem for both teams so far.
So, still 16 required, only 2 wickets for West Indies to grab with what would be a sensational victory.
Yeah. Sri Lanka will be maybe kicking themselves if they lose this, Terry, because they were really...
Most definitely, they had everything under control. Nimsara plays it up to mid-off, no run.
2 deliveries left in this over. Umpires, is it 2 or 3? Should be
2.
Yeah, 2. Our scoreboard seemed to not working with us. They're still scoring at 4.36. They need 2 singles and over to be able to get them across the line.
Yeah.
Pollard needs a wicket.
That's not the problem.
It's
That's
kept
the
out.
wickets in hand, and he kept that one out well.
Still 1
Angling
delivery to
back
go.
again.
Now the West Indies are beginning to believe. They need 1. We need our outside microphone next game, so we could hear all the chatter that is taking place outside. The head coach is coming down to the dressing room, most likely.
Field remains the same. Pollard into Nimsaro. He's confident it's not being given now, and they haven't picked the ball up as Sri Lanka. In fact, they threw the ball away, and they've taken 2 overthrows. They were so confident they started dancing round. The young West Indians umpire said not out. Bit of late drama again.
You gotta relax, Pollard. You gotta relax. You gotta relax. You gotta keep your
umpire says
cool.
not out, it's not out, but he went on
Gotta relax, youngster. Keep your emotions.
celebration.
Control of the game.
and the field is
Gotta relax. Gotta relax, son.
A bad decision. Looked like it was going down.
You gotta relax.
Tight though, but Pollard was absolutely convinced, and he went on a celebratory run around the ground, and half the field followed him. In the meantime, Sri Lanka stole 2 extra runs in this quite tight contest.
Did he get something?
He got something on it, I think, didn't he?
I think he got something on it, Terry.
And then onto his foot.
I think he got something onto it, Terry.
So 14 required.
Got something onto it.
188 for 8. 14 required. 2 wickets for West Indies under 19s. As Racha will bowl over number 44. And this is the commentary box end.
This is what competition brings. Brings out the best.
Been 2 good cracking games between these two teams.
Certainly has been. 14 needed or 42 balls. Got to make them fight for everything. Everyone important.
Played straight back to the bowler, no run.
The good thing about it is that Sri Lanka can afford to play out a couple of balls. At the same time, the pressure would be building.
Well, they can almost
well.
They can almost look for the bad ball.
I don't think they're going to get many.
But that's what exactly they shouldn't be getting any. It's
Wicket
just
to
whoever
wicket.
keeps their cool the longest.
Wicket to wicket.
Senivaratne facing Racha, plays it behind point but can't get past Buru. Another dot. 2 dots to start this, the 44th over. 188 for 8. Sri Lanka 14 away. West Indies 2 wickets. Racha from the commentary box.
No, why is he moving him? He's just let the youngster bowl properly. It's just too many changes.
Wants the man on the cover point boundary a bit squarer. That's down the leg side. Pulled, he didn't get hold of it. They go through for leg by.
Now this is Raja's
13 to win.
9th over. The fielders who are going to be in the hot spot, Terry, is the fielder backward point and the fielder short extra cover. Those are going to be the hot areas because the Sri Lankans are looking to go square based on the line that Raja is bowling.
Yeah,
Doesn't need to try anything.
He got away with that
Full and
last
straight.
one.
That's where he has to go. Think about it.
He's got fine leg on the boundary and a deep square leg 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And a man on the cover point boundary sweeping as in he comes. And that's played quietly into the cover region by Nimsara. No run. Nimsara is on 2. Senivaratne is on 5. It's 189 for 8 in the 44th. 13 more required by Sri Lanka.
If you ever
2 wickets by West Indies.
So ever wanted an exciting cricket game, you have one here today.
Most definitely.
The last man in the pavilion for Sri Lanka, he must be very nervous.
Racha. That delivery played straight back to him by Nimsara. So still the 13 required.
If we only could have seen in the crystal ball.
Well, we almost did. We said it could start a bit of a panic if they could get rid of the captain Dinsara.
All right. So let's see if he can be able to keep out Raja. That'll be over number 44.
He does to
So
complete the over. So
he's
still
done.
13 required.
So he's done his job. So who do you think is the senior batsman out there as we speak?
Well, I was going to say, I would have thought Nimsara, but it seems Senivaratne has taken over. So. Senior in bowling. I think he's senior in batting too. But good to see them having a conversation. Trying to keep themselves going. Saying we're nearly there. 13 more. Just don't do anything stupid.
One more from Pollard. Could Pollard produce something special?
Double wicket by Eden.
Last over, tensions were high.
He thought he
Just
was
for a
through.
moment he thought he was through. It wasn't to be.
Big Jakim. He'd be bowling to Senivaratne. In he comes now from the northern end. Played defensively into the cover region, no run. So we've got cover point on the boundary, third man on the boundary, deep backwards square. The 3 men out and a fine leg.
1 for 37. Sri Lanka need 13 singles, 35 balls. West Indies needs 2 wickets. Could Pollard get the keys to Coolidge?
Oh, again, he was going up for the appeal, hitting down leg though, but he's got that Yorker going.
Ooh.
He's making it as difficult as possible, the big man, for these Sri Lankan lower order batsmen.
We know this has been the home of Joshua Bishop. Could Jakeem Pollard be the new star here for the Cricket West Indies under 19? Could he produce a thriller?
And he comes again. And that's slashed and that's through the covers. It's rolling out to the boundary. That's 4.
You got to stop that.
Ho ho!
You got to stop
Big
that.
cover drive by Senivaratne. Went straight to the cover fielder, but too hot to handle and has gone through him into the boundary for 4. 9 required.
Terry, what I said to you, the folks in the 30-yard circle, you got to give yourself some room so you can see the ball. If you're that close, now if he was back, the ball would come straight to him because he would skid off of the surface right there.
All the room in China, he should have stopped that one, Springs.
Yeah, but the extra push, and skid it off. Got to be able to put your body on the line.
Senivaratne on strikers, Pollard into him again. Covers up almost through him. Pollard raises his hands in desperation. 193 for 8. 9 runs required by Sri Lanka. 2 wickets by West Indies.
They have to believe. They have to believe. They're beginning to feel like it is over, but they still have to believe. Anything is possible. You just need 1. 1 comes 2. They got to believe.
Pollard's got 2 legitimate deliveries left in his 10 overs. He's in again from the northern end to Senivaratne. And that again a stroke through the cover region. This time the cover point fielder comes off the boundary and restricts the scoring to 1. So Nimsara will need to see off Pollard.
So here's what I will do, Terry.
8 to win.
1 ball to go. Carter would come up into the 30-yard circle.
Yes.
Push the point around. Bring the mid off a little bit more straighter. Bring the sweeper on the offside maybe 3/4 of the way. Right? Because you're bowling to a new batsman now. So you got to try something. You got to play mind games.
Or do nothing because nobody's moved a muscle.
You got to play mind games. You can't just have the same feel.
He has.
It's almost the same field for the same. Got to try something different.
Nimsara to face Pollard's last delivery. Keeps it out, drives it up to mid-off.
Good spell by the young man.
Excellent spell by Pollard.
He's really put his hand up here, Pollard.
1 for 42. At the end of the over, Sri Lanka under 19s, 194 for 8. 8 runs required for victory. West Indies under 19s, 2 wickets. And they've still got 5 overs remaining, so no problem there for Sri Lanka.
You see what I was talking to you
under
about?
19s.
About the. It's almost like we bowl every batsman the same way. I'm saying that last ball, you make him wait, give him something to think about, bring that third man up. Yeah, you just gotta just shift around things. Let's see what's gonna happen. Big effort from Pollard. Really, really, really big effort. Really put his heart up. There'll be many more games like this in your career, young man. Boodoo. Can he produce something magical? Still would like to see. Let's see who we have here now, Terry. Yeah, you got to bring that man in under 45.
You still got him deep backward square leg.
Bring that man under 45 in the circle. The man at the backward square, get him on the 45.
Boodoo into Sinabaratne. It's cut behind point. It's rolling out towards the boundary. 2 fielders after it. And they get there. 3 runs taken. 5 to win. Brings Nimsara back on strike. He's hurt himself down there as Vital Laws stopping that delivery. Did very well to stop it just inside the rope. Saved 1. But he's rolling around in pain there down at the backward point boundary. You can see now on our live shots. Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Just 5 runs required now. 197 for 8. Still 2 wickets in hand for Sri Lanka to square this series. It's been another cracking game though between these two. I think he's hobbling off the field, so substitute fielder will come on. When these two came together, 8th wicket fell at 186. There's still 16 runs required. They've got it down to 5. Can they get Sri Lanka over the line? Brendan Boodoo's got other ideas. West Indies under 19s need 2 wickets as Laws limps off back to the pavilion. The slipping play, backward point, short extra cover. It's driven straight to short extra cover where Jonathan Van Lang does the fielding. Now they bring the deep backward square inside the circle. 5 to win. Nimsara, he's on 2, he's on strike. Ooh, beaten. Off-flighted delivery by the off-spinner Brendan Boodoo. Got a bit of loop, bit of turn, bit of bites. Didn't get the edge though. Tosses that one up and he's gone for it. There's an appeal, not out. Sinivaratne just telling Nimsara, just play straight, no need for the big heave. She tried to finish it in glory, and that is bowled in. Boodoo's gone through his defences. He picks up the 9th Sri Lankan wicket. This game is not over yet. Sri Lanka lose their 9th with the score on 197. Nimsara has been bowled by Boodoo. He picks up his 3rd. And now the last man in leg spinner Akash walks to the crease to join Sinivaratne, who's on 13. Nimsara is gone for 2. And Sri Lanka under 19 still require 5 more runs. West Indies under 19s 1 wicket away from what would be a remarkable victory. They were miles behind in this match, but once the captain fell, it turned the match. Since the captain Dinsara departed with the score on 155, Sri Lanka have lost 5 for 42. They lost 5 for 19 the other day. 5 for 42 today. Will it cost them again? They still need 5 runs. Boodoo will bowl the last ball of the 46th over to new batsman Akash. 2 slips. In he comes now. And it lets it go wide outside the off stump. Successful over completed there by Brendan Boodoo. Sri Lanka under 19s 197 for 9. 5 runs required. 1 wicket for West Indies under 19s to claim what would be an improbable victory. Senivaratne, who's on 13, will be on strike for the first ball of the 47th over, and it's going to be Zachary Carter to bowl his last. He's taken 3 for 41. Can he become the hero and claim the last wicket for West Indies? Fading sunlight here at Coolidge. Outside the off stump. Let go by Senivaratne. Dot ball. Slip in play. Backward point. Cover. Cover point on the boundary. Goes over. Cuts that. Bounces in front of Dawn at slip. I think he feels he has to do it in this over, at least keep the strike. I'm quite sure how much faith he has in his partner in Akash. Carter coming round the wicket to the right-hander. They think about changing the field. But no, decide against it. Dawn remains at slip. Boodoo backward point. Carter in. Spot on the money, defended straight back to the bowler. 5 runs still required, 1 wicket for West Indies under 19s. Cut away. Well done, Brendan Boodoo there. Made some good ground at backward points. No run. Senivaratne. He knows 1 boundary will tie the match. Again, spot on target as Carter. Defended into the cover region. 197 for 9. 1 ball left in the 47th. 1 ball left for Carter. In he comes now. Cut. He gets it past Boodoo this time. Cover point does the fielding. Senivaratne keeps the strike. Over comes to an end. 198 for 9. Sri Lanka require 4. West Indies 1 wicket. What a match, Vernon.
Certainly. Think just for a moment, Terry, we're talking about game awareness. Good spell indeed from Zachary Carter. 10 overs, 3 for 42. Sometimes in the situation, like I said, the folks in the 30-yard circle, you got to be able to make sure that you keep that batsman on strike there. Just gave up a single there. You got to be able to be sharp, to be able to force him something, maybe even slow the game down.
Yeah, you can tell that Senivaratne has decided that if Sri Lanka are going to cross the line, it's going to have to be him that does it.
Well, we did ask who was the senior batsman, right?
We did. And he obviously got that right. So, Boodoo to bowl his 6th over. Swept in front of square by Senivaratne. Turns the single down.
Bring the man up, Terry. Need to bring that man up into the 45 right now, Terry.
Yeah, they did it last over, but they've dropped him back again this over. As that's tossed up, comes off the edge. This time he takes the single. It stops, start, stop, start. They're going to come back for two. It's going to be close.
The throw had to be a lot.
Throw weak and wide.
Throw had to be better.
And they
kept his composure.
Scamper back for 2, 3 runs to win.
Can't get 2 runs there. Got to keep the composure. The throw had to be a lot better, right on the top of the stumps there.
201 for 9, so scores at level, just the 1 run needed.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet, Terry. Got to keep their composure. It's not over yet. They got to relax.
They can't win, but they can tie it.
Well, they can. All they need is a wicket, Terry.
And that will tie it. Oh, no, now they've changed the score. Right, I thought so. 198 for 9. Because they needed 4, they took 2.
2, right.
Every scoreboard here has got a different score.
Oh, my gosh. So the real score is what, Terry?
198.
Oh, Mr. Black, I think, is gone.
No, it'll be 199, because they were 197.
No, it's 200.
Now it's 200.
So, Mr. Black,
all right. All right, 2 to win. Yes, because there was 4 to win. 198 for 9. All right, 200 for 9. 2 to win, 1 wicket. Sorry for the confusion to all our listeners and viewers, but the 3 scoreboards here and 3 different scores.
You got to force him,
right now.
You don't have
200
anything to lose right now. Got to force
200
him.
for 9.
Got to force him. You got to force him. You got to bring somebody up. Yes, bring him up. If he wants, let him go. Got to force them.
Bring everyone up.
The guy at Deepak Square has to go on the 45, Terry.
Yep. But bring everybody up. Let him hit over the top.
This is over number 40, dot ball.
Driven straight back to the bowler. He's misfielded and it's gone past. Off into the boundary for 4. Sri Lanka under 19s claim victory by a solitary wicket in an excellent game of cricket. They started, they stopped, they almost fell apart. But Vernon Springer, they got across the line with an off drive for 4 to win by 1 wicket as Semi Viratne becomes the hero, remains 20 not out of 32 deliveries. Sri Lanka under 19s home by a wicket to level this best of 7 series here at Coolidge at 1-all.
What we were talking about today. The bowlers automatically, you're a fielder. You have to stop that. In a game like that, you got to put your body on the line, especially understanding the context of the game. But they will walk away from this, Terry, learning and understand the importance of what we're talking about in terms of feeling. But this was really an intense, proper game that went right down to the wire. And in the end, Sri Lanka, with just 1 error there, closing out the whole process. But the supporters who came out to support, they really saw a proper cricket game, Terry. Very intense.
Most definitely. There have been 2 good games to start this season, and today was very good. Sri Lanka under 19s dominated from the get-go. They seemed to have plans and executed them well. They were up for the match, and right up until the time when their skipper Dinsara went for a well-played 42 or 45, I should say. The score then was 155 for 5. We're only in number over 35. But from there they lost 5 for 42 as West Indies under 19s come charging back into the match. But they held their nerve in the end. The last partnership getting them across the line and to win by a wicket. 1 wicket victory for Sri Lanka under 19s to level the series at 1-1.
Yeah, very exciting game, Terry. I think both teams will walk away knowing their strengths and their weaknesses And I think we set the series up now with 5 games to go. I think this can go right down to the wire.
Absolutely. They seem to be two very much
We were glad,
equal
Terry,
teams.
that on behalf of the 360 team, that we were able to bring it to you. Sir Courtney Walsh himself was in the stands.
He would have had fun.
Yeah, looking at the intensity here, right here on the left side of us there. So it's good. It's good working experience. Something that they will continue to work from, and they'll be able to work on. Maybe another 20 runs, Terry. What do you think? Would it have made a difference?
Yeah, I think we were talking about 230, and even that would be a challenge to defend. In the long run, 230 probably would have been enough. But unfortunately, the 2 innings sort of took the same pattern. When Dawn went, West Indies got bowled out, losing their last 5 wickets cheaply to be bowled out inside the full quota of 50 overs. And then really the same in this innings with the Sri Lankan boys. Once their captain went in Ninsara, they lost 5 for 42. And just being able to hang on in the end to get home by a solitary wicket. They still had 2 full overs to go. They ended on 204 for 9 to win by a wicket. But we will be back on Thursday for game 3 of this very exciting and interesting 7-match series between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. As we say, the series stands at 1-1 with Sri Lanka grabbing victory today by 1 wicket, or getting home by 1 wicket and chasing down 202 for victory. And we'll be back on Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel on Thursday morning. Game starts at 9:25. We'll be on air about 9:30. So on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji and Vernon A. Springer, I hope you all enjoyed our telecast today. Until next time, take care and stay safe.